This young man is the only superhero on Earth, possessing extraordinary power and physical strength. But instead of protecting humanity, he actually nonchalantly wiped out more than half of the world's population. Just for fun. Even the U.S. president was impaled by him, right during a global live broadcast, plunging the entire Earth into extreme fear with his bloody survival games, facing a madman with the power of a god. Governments joined hands to form an alliance to deal with the man who calls himself Black Friday, standing before a corrupted Superman with destructive power. No amount of weaponry means anything at all. Black Friday has no goals or ideals. He simply wants to see mankind sink into suffering and despair. However, he made a mistake when he kidnapped an innocent man's family, just for entertainment, leaving him helpless, witnessing with his own eye each of his loved ones being devoured one by one in a sea of horrific fire. From that moment, he turned a gentle young man into a murderous monster with an intense will for revenge. He swore to destroy all the Burmese scum who dare to call themselves superheroes in this world. Amidst the bustling crowd under the sunset, a little boy excitedly cheered on his father's shoulders. "Dad, let's go see the superhero." The father smiled indulgently. "If you want to go, then of course we will go. But immediately after." The boy pointed to the sky in surprise. "What is that?" While the father was still mumbling that he was starting to feel a bit hungry, the son shouted loudly in excitement, "It's a superhero!" The father looked blankly in the direction of his son's hand, wondering which hero would surprise the boy so much, only to be stunned himself when he saw a figure hovering in midair. The surrounding crowd began to chatter excitedly. Some people even wondered if they were filming a movie or why they would spend a fortune to make special effects look so real. Amidst the crowd's suspicion, a man wearing glasses, holding a camera, roared, "You people know nothing at all. This is why you commoners are so useless. That person is the real deal, a Superman." He frantically snapped photos, insisting to everyone that this was the character from the rumors. For a long time, the photographer had been beyond excited. "Mr. Superman, show us a different pose." Responding to that enthusiasm, the entity named Friday wore a sinister smile. He coldly asked back, "Which pose?" "Like this." Immediately, a deadly beam of light from his finger shot straight down, leaving the ill-fated man no time to react. Not every superhero pose should be tested. The surrounding crowd stood frozen in silence. The young man screamed in horror. Did he just kill someone? Faith in the Savior vanished, replaced instead by utter chaos. As the entity named Friday began the massacre, people trampled over each other to escape. Heart-wrenching cries echoed everywhere. "What kind of person is he? Don't block the way. Where's Mom? Someone call the police." Amidst that nightmare, Friday hovered in the air, looking down at the panicking crowd as if looking at ants, and spoke mockingly. "The fan club brats are officially disbanded right here." He let out a powerful roar that silenced everyone. When the space had fallen completely into silence, Friday put a finger to his lips with an air of enjoyment. "Do you hear his sound?" Right after those words, the sky suddenly turned into a blaze. Giant fireballs from the void began to pour down like rain, incinerating everything they touched. The entire city was engulfed in a sea of fire. Humanity could only stand and watch in despair as flaming meteors plunged down from the clouds. Just because of the appearance of a real Superman, the entire world now has to face the crisis of extinction. Even the iconic Tokyo Tower could not escape its fate, burned to the ground amidst the horrific fire. Standing before the scene of ruins and tragic screams, Friday only uttered with satisfaction, "Truly wonderful." The collapse began to spread globally, at an uncontrollable speed. On the second day, the United States of the West was completely destroyed, turning into a deadly, blazing wasteland. By the third day, Greenland suffered the same fate, as giant entities rose from the sea, wiping out every trace of life. On the fourth day, northern France was officially wiped out. In just a brief 5 days, 57% of the world had plunged into horrific destruction. Faced with a life-and-death situation, governments around the world joined hands to form a global allied force. With the appearance of the only Superman on humanity's side, a bold counterattack plan was quickly approved, while humanity was feverishly preparing for the ultimate battle. The enemy, Friday, was nonchalantly enjoying a vacation at a poetic beach. He lay stretched out on a chair, sleeping so soundly he was drooling. The choice of the Allied forces at this time was extremely simple and clear: a 100-megaton hydrogen bomb. The image of the bomber reflected through the glasses of Bois. Friday signaled giant explosives plunging straight down toward his position. An all-inclusive vacation with free bombs. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. A giant pillar of fire blazed high, incinerating everything in sight. From outer space, satellites recorded the terrible destructive power of the explosion, which completely wiped out 3 neighboring countries. The shattered sunglasses lay lonely on the scorched black ground, where Friday had just taken a direct hit from the hydrogen bomb, the most powerful in human history. Yet, that freakish man was completely unharmed. Immediately after, at the White House, a breaking news report was broadcast, leaving everyone stunned. An unidentified Superman has just appeared in front of the broadcasting station and identified himself as Friday. Witnessing the scene, where even nuclear submarines were easily defeated, the President of the United States, James Reagan, trembled, clenching his hands in despair, and exclaimed, "What the hell is that madman?" An officer rushed in to report to the President. "Friday is at the Capitol." James Reagan exclaimed in shock. "Friday's at the Capitol?" Receiving the grim news that the evil god was proactively waiting for him, the President made a firm decision. "Let's go to the Capitol right now." At the Capitol, a tense atmosphere hung in the air, as military forces stood ready for battle. A bodyguard anxiously advised the President, "At least wear a bulletproof vest." But Reagan understood that it was useless. He told himself that if bulletproof vests were effective, humanity wouldn't be in this desperate situation. He adjusted his tie and clenched his fists with determination. Above all, the whole world is watching. At the Capitol, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, as the military had already deployed in formation. A guard anxiously advised the President, "At least wear a bulletproof vest." But Reagan knew that would be futile. He told himself that if a bulletproof vest worked, humanity wouldn't have fallen into such a desperate state. He straightened his tie and clenched his fists with resolve. Above all, the entire world is watching. At the Capitol, a heavy, tense atmosphere loomed. As military forces were already staged and ready, a bodyguard anxiously advised the President, "At least wear a bulletproof vest." But Reagan understood that was useless. He thought to himself that if a bulletproof vest were effective, humanity wouldn't have fallen into this desperate situation. He adjusted his tie, clenching his fists in determination. Above all, the entire world is watching. At the Capitol, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as military forces prepared for the confrontation. A guard anxiously advised the President, "At least wear a bulletproof vest." But Reagan knew that it would be pointless. He reasoned that if bulletproof vests actually worked, humanity wouldn't be in this hopeless position. He adjusted his tie and clenched his fists with resolve. More importantly, the entire world is watching. At the Capitol, the air was heavy with tension, as the military stood in formation, ready for anything. While all of humanity was in shock, Friday's expression suddenly changed. He began to tell of a painful past. "So I'm the only villain, huh?" I don't know why I'm doing this. When I was young, my family was extremely poor. Every day we lived by digging through trash cans. He reminisced about those miserable days, about the mother who passed away because they had no money for the hospital, and the father who, out of desperation, fell into alcoholism, then was shot down by the police during a robbery. He bitterly exclaimed, "I was that miserable, but the world didn't care about me." It's a tear-jerking story, even when you hear it, right? But immediately after, his face suddenly became crazed, with a chilling smile. "But you know what? I'm just talking nonsense." This harsh truth, along with the death of the U.S. president, officially pushed the entire world into an irrecoverable chaos. Gunshots rang out in the middle of the snowy white forest. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally caught it. This is Bake Doha, a brave 27-year-old hunter. 5 years after the horrific Friday incident, Seoul is now nothing but desolate ruins. Under the cold snow, Doha carried his trophy on his shoulders, walking through the deserted capital and coldly trampling the poster of the evil God Friday under his boot heels. He returned to the small house with the great white bear sign, calling out a greeting. "I'm home. Post-apocalypse, yet still home on time." Seeing Yongji and Sola gathered on the floor, Doha wondered, "What are you guys doing here?" As soon as they saw his silhouette, Sola cheered with excitement seeing the giant deer. "You actually caught a deer. I told you Doha would catch it today." The little girl quickly cleared the bear snack packs on the floor, then declared, "Now this belongs to me." Immediately, a scuffle broke out in the small room. Sola screamed, "Hey, Bang Jun-sik, give that back!" Jun-sik mischievously grabbed 2 chocolate packs and ran off laughing. "Do you think I'll give it back?" Despite the girl's threat, "You're dead if I catch you," Jun-sik stubbornly challenged. "Try and catch me then." The whole house became chaotic, with sounds of chasing and screaming. "Bang Jun-sik! Park Sola! Give the chocolate back!" The only response was Jun-sik's cheeky refusal. "Never!" Watching the chaotic scene of the kids, Doha could only think helplessly. These brats. Sola's scream still echoed throughout the room. "Bang Jun-sik, you are so dead!" In the middle of a completely devastated Seoul, this noisy house was their sanctuary. Memories took Doha back to the first day he met the kids about 4 years ago. Back then, he was walking among the ruins of the city, his mind occupied only by one thought. What should I eat today? It's been a while. I'm suddenly craving spicy stir-fried bear noodles. While preoccupied with thoughts of food, he came across 2 large men, who were repeatedly banging on a room door and shouting, "Open up, you jerk! You don't open it, we're breaking it down!" Seeing Doha's appearance, the 2 strangers turned around, claiming they weren't bad guys, then casually asked, "Got any stir-fried noodles?" Survival first, fight later. Ask for food first. Doha stared blankly at the 2 in front of him, then asked with a forced smile, "Huh? Are you 2 part-time employees at the convenience store?" The man holding the hammer got furious at that attitude and roared, "Hey, you want to get crushed like a chestnut?" He crazily swung the hammer, charging straight at Doha. In just a split second, Doha had him knocked out on the ground. The hammer-wielding man trembled in pain, still not understanding what had just happened. Suddenly hitting someone like that. What did this guy do to me? He even wondered in confusion if he had accidentally hit his own stomach while swinging the hammer. Before the large accomplice could react, Doha landed a lightning-fast punch that took him out immediately. Doha looked at the employee, flattened on the ground in disappointment. This is ridiculous. This employee isn't friendly at all. Suddenly a shout rang out. "Hey, the next dish!" And before he could regain his senses, another large man rushed at him from behind, lifting Doha high into the air. He laughed sinisterly with smug satisfaction. "You're the first person to block my 2-legged strike." That means I acknowledge your talent. Doha was bewildered by his opponent's overconfidence. A two-legged strike? This guy is truly strange. He easily pinned the giant to the ground, then added a sarcastic remark. I'm so glad to be praised. Praised and then immediately knocked out. Doha turned to call a man in a floral shirt nearby. Hey, you there? Can you take this guy with you? The other guy blankly carried his heavy accomplice away, muttering constantly about the bad luck of meeting an eccentric person like Doha, happening to pick up a box of raspberry spicy noodles. Doha suddenly remembered, wasn't there another one? Inside the room, the bickering of children echoed out grumpily, Shut up, idiot. I'm trying to go to the bathroom here. Doha stepped inside and asked loudly, Is anyone here? He was stunned to realize the door hadn't even been locked. Immediately, Sola held up an umbrella, standing guard warily. Come any closer and I'll hit you. The children inside continued to squabble incessantly, calling each other stupid and idiots. In the middle of the chaos, Junsik tried to intervene. Stop fighting. We have to join forces now. But he only received a harsh rebuttal from his teammate. What are you saying? The door isn't locked, but everyone's mouth is wide open. You're the one who insisted on going to the convenience store. Now look what happened. The children's bickering rang out tensely in the dark room. While there was internal strife, Doha's appearance made the whole group jump into a defensive stance. Sola immediately rushed forward, swinging a broom forcefully to attack her. But Doha quickly blocked the strike in the blink of an eye, refusing to give up. Junsik, confident in his masterpiece, the swing developed after 9 years of life, decided to throw a finishing blow at the stranger. However, instead of hitting Doha, the strike went stray, making Yongji take the full hit and collapse on the spot. Realizing their opponent had superior strength, Junsik immediately changed his tactics. He rushed over and clung tightly to Doha's leg, crying piteously to beg for forgiveness. Despite Sola's wary attempts to stop him, he stepped closer to check and realized the children's teacher was running a very high fever. Instead of harming them as the children feared, Doha casually opened his backpack and took out a box of fever reducers. He handed it to Sola, instructing her carefully that it must be taken twice a day, and explained that he only came in here to find some food. Sorry for scaring you kids, I'm leaving now. Doha left a farewell, then asked Junsik to let go of his leg so he could depart, as the strange man's silhouette gradually faded into the distance. Sola turned to scold Junsik for his clumsy leg-clinging act just now, looking toward the teacher lying unconscious. The children understood that, if they wanted to continue surviving in this harsh world, they were forced to make an important choice from here. Unlocking system mission. Choose an adult to follow. Seeing Doha leave, the children hurriedly followed behind. Sola shouted anxiously, It's not enough just to follow him. Doha paused. He realized they were all heading the same direction, so he could only respond with a wry smile. I didn't say anything. Despite the guide's silence, the children still trudged closely at his heels through the ruined streets of Seoul. Seeing the children's determination, Doha smiled and asked, Do you want to come with me? Hearing that offer, Sola gasped in shock. Really? While Junsik was so exhausted he couldn't take another step. Since that fateful day, they have stuck together and lived with one another until now. They truly consider each other family. Seeing Doha return looking disheveled, the older sister kindly said, Your clothes are so dirty. You've worked hard, Doha. Doha excitedly boasted, Oh, sister. You know, I even brought back a deer. Knowing he was tired, the sister had prepared hot water in the bathroom, urged him to go shower immediately. Doha shed his outer layers, revealing a robust physique with rippling muscles and extremely broad shoulders. The sister proactively offered to take his shirt, but Doha tactfully declined. looking at the powerful transformation of the young man before her. She secretly marveled that Doha had improved and matured so much by now. I wonder which girl will steal you away in the future. The teasing made even the weather-beaten Hunter blush with embarrassment. Just then little Jun-sik, with his face covered in bruises, approached and asked seriously, "Young, what is the true meaning of life?" But, immediately after, the boy revealed his true intentions as he pleaded, "Teach me how to fight a little." Life philosophy ended in just 2 seconds. At night, Seoul was plunged into darkness and biting cold. Standing quietly on the balcony, Doha took a hot cup of tea from his sister. She kindly called out, "Doha, it must be cold. Drink this." Looking up at the brilliant Milky Way, Doha remarked that he had never seen so many stars in Seoul before. The sister felt a pang of nostalgia, remembering a Seoul that used to be brightly lit with lamps. Realizing the supplies for going out were running low, Doha decided, "I'm planning to visit a big supermarket." Hearing that, the sister couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Is the big supermarket dangerous? Maybe there are bad people there." Doha reassured her that for the past month, he hadn't seen a single footprint of a stranger around here. He looked toward the soundly sleeping children, where Jun-sik was still resting his leg on his teammate, making Yongji mumble in his sleep because of the weight. Doha said gently, "More importantly, Jun-sik's birthday is coming up. At the very least, I have to give the boy a good meal on his birthday." Touched by his thoughtfulness, the sister softly asked, "You've tried very hard to take care of the kids, haven't you?" Doha paused for a moment, then sincerely replied, "You and the kids are the first real family I've ever had, and that's enough for me." The statement left the sister flustered. She hurriedly urged him to go to sleep to avoid the cold. But just as Doha turned away, she unexpectedly asked, "If we're family, does that mean you're the husband? And I'm the wife?" Doha stammered in surprise. "Husband and wife?" The sister laughed and waved it off teasingly. "Just kidding." Seeing Doha still bewildered, she asked back, "Don't you like it?" Doha awkwardly defended himself. "No. No, it's cute." The small talk ended as the whole group stepped outside. Everyone gasped in awe at the sight of the white snow falling like clouds covering the streets. Yongji shivered as the temperature dropped. "I really hate the cold." Then urged everyone to go home quickly. Jun-sik and Sola were busy chasing each other, laughing happily in the snow. Jun-sik even excitedly declared he would mold the snow into the shapes of his two friends to tease them. Doha walked behind, silently smiling at the mischievous kids. Suddenly, a giant snowball rolled in from nowhere, causing everyone to scream and scatter. "Run fast! That snowball is huge!" After a while of playing hard, they created a giant snowman taller than a person. Right in the middle of the road, the group's destination finally appeared. It was an old supermarket. As soon as he saw the target, Jun-sik cheered excitedly, "The bear snacks are all mine." And Sola also hurried to claim the wax candy for herself. Doha quickly reminded everyone to slow down. Suddenly, he froze when he spotted something unusual on the dry branches nearby. "Huh? Why are the branches like—" Doha stared at the branches with a look of suspicion. He told himself that, at that time, he didn't know anything about the lurking danger. The children's voices calling out interrupted his thought. "Hurry up, Hyun. Come on, move fast, or I'll take all the bear snacks." Doha replied, "All right, I'm coming." He quickened his pace behind them. In his heart, reflections on the murky future welled up, wondering how he himself would end up as his footsteps sank deep into the thick, cold snow. Doha gave each person a safety whistle and instructed, "Each of you take one." Jun-sik asked blankly, "Where's the whistle?" Only to be scolded by Sola, "Be quiet, you idiot," while Yongji playfully blew the whistle. Doha quickly divided the group. Jun-sik goes with Yongji, while the sister will be in charge of watching Sola. Venturing deeper into the supermarket, Doha continued to give orders. Move in pairs. Don't go to other floors. If anything happens, remember to blow your whistle immediately. He set a meeting time. Assemble back here in 1 hour. With a confident smile, Doha believed everything would be fine. The group began to disperse inside the Amart supermarket, amidst the desolate space and the covering snow. At the clothing counter, the sister pondered over choosing clothes for the kids. Which one should I pick? These kids grow up so fast. Should I get a size larger? Finally, she decided, I think a proper fit would be better. Suddenly, Sola appeared in a new outfit and excitedly showed off. Sister! Look at this. I tried to dress just like you. The little girl wore a pink sweater with a long skirt, looking absolutely radiant. Even in the apocalypse, there's a mini fashion show. The sister spared no words of praise. You look much prettier than me. Right? Sola could totally be a model. Girl excitedly asked back, Really? The sister smiled. Should I pick out a few more outfits for you? Sola happily replied, Yes, I'd love that. Meanwhile, in the food section, Jun-sik was urging Yongji, Pack up these snacks. Yongji, hurry up and pack them. You know you're here because of my birthday, right? Being pressured, Yongji could only grumble. So much. Yongji was hunched over carrying a backpack piled high with snacks. He complained, Just how much more stuff are you going to take? I can't carry this much. However, Jun-sik nonchalantly replied, You think you can handle it? Don't worry, I'll stuff even more into your backpack. Despite Yongji's vehement protests and requests to keep quiet and focus, Jun-sik continued to ramble, on and on, making his friend only able to sigh wearily. Backpacks have limits, but greed does not. The weight of the food caused Yongji to lose his balance and tumble onto the floor, making snacks scatter everywhere. Jun-sik wailed in agony, My snacks! While Yongji was struggling to crawl back up amidst the mess and threatening to give Jun-sik a beating. A can of Frango's potato chips quietly rolled away. Jun-sik hurriedly ran to pick up the stray can. Yongji shouted in panic, Bang Jun-sik! But in response, there was only a terrifying silence. Jun-sik had vanished without a trace, amidst the desolate shelves. The boy looked around anxiously and wondered, Where did he go? Meanwhile, in a separate technical area of the supermarket, Doha was still quietly walking among industrial pipes and machinery, completely unaware of Jun-sik's mysterious disappearance. One side is missing mysteriously. The other is still farming loot like nothing happened. Doha walked through the tangled pipes and machines, thinking to himself, This place seems like no one has ever stepped foot here. It's so strange that a supermarket this large is still overflowing with goods. Someone should have come here looking for supplies by now. Did they leave without taking anything? Or is it that, in reality, they couldn't leave? A horrific scene appeared before Doha's eyes. Skeletons lay scattered across the cold ground. Now, the number of dead even exceeds the living, whether they want to or not. Humanity has gradually had to become accustomed to the presence of death, according to the final reports from the Black Bear Daily. In August 2025, the global death toll reached a staggering 5.7 billion people. Refugee camps sprouted across Europe, but even they couldn't salvage the situation. The world went mad, unleashing countless bombs to deal with the entity Friday, and the result was pushing the entire planet to the brink of collapse. The people of Seoul once fled in panic toward the Gangwon or Chungcheong regions, but ironically, the very place they abandoned ended up suffering the least damage. Amidst the ruins, Doha wondered where Friday was now and what he was doing. A beep from his wristwatch rang out, announcing that exactly 1 hour had passed. since they began gathering supplies. Doha quickly returned to the meeting point and saw the sister and Sola. Already waiting, the girl waved brightly in greeting. Doha smiled and checked in. Sola, did you get many things you like? The girl playfully replied. It's a secret. However, the smile on Doha's lips suddenly vanished as he looked around and saw no sign of the other two boys. He asked worriedly, Didn't Yongji and Junsik come with you? The sister also started to feel uneasy, but still tried to reassure him. Young, nothing happened, right? Average dialogue before drama explodes. Sola pouted. Those idiots are probably fighting over snacks again. But as soon as Yongji appeared with his face covered in bruises, he jumped in shock. You startled me. What happened to your face? Did you two really fight? Yongji replied resentfully. I'm not the stupid one. Noticing the abnormality, Doha immediately pressed Yongji. Where is Junsik? The boy looked around blankly. Huh? I thought he went ahead. Hasn't he come back yet? Doha's face hardened with worry. He quickly handed the bags to the sister and instructed, Sister, take this. Take Yongji and Sola to the engine room. I've checked it. It will be safe. I'll go to the spot Yongji mentioned. Seeing the sister ask worriedly what would happen to him, Doha gave a playful, reassuring smile. Don't worry. It's what a husband should do. Before her stunned expression, he laughed and ran off. Just kidding. You dare tease me. Whoever finds Junsik first, blow your whistle. The group scattered across every corner of the desolate supermarket. Calls for Junsik echoed incessantly. Yongji roared angrily. Where are you, Bang Junsik? Come out or you're dead. Doha searched through every shelf, his mouth never stopping. Junsik! Bang Junsik! Standing in the middle of the vast warehouse, Doha persisted. Junsik! If you hear me, answer. He looked down and saw a can of potato chips lying, lonely on the ground. Suddenly, from the game zone area, excited shouts rang out. Punch! Punch! Kick! Kick! Ultimate move now. Doha froze, his gaze sharp, looking straight toward the arcade that was still dimly lit. Die. In that moment, he realized some kids go missing just because they're too into games. Doha entered the arcade and found Junsik shouting excitedly in front of a screen. Ha! Come on, try and hit me. Now I'll give you a beating. Doha sighed helplessly. What are you doing here? Seeing him, the boy excitedly invited, Oh, Hung, do you want to play? Doha sternly corrected him. Stop talking nonsense. Get up. Do you know how much everyone worried about you? Junsik felt dejected hearing the order, but he had to carry the bear snacks for the whole group for the next week. To make amends, Doha suddenly froze when he heard Junsik's explanation. But that guy said we had to play first. Doha's eyes suddenly flared with a red light of alertness. That guy. Junsik continued innocently accusing his opponent. Exactly. He's terrible at this. I'm even better at playing than he is. Doha stood silent in the dark space, sensing a chilling aura radiating from behind the row of arcade machines. Doha's heart pounded. He quietly reached behind his hip, tightly gripping the handle of his battle axe, ready for a life-or-death encounter. Junsik asked blankly, Young, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Doha didn't answer. His glowing red eyes stared intently into the darkness ahead. The air grew so thick it felt as though a heavy breath would be enough to trigger a combat. From the machine came a deep, disappointed voice. I lost again. The screen clearly displayed the notification. Character Friday has won. The person sitting there muttered, This is the 9th loss in a row. Right. If this keeps up, I'm going to get hit again. No, he was horrified. He realized the person opposite was none other than the superhero Friday, the one who wiped out more than half of the world's population. He bitterly admitted that the boy's strikes, Jun-6 in the game, hurt much more than he had imagined. The man's face suddenly became distorted, his bloodshot eyes glaring with madness, along with a furious roar. "This is infuriating. A 9-game losing streak." The stranger roared in rage, making the space feel as if it had frozen solid. He understood there was no more time left to think. Right now, he could only continue to restrain himself and endure at all costs, so his family could escape from here safely. Witnessing the aura radiating from the older brother, Yongji tremblingly called out, "Hyun!" The boy wondered in shock why Doha's gaze had become so terrifying at this moment. Doha gripped the axe handle tightly in his hand, his eyes glowing red as he stared at the opponent. Without looking away for a single second, the freakish man spoke nonchalantly. "I won't harm anyone just because I lost a game. Even though I extremely hate losing." He slowly turned around with a meaningful smile. "But, you know what? After everything is finished, I promise to play hide-and-seek with that kid." His face suddenly distorted, revealing sharp teeth and a crazed smile. "So run far away, don't get caught. I won't lose again." Facing the declaration of war from the evil god, Doha's face hardened as he made a silent vow. "No matter what happens, I must protect my family until the very end." Returning to the gathering point, the sister looked at Doha in shock. "What are you saying?" "I don't understand anything, Doha." She anxiously pressed him about what had happened, seeing his urgent attitude. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, making both of them jump and turn around. Stepping out into the snow, they were stunned to see a giant pile of gifts, vibrant with colors and a large star on top, placed right in the middle of the path. Doha exclaimed in surprise, "What? Why is there a gift box here?" The sister tremblingly wondered who could have placed this pile of gifts here, in the middle of a deserted supermarket. Realizing the death game had begun, Doha gave urgent orders. "Sister, quickly pack the important things. We have to leave this place right now." The group immediately fell into a state of emergency. Sola quickly packed her backpack. Yongji rushed to stuff clothes into a bag. The life-and-death game called hide-and-seek officially began. Before they could understand the rules, they were forced to run for their lives. In a distant memory of a school sports day, young Doha silently looked at the first-place stamp, pressed onto the back of his hand, witnessing the friends around him cheering. Excited because of the victory, he silently wondered, is he happy just because he got first place? Is that really worth being that happy about? Doha's gaze was filled with sadness. He pondered what, exactly, is that truly makes a human being feel happy. Teammates are celebrating the win, while I'm like, this game isn't wow enough. He saw a mother affectionately, soothing and praising her son. "You did great. Why are you crying? My son is the coolest of all." At that time, little Doha only yearned to be first, just to hear his mother praise him like that once. But then he bitterly realized the harsh truth. "I don't know because I don't have a family." Back to the grim reality. The group was trudging across the majestic Banpo Bridge amidst the white snow to encourage the tired children. The sister gently soothed them. "Don't cry anymore. Don't cry now. Santa Claus won't give gifts to children who cry." Hearing that, Jun-6 hurriedly clarified, "I never cry, so I should get a gift, right?" But Sola immediately threw cold water on him. "We have to move because you did something bad. Santa Claus doesn't give gifts to naughty children either." The little girl even brutally revealed the truth to stop his dreaming. "You won't get a gift anyway, because Santa Claus isn't real. All this time, Santa Claus was actually Brother Doha, you dummy. Santa Claus isn't real hit." So hard that Jun-6's innocent heart probably stopped for a second. Doha silently checked his watch. It was now 4:35 p.m. Amidst the increasingly thick blizzard and the gathering darkness, The tired children asked Doha how much longer they had to walk. Doha looked ahead firmly and reassured them. We just need to cross the Han River, don't worry. We will enter the first empty house we see. Suddenly, Junsik looked around and asked curiously, I'm curious about something too. Why are there so many snowmen here? The boy pointed his hand toward the strange figures lying along the roadside and remarked, All the snowmen look really strange, but they look terrible. If these snowmen entered a beauty pageant, the judges would probably quit en masse. Looking at the bodies that had frozen solid and were buried under the thick, cold layer of snow, Doha only replied quietly to protect the children's souls. Don't mind them, they're just normal snowmen. The blizzard grew increasingly fierce, besieging the group's footsteps amidst the white void. Sola was exhausted, her breath hitching as she spoke. Sister, how much longer until we get there? I'm so tired. Doha tried to encourage her, just a little further. Our Sola can always make it, right? The sister's voice rang out full of worry from behind. Doha, when will we arrive? The kids and I are about to reach our limit. Doha could only grit his teeth and reply to reassure everyone. We're almost there. He sounded very certain, but in his head right now, things were likely spinning. Like Google Maps losing its signal. Helplessness surged within his heart, because he himself didn't know when they would finally find shelter. In the middle of this white cataclysm, looking at the snow sinking deep under his feet, he wondered since when the weather had become so harsh. The point of turning South Korea into a region, like Siberia, full of white snow and death like this. Disaster struck when Sola suddenly collapsed onto the thick, cold snow. Doha and the others rushed over in panic, shouting, Park Sola, wake up! He shook the girl hard, trying to use harsh words. Wake her will. Hey! Park Sola, if you want to sleep, do it at home. Before the children's desperate pleas for help, Doha stood frozen, his eyes glowing red with tension, realizing he was completely at a loss. Before the Grim Reaper's scythe, amidst the blinding snow, a strange figure suddenly appeared with a bright lantern in hand. He looked at the group and ordered in a firm voice, Follow me if you don't want to die here. The man led them toward an old apartment building, where the light from a single room was still dimly flickering in the winter night. As soon as they stepped into the spacious apartment, the children couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Whoa, it's even bigger than our house! Amidst the cozy space and full amenities, Doha felt slightly restless, a feeling of itching all over his body due to the sudden temperature change. Seeing the sister's reminder, kids shouted a polite greeting in unison. Thank you, sir. The strange man coldly pointed toward the corner of the room and instructed, The restroom is over there. Don't shower for too long. Hot water is limited. While Doha was still carrying Sola in his arms, Junsik was already excited at the sight of the soft bed, forcing the sister to hurriedly stop the children from barging into the rooms at will. Seeing Doha looking pensive, the old man spoke up with a harsh warning. Hey you, if you guys had arrived any later, you surely would have died. To dare wander the streets while it's snowing like this. Don't let yourself regret it later. Doha silently bowed his head in acceptance, but in his heart, suspicion couldn't help but arise. He wondered if this man was truly as kind as he appeared, and whether staying here would turn into a dangerous trap. While Doha was considering whether they should leave immediately, despite the blizzard, Junsik innocently ran up to ask the old man's permission to borrow the room, making him only able to sigh wearily. Just then the sister approached and urged, Doha, you go shower first. She smiled gently and comforted him. You've worked very hard today. A slight smile with max-level psychological damage. Before that kindness, Doha lowered his head in remorse. He confessed that in reality he himself didn't even know when they would find shelter. Yet he still kept forcing everyone to push a little further. He choked up, apologizing for almost making the whole family lose their lives in the blizzard. The sister looked at him with understanding eyes. She admitted that the family had indeed been in danger, but she understood that no matter what he did, Doha always thought of everyone else first. She gently reached out to touch his face and advised, "So I hope you don't carry everything on your own. I've told you already, we are family." A simple sentence, yet powerful enough to make long-running dramas jealous of its impact. She playfully brushed his hair back and teased him that when he sweeps his hair back to show his forehead, he looks much more handsome. Looking at the sister's radiant smile, the burden and tension in Doha's heart seemed to lifty. Amidst the freezing night, the light from the old apartment still flickered, shining through the blinding snow. In the corner of the room, the old landlord silently lit a cigarette, his heavy eyes looking at an old family photo in his hand. He sighed sorrowfully. Where have they all gone? Doha stepped out after finishing his shower, drying his hair while calling out, "Sister, I'm done showering. It's your turn." The sister happily replied, "All right." She turned to call the blonde girl, "Sola, let's go bathe." After the two had left, Doha sat alone with a map of Seoul spread out before him. He looked as stressed as if he were taking a university entrance exam in a blizzard. He silently calculated, "We have crossed to the south of the Han River, but I still lack information about this area." His eyes clearly showed worry as he told himself he must take everyone away from Friday, as far as possible, even if they have to cross the sea to find safety. Seeing Jun-sik sitting on the floor happily eating potatoes, the boy excitedly invited, "Santa, want some potatoes?" "There are plenty here." Doha approached, asking with a serious expression about what happened at the supermarket. "Jun-sik, about what happened at the supermarket. What did you say to that man?" The boy innocently replied, "We were just playing together." As Doha pressed for what kind of game it was, suddenly a hand with long fingers full of murderous intent pressed against the glass door, accompanied by a cold voice. "Found you, kid." Friday's crazed face appeared right outside the window with glowing red eyes. Doha gasped in shock. Meanwhile, Jun-sik still innocently pointed his finger. "It's that guy who's bad at gaming." Doha trembled in fear, unable to believe he could track them all the way here. Friday wore a chilling smile, radiating blazing energy as he declared, "I won the game of hide-and-seek." Doha screamed in desperate trembling, "Run fast!" Before they could run, everything exploded, fast as a fast-forwarded action movie. Immediately, a violent burst of energy erupted, blowing away everything in the vicinity, turning the warm shelter into a blazing sea of fire. Doha was thrown out of the building. He fell freely through the air, helplessly watching the fire devour his family. Amidst the flaming ruins, the sister's voice rang out in urgent desperation. "Jun-sik, hold my hand tight. I will pull you up." Friday hovered high above like a grim reaper, nonchalantly enjoying the scene of destruction he had just created. Witnessing that scene, Doha gritted his teeth in agony. This is not allowed to happen. Images of the children and the hardships they had overcome together constantly flashed back in his mind, from life-and-death moments to peaceful times. When the whole family built a snowman together, everything played out like a slow-motion film. Unfortunately, this is a tragedy, not a comedy where you can skip the heartbreaking parts. The sister's gentle smile was the final ray of light, urging him that he was not allowed to fall back to reality. Friday still stood there, towering amidst the enveloping flames. The building was collapsing. What does family mean to you? That question kept echoing in Doha's mind. To him, family was more precious than anything in the world. The image of the sister and the three children playing under the sunset returned like a beautiful, yet painful memory fragment. Reality struck back with brutal cruelty. Doha stood still, his face covered in wounds, watching his family be swallowed by the fiery nightmare. At that moment, the old landlord's voice rang out beside him. "It's lucky that both of us survived." The old man looked toward the building burning fiercely, noting that the thick layer of snow had saved the two of them from the grim reaper's scythe. But he also threw cold water on Doha's fragile corpse. "But as for your family, I wouldn't be so sure." Disregarding his wounds, Doha used his bare hands to frantically dig through the cold rubble, crying out each of their names through tears. "Sister! I'm speaking. Can you hear me? Sola! Yongji! Junsik! Someone, please answer. Please." Just one response. Doha's cries for help drifted into the silent night. "We've already searched everywhere." The old man looked sorrowfully at Doha's mangled, blood-soaked hands. "Look at your hands. Are you planning to destroy them? How can we even know if they're alive or dead?" But Doha remained on his knees, steadfast in the only belief he had left. "No, they are still alive. My family is definitely still alive." The old man looked at Doha sternly and shot back. "So if they are dead, are you going to die with them?" Doha roared in ultimate resentment. "Damn it! Then what do you want me to do? What meaning is there in a world without family?" For this lone hunter, this was the first time. In his life, he had a family that truly belonged to him, and he could not accept losing them so easily. In his moment of deepest despair, a strange man suddenly appeared and firmly asserted, "They are still alive." He nonchalantly stated that he had, personally, witnessed everything that had just happened. Like a drowning man clutching at a straw, Doha tremblingly approached and asked urgently, "Wait, really? My family is still alive, right? All four of them are alive, aren't they?" In response to that anticipation, the guy only gave a sinister smile. "Ha! You really are easy to fool." He began to show his opportunistic nature by setting conditions. "But I can't give out information for free. I'm hungry, understand?" The man casually demanded that Doha bring enough food for 20 people here, and didn't forget to add that if there was tuna, spiced canned ones would be even better. Witnessing this act of profiteering, the old landlord immediately spoke up in warning. "Don't deceive him like that. Do you think I don't know you're making things up, just to get food?" Being exposed instantly, the fat man flew into a rage and roared, "You bastard! Trying to purposely make me out to be the bad guy? Fine, suit yourself. If you don't want to listen, then don't." Being called out on his dark intentions, his reaction was faster than a strong Wi-Fi signal. As he was about to turn and leave, Doha shouted out. Doha declared, "Besides tuna, what else do you need? I will bring it all to you." The strange man continued to make greedy demands. "In that case, stir-fried noodles and snacks too." The order list grew longer. Then a weekend supermarket super combo deal. Doha stood still in the snow, his eyes heavy within anguish as he clung to a fragile promise. Witnessing that scene, the old landlord couldn't help but feel concerned and asked, "Are you really going to believe his words?" He advised Doha that he needed to stay calm right now, because clearly that guy was only exploiting his situation to bargain for supplies. However, Doha's eyes still showed clear determination. He replied, "Whether he is lying or not, we have to extract something from him." Doha turned to look at the old man with wonder. "I don't understand why you are acting this way, sir. We don't even know each other this much." The old man looked pensive, his face etched with lines of hardship. "But you don't understand, do you? What it feels like to lose a family." He reminded Doha that this cruel world is always ready to snatch away even the smallest shreds of hope. With eyes full of life experience, the old man advised him not to throw his life away after struggling to survive this far, but to keep on living until the very end. Before venturing into the thick snow, Doha bowed his head to express his gratitude. "Thank you for last night. If I have the chance, I will repay your kindness." His lonely back gradually faded into the blinding blizzard, taking his mind back to another painful memory. In the flashback, Doha asked the sister in a panic, "Sister, what's wrong?" The sister, her face full of anxiety and regret, sobbed. "The children, they haven't come home yet. They said they'd be right back, so I let them go. It's all my fault." Seeing her blame herself, Doha quickly reassured her, placing his hand firmly on her shoulder. "Calm down. Nothing has happened yet." He gently told her to stay home and wait, because the children might return at any moment, while he himself would head out immediately to find them. Doha wandered under the sunset, his heart heavy with anxious thoughts. Where did they go? They should have been home a long time ago. His thoughts spun continuously as if his brain had automatically switched to panic mode. Just as he was about to touch the door, a loud bang rang out along with vibrant ribbons. Leaving him frozen in place, the children and the sister shouted in unison with excitement, "Happy birthday!" Doha stood there bewildered, beads of sweat rolling down, as he realized the mysterious disappearance of the kids was just to create this surprise. "So you guys went missing just for this? And it wasn't even his actual birthday. To be exact, it's been 1 year since we met you. Since we don't know your real birthday, we decided today is your day." The sister also approached apologetically. "Sorry for making you worry." She mentioned that the children were truly dedicated to making a cake for him by hand. Solala excitedly brought out the small cream cake and urged to blow out the candles before they all melt. But before he could blow them out, June-6 snuck a bite, making the girl blow up and scream, "You idiot, don't eat it yet." Witnessing that noisy yet warm scene, an indescribable emotion welled up inside Doha. It was sincere love for his family, a feeling of warmth that he had never known throughout his lonely life. Before, under the brilliant sunset, Doha flashed his happiest smile, as a tear rolled down his cheek from being moved. Returning to the cold reality, looking at the mountain of supplies piled at his feet, the fat man couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Wow!" He frantically grabbed the food with a gleeful face. Not just tuna, but candy and noodles, too. This truly is a grand feast. Watching him, one would think he just hit the jackpot. Rather than just haggling, Doha coldly replied that since he didn't know what the man liked, he brought everything to trade for. Information. "So, where is my family?" Man's expression suddenly shifted, becoming serious as he told Doha to listen carefully. He revealed that Friday had charged straight in and slammed into the apartment building, and immediately after that he completely vanished. The fat man smiled sinisterly, nonchalantly dropping a bombshell. There wasn't a single trace left. After hearing this, anyone would want to rewind their life to check if they misheard. Doha froze, cold sweat trickling down his face. He stammered in disbelief. "Wait, what are you saying? Did I hear that wrong?" But the scammer just joked around casually. He said he must have forgotten because he was hungry. Then demanded Doha bring more tuna so he could remember. Rage erupted as Doha roared, "You dare lie to me? You dare play games with my family?" The man changed his tune, smirking defiantly. "Ah, so what about family? You think you're the only one with a family?" He mocked Doha's kindness as pathetic and revealed their true nature as those who had already tasted blood. Large henchmen began to emerge from behind, surrounding Doha with a heavy, murderous aura. One of them even threw out an insult, referring to the physique of the sister who was with him, in an extremely indecent tone. That was Doha's final limit. Without giving the opponent time to react, he threw a lightning-fast punch that sent the brute tumbling. He lunged into a frantic attack, venting all his resentment on the one who just insulted his family. The brutal Strikes left the enemy with no ability to resist. The scene became catastrophic under the hunter's rage. The fat man and his gang stood frozen in terror. He screamed, accusing Doha of playing dirty for daring to strike. Before he had even finished speaking, losing the fight, so he turns to accusation. Losing because of the rules is quite a logic. He panicked and wailed when he saw his comrade seriously injured. "You bastard! Hitting me before I'm done talking? This is plain dirty. What if you killed him?" Doha stopped, repeating the man's earlier threat, then dropped a sarcastic remark. "Didn't you say you've killed before? What a coincidence. This isn't my first time either." The fat man burst into laughter at Doha's declaration. Aha! He disdainfully thought Doha was just lucky to land a few hits and started acting superior. "Do you know who we are, kid? We are professionals. Confidence is good, though usually right before getting beaten again." He smugly asserted that their whole lives consisted only of eating, sleeping, and practicing martial arts. He bragged about the past, being pushed through harsh training, camp since they were children too. Assert one thing. This means, "You're not on our level, you useless piece of junk." Immediately after, he gave orders to his subordinates. "Now get a real taste of pain." Doha was besieged by the circle of hulking men. His breathing became heavy. A man in an orange suit stepped forward, roughly grabbing his hair and pulling it back. He proudly introduced himself as being ranked second in the semi-heavyweight division and insulted, "And trash like you doesn't deserve to step foot in a gym." In the face of his threats, he showed no fear and calmly asked again, "Where is my family?" This question drove the fighter mad for being ignored. He repeatedly rained brutal blows upon Doha and roared, "Didn't you hear what I said?" He screamed frantically about his ranking and challenged, "I said I'm ranked #2 in the semi-heavyweights. You have the guts? Land a hit on me, you idiot." Seeing Doha still silently enduring the beating at his feet, he smugly asked, "Don't you dare. You're evading my question." However, amidst the bone-deep pain, Doha calmly realized a harsh truth. Through the opponent's attitude, he whispered to himself, "So you really don't know?" A cold leg snap made the fighter scream in agony. Ah, my leg." Doha slowly stood up. The one who was so smug moments ago was now writhing in pain, trembling and howling. "Call a doctor." Witnessing the disastrous scene, the fat man grit his teeth in disdain. Pathetic. He frantically ordered all of his henchmen, "Everyone, get him!" A brutal brawl officially erupted. Doha lunged into the crowd like a wild beast uncaged, unleashing lightning-fast kicks, leaving the opponents no time to react. Each of his punches landed straight on the enemy's faces, rendering them unable to resist. He moved like a phantom, appearing and disappearing. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, he continuously dealt lethal blows, knocking down each man with absolute precision. One tried to lunge in to grab his legs, but was immediately met with Doha's powerful elbow to the nape, powering down on the spot before he could even get a grip. Doha at this moment was no different from a grim reaper, unleashing his wrath. Every time he swung his arm, another man was sent flying, falling unconscious. Amidst the wreckage, Doha grabbed a large man and used superhuman strength to slam him onto the floor, making the ground seem to shake. Doha stood tall amidst the horrific scene, breathing coldly while looking at the remaining men. The professional fighter suddenly closed in, locking Doha tight and roaring in fury. "You bastard, you dare cross the line like that?" He smugly claimed he had been too easy, which was why Doha had the chance to act out, while issuing a disdainful threat. "Just because I went easy. Who do you think you are? On the ring, you'd be dead already." However, Doha showed no sign of fear. He coldly shot back with a defiant tone. Aim for my throat instead of rambling. Immediately, he launched a lightning-fast counterattack, spinning around to reverse the lock on the opponent's arm. A sickening crack rang out, causing the fighter's face to distort in agony. He screamed piteously, "My arm!" The bone-deep pain made him collapse, only able to clutch his broken arm and moan. Doha didn't give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. He delivered a lightning-fast kick straight to the fighter's neck, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Witnessing their comrades lying scattered at the hunter's feet, the remaining henchmen wondered in shock. Well, what the hell? Is he even human? The leader screamed frantically, cursing his subordinates as idiots, to hide the surging fear within. In their desperation, they began grabbing anything that could serve as a weapon, from spiked clubs to iron pipes, then frantically egged each other on. Just grab whatever is in your hand and charge at him. A man holding a baseball bat yelled in hopelessness, trying to use numbers and weapons to reassure himself. However, deep down, they all understood a bitter truth. No matter what weapon they used, or how many there were, they still couldn't defeat the man in front of them. A clear sense of defeat enveloped the lackeys. I quit, making a grand declaration, then retreating, faster than a 100 niem sprint. Confusion spread as they began to ask themselves, why do we have to fight him? The fat man stood stunned at the scene, unable to believe his eyes. What is happening? We are all former athletes, yet we still lost? That's impossible. Doha stood tall in front of the fat man, asking coldly, "What are you thinking?" He trembled, sweat pouring off him like rain as he stammered, "I'm sorry." Immediately, a powerful punch struck the fat man's ribs, making him howl in pain. An apology like this? If it were me, I'd punch him a few more times. Doha looked at the man writhing on the ground with a sharp gaze and declared, "Don't end it with just a sorry like that." The fat man knelt down, crying and begging. "Yes, sir, I'm sorry for lying. I'm truly sorry." He tried to justify his cowardice. But that's not a crime punishable by death, right? Doha leaned in close to his face, his voice low and harsh. Not punishable by death. Sensing the terrifying aura, the fat man shrieked in fear. "Wait! Don't kill me! Your family, they are still alive." Hearing this, his life suddenly regained its value. Doha immediately froze, his gaze wavering for a split second. Really? But immediately after, Doha's eyes flared with a deadly red light. He sneered. "You think I'd say that? I'm not stupid enough to fall for it twice." This plot twist probably made the fat man's blood pressure drop on the spot. The fat man wailed piteously in total panic. He frantically pointed into the distance and screamed, "It's not like that. Go ask him yourself. Ask Friday." Doha went still upon hearing that fateful name. He pensively repeated, "Ask him." The fat man tremblingly confirmed, "Yes, you can meet Friday." Doha frowned with suspicion when the name was mentioned. The Church of Heroes. It was a newly risen religion, with posters touting the slogan, "You too can become a hero." Doha sat on top of the fat man in the middle of the basketball court, coldly pressing for the nature of this cult. He confessed that it was an organization that worshipped Friday like a living saint. The strangest thing was that the leaders had granted themselves the title of heroes. In this era of doom, Doha only found it insane. However, this was no ordinary cult, because they had been officially recognized by Friday and allowed to exist under him. Seeing Doha remain silent, the fat man tried to explain further, but was immediately stepped on brutally. A scream of pain echoed through the space. Doha growled, "Get straight to the point!" The fat man cried and screamed at the same time, "I mean, you can meet Friday through the Church of Heroes." Doha continued to use his weight to suppress him, leaving the opponent only able to moan in despair under The sole of his shoe. He coldly summarized the issue. In short, you're telling me to go ask them myself. The fat man nodded repeatedly, affirming that it was the only way, and the surest way to find the whereabouts of the evil god and his family. He explained that the Church of Heroes was the only human group actually able to communicate with Friday. According to him, the people there were completely different and possessed powers that ordinary people did not. Doha looked at the fat man prostrating at his feet and ordered, "Then lead me there." The fat man's face distorted in terror as he tremblingly refused. "No way. You think I'm crazy enough to go back to that place?" In the distance, the majestic cathedral of the Church of Heroes appeared, towering and full of mystery. Amidst the cold night, a little girl named Nyan excitedly ran toward a man, wearing a black cloak, and cheered. "Hero, look at this! I'm back, Hero." The little girl proudly showed off the picture she had just drawn, but the man only calmly reminded her, "Nyan, you should knock before entering going." When the girl muttered an apology, he gently stroked her head and comforted. No need to apologize. He wore her a smile full of hidden meaning and dropped a philosophical line. A child's mistake is an adult's responsibility. This is Gyansu, one of the leaders of the Church of Heroes, worshipped by the people. Back to reality. The fat man took a puff of his cigarette, while explaining to Doha that since these people frequently meet Friday, the only way to reach the evil god is through those fanatics. With a face full of worry, he looked at Doha and said, "But if I can give you one piece of advice." The fat man growled a warning. "Don't go to the Jamsel headquarters." The fat man tremblingly asserted that the one called a hero there, you will soon realize, is a madman even worse than Friday. Beneath his priest's robes, Gunsu revealed a back covered in fierce tattoos. As he knelt at the feet of the giant Friday statue, he called that brutality, the love that Lord Friday wants to bestow upon us. The priests of the Church of Heroes sincerely believe that Friday is the savior of humanity. To them, the one who destroyed this world is not an evil god, but the one and only savior. Their reverence does not stop at mere worship, but has distorted into an extreme fanaticism. They yearn to become just like Friday, the only superhuman remaining on this earth. Those who could not attain innate superpowers made a brutal choice to prove their sincerity. They decided to become heroes in their own way, a way filled with blood and violence. Amidst the silent, dark night, the majestic cathedral looms menacingly. Looking from afar, one can tell it's not a place for a free tour. Here, the fanatics act in the name of it. Friday to enforce monstrous doctrines. We will eventually realize the love that Lord Friday bestows upon us. The reason Ginsu punishes the followers until they can no longer resist is simply because of Friday. He nonchalantly snatches the lives of others just because they dared to insult the holy place by wearing dirty shoes inside. Every hero in the cult worships Friday. But Ginsu's devotion has gone up a notch, becoming an uncontrollable madness. To call him a hardcore fan would be an understatement. He is the hero Ginsu of the Jamsel faction, the head of this cathedral. Memories of an abused and tear-filled childhood seem to have molded the monster of the present. While Ginsu was immersed in his own conceit, a sturdy figure suddenly appeared, shattering the gloomy atmosphere of the cathedral. With a sharp, cold gaze, Beg Doha entered and declared, "I don't care about those trivial matters." He looked directly at the cult leader and growled, "Where is Friday?" Doha's eyes flared with a red light, full of resentment as he looked at the madness around him. He uttered in disdain, "Damn cult." In the face of the stranger's defiant appearance, Gunsu kept a sinister smile on his lips and nonchalantly asked, "Who are you?" He looked around in wonder. Since there were supposed to be followers guarding this place, Doha coldly pointed behind him, to where a pile of people lay scattered, and asked back, "Followers, you mean this crowd?" Unflinching before the authority of the cult leader, Doha roared decisively, "Drag that bastard Friday out here." Gunzu immediately froze and repeated, "That bastard Friday?" Then he flashed a bizarre smile and asked back, "Is he a friend of yours?" Doha continued to provoke him with a sarcastic tone. "Or should I call him that piece of trash, Friday?" Immediately, he took the initiative and lunged to attack at extreme speed. However, Gunzu reacted in time with a terrifying alertness. In the blink of an eye, Doha realized in shock that he had been sent flying backward. This hero's speed far exceeded all expectations. He delivered a fatal kick, making Doha freefall and collide violently with the ground. A cloud of dust exploded from the rubble. After the soul-crushing impact, Gunzu sat nonchalantly on the pile of bricks, dusting himself off and uttering a sarcastic remark. "Goodness, you were quite aggressive yourself." Witnessing the lightning-fast exchange, the fat guide stood frozen in place, sweating buckets out of sheer terror. He couldn't believe his eyes at that terrifying reaction speed, silently marveling that even a former athlete like him couldn't keep up with those movements at all. The fat man realized in shock that both Doha and Gunzu were entities far beyond ordinary humans. He tremblingly wondered, since when this country had become infested with such scary monsters. Suddenly, Gunzu lunged forward and grabbed the fat man's face, his eyes wide with madness and a bone-chilling smile. He roared at the insult of someone daring to blaspheme the Holy One, and openly trampling through the majestic shrine with their shoes. Looking toward Doha, who was struggling to get up from the rubble, Gunzu coldly warned, "Don't make me repeat myself." Standing amidst the debris, Doha growled decisively, "I don't have time. Bring Friday here. Keep it short and stop circling around like a sermon." He roared, "Hurry up!" and delivered a thunderous stomp, making the entire majestic cathedral tremble. Amidst the silent night, Doha gasped in shock. "What is this?" Right behind his back, Gunzu had appeared with a sinister smile. "As expected, you do have some skill. To dare shout so loudly like that." To the hunter's amazement, he launched a lightning-fast attack and declared, "But it's still not enough." Thin but incredibly sharp wires began to wrap tightly, binding Doha's body. Gunzu looked smugly at his bound prey. Now, don't try to struggle. These are fishing lines I used to hunt blue marlin." He nonchalantly spoke of blue marlins weighing over 900 kg, with strength beyond imagination, to emphasize the hopelessness of Doha's current situation. However, Gunzu suddenly paused in doubt when he saw Doha still straining to resist, causing the fishing lines to stretch to their limit across his sturdy, wound-covered back. Looking at the crisscrossing scars on Doha's back, Gunzu remarked that it seemed he had lived through a past that was far from peaceful. But Doha didn't bother to care about that scrutiny. He braced himself, snapped the heavy-duty fishing lines, and roared, "Stop scrutinizing me! I told you to bring Friday here now." Gunzu was stunned to see his giant fish-hunting weapon subdued. He was delighted, realizing he had truly caught a big fish. Gunzu admitted Doha was qualified to make that demand, since he was the one who yearned to meet Lord Friday. Doha was stunned to hear that name once again. Amidst the snow-covered night, a luxury car rolled through the ruins of Saul. Sitting in the car, Doha poignantly realized it had been 5 years since the end of the world. He never thought he'd have the chance to sit in a car ever again. Doha wondered why he had ended up in this situation, sitting in the same vehicle with the man, the cult leader. Gunzu took the initiative to start a conversation. "Your name is Bake Doha, right?" He began a philosophical lecture on the long flow of human history. where, according to him, violence is the only thing that has always endured. The lecture felt as long as history itself, but the conclusion was wrapped up in a fist. Gunsu argued that looking back at history, humans have never stopped killing one another, despite having countless other ways to resolve things. But Ginsu asserted that violence is always a clearer and faster solution than mere words. He looked at Doha with a sinister smile, and suggested that he was the same when he didn't get the answers he wanted. When words are powerless, violence takes the throne. Doha coldly asked back, "What do you mean?" Suddenly, the scream of a man in the car cut through the atmosphere. "A new player has appeared! Look!" Doha's appearance caused a stir among the crowd outside. They gossiped. The hero brought back a rookie, while marveling at his impressive height. "He looks at least 190 centimeters tall, doesn't he?" Doha looked out the window with suspicion. What is wrong with these people? When the subordinate respectfully announced they had arrived, Gunsu stepped out of the car and continued his sermon, stating that all human emotions are linked to violence. He asserted, in other words, violence is a gift bestowed by God. He argued that even in movies, heroes must use violence to win, even though Doha had used wrong words and actions toward Lord Friday. Gunsu saw a special potential in Doha. "Doha, you have enough potential." Standing under the shadow of the giant Friday statue, he made a haunting invitation. "Come with me." Gunsu led Doha to the arena, where he asserted that Doha could become a hero. The panoramic view of Seoul Stadium appeared brilliantly, with laser lights scanning across the night sky, signaling that a brutal game was about to begin. It looks grand like this, but the content is definitely not for children. At the second basement level of Seoul Stadium, where the main arena of the Church of Heroes in Jamsil is located, a wild atmosphere is enveloping everyone. The cheers echo throughout the stands as two daredevils step out to face each other in a battle of life and death. First is Mark Diamond, a giant brute with a sturdy body like a block of mobile steel. While he proudly raises his fist, roaring disdainfully at the crowd, shouting, "Come on, you losers." His opponent is a thin, frail old man, who looks as if he is at death's door. In the face of the giant's humiliation, the old man can only mutter bitterly, "Respect your elders, you bastards!" The battle begins with an absurdity disproportionate in terms of physique. Mark Diamond advances tower-like, swinging his massive hand intending to crush his tiny opponent. The crowd above cheers frantically. "Give the old man a beating!" cheering enthusiastically as if watching a football match. Only difference is there's no second half. A cruel truth is affirmed. This is violence. The story suddenly shifts back to 5 years ago, at Mount Beju. This was when Gunsu was only 24 years old, before becoming a hero of the Church of Heroes. At this time, he was still a soldier in the United States Marine Corps. Back then, humanity was frantically fleeing from the pursuit of Friday, who was scattered everywhere across the world to find a way to live. However, not long after they were discovered, Friday appeared proudly and uttered sarcastically, "What are you hiding here for? Standing before the presence of the evil god." Gunsu and the survivors could only kneel in despair. That was the moment of intersection between ultimate despair and extreme terror. Friday looked down at the trembling crowd and spoke wearily. "You know, I'm starting to get bored. Show me a different reaction. What used to be natural joy now quickly becomes tedious," making him feel tired with the repetitive reactions of humanity. He coldly blamed the victims kneeling at his feet. "You people are too much, forcing me to play the villain." Therefore, Friday had only one choice left: to find amusement, destroy humanity. He raised his hand high, summoning giant fireballs from the sky, pouring them down like rain. Grand effects, though unfortunately no tickets for a second viewing. Friday flashed a cruel smile as he witnessed the scene of extinction, and nonchalantly said, "I want to witness something new." Desperate screams echoed everywhere, as people realized there was nowhere left to run. Only 15 short minutes remained before the world completely collapsed. One day, amidst the sea of blazing fire, a young man wondered in shock if he would have to die a tragic death like this. Now they die. He regretted that even until death he had never been loved, hating that he hadn't lived more freely, instead of slaving away for the capitalists. Classic case of life's deadline arriving before remembering to live. Beside him, a young girl clutched her head, sobbing in ultimate pain. She didn't want to die and yearned to continue living. The dark nature of humanity surged powerfully as death drew near. A man frantically grabbed the crying girl, forcing her to smile for him in the midst of the nightmare. Others also began to lunge at and tear each other apart, nonchalantly thinking that everyone would have to die anyway. A burly worker took this opportunity to vent his resentment, punching down the boss who had once looked down on him and challenging him to try pulling those tricks in front of him one more time. Once facing the Grim Reaper, the true nature of humanity gradually revealed itself. Amidst the sea of blazing fire, the survivors no longer sought to help one another, but instead there were crazed laughs. It's wonderful. A survival game where everyone chose the madness motto. Ironically, those brutal acts spread rapidly like a plague. Women with twisted smiles, people frantically lunging to attack each other and screaming, "Stop pretending to flatter me, you old fox." Humanity on the brink of extinction. The scene, at this moment, was truly a chaotic hell where the strongest vented their rage on their own kind and roared, "Die, you bastard!" Yes, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Even Friday, standing from above observing this massacre, couldn't help but be surprised. "Why are you only showing me this drama now?" He wore a radiant smile, for the first time, feeling satisfied by the chaos of humanity. Lord Friday delighted in the demise of mankind, and it was thanks to that madness that the apocalypse was ironically delayed. Back to reality. Sun Tzu nonchalantly explained to Doha that what saved humanity right now was violence. He wore a sinister smile, his eyes glowing red with fanaticism. Therefore, to express gratitude to Lord Friday, I organize this festival every day. Sounds like a festival, but the content is banned for children, and even sane adults. Doha grit his teeth in disgust at the madness of the man before him. He thought to himself, "You're doing all this just to entertain Friday? This guy is truly insane." He couldn't believe it. All of this brutality was actually occurring for the sole pleasure of the evil god Friday. On the arena floor, Mark Diamond was still frantically raining blows down on the poor old man and laughing loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha! That's right. This is what I want. A battle without rules is a true battle." He roared, insulting his opponent as a damn old geezer, before unleashing thunderous punches, leaving the scene covered in tragic wounds. "My performance has only just begun." Mark Diamond laughed with delight, but immediately paused in doubt. The battered old man suddenly spoke. "Young man, your blows are heavy, but you're aiming at the wrong spot. I have no teeth, nothing left to break, so just consider it like I'm wearing a mouthguard." The old man's face looked completely eerie, driving Mark Diamond mad. He roared, "What kind of nonsense logic is that?" A bone-chilling slicing sound rang out. Mark Diamond clutched his face, screaming piteously in pain. "Ah, my eyes!" 1 second talking big, the next second a victim. The surrounding crowd was stunned, witnessing the old man's thin hands, having just performed a brutal eye gouge. Mark Diamond collapsed onto the arena floor, lying motionless at the old man's feet. To everyone's utter amazement, the old man calmly wiped the blood from his hands. Mocking, "You brat! Dare to be insolent to your elder! This world is truly upside down. I really hate kids these days." The old man's laughter, "Ho, ho, ho," rang out amidst the extreme fervor of the audience. The crowd cheered frantically. "That old man is awesome! This is a real fight." Witnessing that brutal scene, Doha wondered in shock. What the hell is going on here? Gunsu approached and nonchalantly remarked, "Everyone looks so excited, don't they?" Noticing Doha's attitude, he wore a sinister smile. "You're wrong. Violence carries within it a divine power. Only now do we realize its true value, something that was once clouded by prejudice. So don't worry, you'll understand soon enough." Doha clenched his fists, his voice tight with impatience. "Stop the nonsense! I came here to see Friday." Despite that harsh attitude, Gunsu remained perfectly unbothered. He softly asked if he was being too roundabout. Suddenly, he played a trump card that left Doha speechless. "You're looking for your family, aren't you? Han Zuyain, Bang Jun-seok, Sol Yongji, and Park Soleil, right?" Doha was stunned, cold sweat trickling down as he heard those familiar names. "How do you know those names?" Having grasped the opponent's weakness, Gunsu flashed a triumphant smile and made a haunting invitation. "So, do you want to join the match now?" An invitation that sounds like recruitment, but the salary is paid in lives. He leaned in close. His red eyes stared straight into Doha's mind to repeat it. "The only condition?" "Let me repeat it one more time. If you become a hero, you will get to meet Lord Friday." Gunsu urged Doha to stop just standing there, and immediately join the life-and-death battle. He roared with excitement, demanding Doha reveal his true nature. "And show me your violence." Sounds like a casting show, except if you fail, you disappear. A mysterious woman with short hair and pointed ears silently observed from above. She softly repeated with hidden meaning, "That's right. Show me your violence." Her gaze was fixed on Doha as she wondered, "Is Bake Doha that black-haired guy?" Looking toward the hunter standing in the middle of the floor, she nonchalantly affirmed, "It seems he is a gladiator under my management." Gunsu leaned close to Doha's ear, his eyes flashing with crazed excitement, as he made the final offer. "So if you want to meet Lord Friday, show me your violent nature," he roared hauntingly, demanding the hunter reveal his most primitive brutality. "Right here in this arena." Without a moment of hesitation, Doha's face hardened, his eyes glowing red with determination as he replied, "Then set up the match right now. I will crush them all before the day is over." Doha's decisiveness made Gunsu exclaim in surprise, "Oh, really?" However, he quickly wore a sinister smile and reminded him that the festival ends at 10 p.m., so everything needs more thorough preparation. Gunsu placed a hand on Doha's shoulder. "Don't worry, we will prepare everything fully. So let's move the schedule to tomorrow." He led Doha past the giant Friday statue, and didn't forget to emphasize an iron rule. And Doha, there is one rule you must follow. Violence outside the ring is strictly forbidden." Doha asked back in confusion. "What? The law sounds moral, but the application is a bit selective for Gunsu. To him, violence is a faith more sacred than anything else, and using it vulgarly outside the arena is nothing short of divine blasphemy." He suddenly turned toward the shadows and called out, "Hana, over here!" A woman with short, edgy hair and a piercing gaze stepped out from behind the stands. Gunsu spoke politely. "I'm sorry for calling you in on your day off." The girl replied calmly, "It's fine, Mr. Gunsu." He announced that he would hand Doha over to her for management and responsibility. As soon as he saw the woman's face clearly, Doha completely froze, sweat pouring down from the shock. He gasped out unconsciously. "Huh? Sister?" The silhouette of the woman before him resembled his missing older sister so much that it caused Doha to be mistaken for a brief moment. His heart felt as if it tightened at this cruel coincidence. The next morning, at a high-rise building welcoming the brilliant dawn, Doha was frantically throwing himself into training to prepare for the upcoming life-and-death battle. He performed a spectacular, one-handed handstand, revealing a sturdy physique with rippling muscles. Drenched in sweat, Doha channeled all his resentment and strength into every fiber, ready to turn himself into the most violent monster to find his family. Doha silently gazed at the family photo, where the happy smiles of the children and his sister seemed to give him strength amidst the brutal reality. He let out a tired sigh, soaked in sweat after a long night of restless training. From behind, Hana spoke with admiration. "That's impressive. To be alone with a woman, and actually only focus on training, without even sleeping." For a bit, she approached, with a slightly sulky expression. "My pride is a bit hurt, you know." Doha turned to look at her with a cold gaze and asked directly, "What are you trying to say?" Hana nonchalantly explained that her job was to care for and analyze the gladiators. But above all, she felt extremely curious about the man in front of her. She reached out to touch the rippling muscles on Doha's chest, but then quickly withdrew it upon seeing his attitude. She smiled slightly with hidden meaning. "Sorry, it's nothing. Let's head to the arena." Hana signaled as the dawn began to break. Their destination was the Jamsil headquarters of the Church of Heroes, where a giant Friday statue stood majestically atop the stadium. A statue this big must be quite a spiritual boost. Doha couldn't help but be shocked witnessing the massive crowd, carrying luggage and flocking toward the cathedral. He silently marveled. So many people. Where did they all come from? Hana calmly explained, "About 10,000 people." Doha exclaimed in surprise. 10,000 people? Just for a match like this? This event probably doesn't even need ads to sell out. She looked toward the enthusiastic crowd and asserted that watching fights is inherently a pleasure, primitive to humans. In a world of ruins, these people, weary from the struggle for survival, only want to find a way to escape the harsh reality. And the Jamsil cult gave them the answer they craved, standing before the giant statue of the evil god. Hana softly spoke of the pleasure of violence. She wondered if Gunsu, the person who bestows that pleasure upon humanity, isn't actually a hero. Begged Doha, coldly brushed it off. "Don't talk nonsense." He looked straight into her eyes and asserted that one who sets up an arena for violence to run wild can absolutely not be called a hero. Doha cast his eyes down at the people crowding below. It's ironic that in a situation no different from the apocalypse, people still voluntarily line up neatly, just to wait to watch a life-and-death match. Hana reminded him that he only needs to follow one single rule: no violence outside the arena. Doha looked pensively at the crowd. He realized that violence makes some people miserable, but makes others happy. Sounds like a paradox, yet it's happening right before his eyes. He questioned Hana back. If she meant that someone like him is forced to be sacrificed, Hana calmly replied, "That's right. It is that very sacrifice that creates value." She believed that sacrifice is the virtue of a hero, and that is the reason not everyone can carry that title. Heading toward ring number 2, Hana instructed Doha that to become a hero, he had to meet Gunsu's strict standards. She emphasized that winning alone was not enough. You must win overwhelmingly. The announcement speakers echoed throughout the stands, calling for everyone to welcome the new gladiator. With a huge round of applause, Doha stepped out from the shadows, shedding his clothes to reveal a sturdy physique with muscles rippling like carved stone. Under the bright stadium lights, the rookie made his debut, introduced as someone with no experience, whose true strength remained a mystery. The giant screens displayed his information clearly. Doha, 189 cm tall. Weight, 88 kg. Doha's opponent in this debut match was McGregor, a former MMA fighter, full of experience, with a fierce appearance and tattoos covering his arms. As soon as he stepped out, he arrogantly declared there was no need to introduce this rookie in, while demanding the organizers ensure that Doha would not leave the ring alive. As soon as the match began, McGregor immediately lunged in close, using professional techniques to take him down, and trying to pin Doha to the canvas. However, McGregor's initiative did not last long. In a lightning-fast moment, Doha displayed superior physical strength by turning the tables, unleashing a powerful counter-throw, sending his opponent crashing violently into the ground. He looked down at the suppressed man with a cold gaze, completely mastering the situation. After only a few short seconds, though his face was already starting to show deep red wounds, McGregor still screamed frantically, threatening to break Doha's arm, and boasting that he possessed a steel chin that could not be defeated. However, that confidence quickly vanished, and was replaced by pure terror, as he realized his body was being lifted into the air with ease. Why is it so high? McGregor only had time to gasp in shock before Doha delivered a thunderous blow, slamming him straight down into the ring with horrific force, making the ground feel like it was shaking. The crowd in the stands exploded in ultimate excitement. The rookie's punches are actually quite something. Cheers echoed throughout the arena. Now this is a real fight. Peak performance. Absolutely top tier. Everyone realized in shock that McGregor didn't even have time to resist before being completely knocked out. Witnessing Doha's overwhelming strength, the audience could only utter in amazement, "That's Jamsil for you." McGregor lay motionless, with his face severely injured. The referee loudly announced to the entire stands, "McGregor is down. The winner, Doha." He stood tall before the giant statue of Lord Friday, the symbol of fanaticism and violence that was shrouding this place, preparing for even more brutal challenges ahead. Immediately after, a serial killer serving a life sentence, named Park Do-sik, appeared with a deformed expression. With a record of 15 matches, 13 wins, and 2 losses. He looked around the arena and marveled at the atmosphere. "It's great, isn't it? I love this place, where I no longer have to care what others think," he hissed frantically. "In this place, I am the protagonist." But before he could finish his sentence, Doha unleashed a thunderous punch that sent him flying, and slamming hard into the stone wall behind. Park Do-sik could only let out a weak groan, before falling completely unconscious, leaving the entire audience speechless in shock. Doha nonchalantly wiped the dirt off his face, his cold gaze fixed on the organizers as he ordered, "Come on, ring up the next opponent now." Finishing a fight and calling for more like ordering off a menu, he stood defiantly over the body of the defeated, ready to sweep away every opponent standing in the way of finding his family. The crowd in the stands erupted in wild fervor. They screamed with excitement. This guy is truly the real deal. Doha's strength had completely conquered the bloodthirsty crowd. Someone even shouted, "Whoa! From today on, I'm your fan." Amidst the cheers, an opponent with a green mohawk lunged forward, frantically screaming, "Crush the rookie! Crush the rookie!" He swung his arm to attack, but Doha was one step faster. "Successful close in, but you picked the wrong person." Despite the enemy smiling sinisterly, thinking he had closed the gap, Doha unleashed a thunderous knee strike straight into his stomach, making the large man collapse on the spot. Doha's eyes flared with a deadly red light. He nonchalantly uttered a cold word. Next. The next opponent stepped into the ring one by one. But all suffered the same tragic fate. Doha still didn't stop. He continued to take down many others, leaving the scene filled with bodies incapable of resisting. Standing tall in the middle of the arena, he repeated the authoritative command, next. Even a giant wrestler was defeated by Doha, lying belly up and motionless on the arena floor, walking with a sturdy body drenched in sweat and killing intent. Doha whispered to himself, "I'm coming soon. So please stay safe, sister and the kids." The yearning to find his family is exactly what is turning him into an unstoppable monster. From a high balcony, Anna and her assistant silently observed the frenzy of the crowd below. The assistant couldn't help but marvel. Even though it's his debut, he has won 8 matches in a row. Mr. Guinsu truly has an eye for talent. Sounds like an esport player, but the hardcore survival version? However, Anna appeared dissatisfied upon noticing that Gunzu didn't even bother to come and watch this match. She understood that it meant Doha still hadn't met the expectations of the cult leader, Confronting. With a sharp gaze, Anna decided it was time to put him in the ring. "The opponent we have prepared for Bake Doha," the announcement speakers echoed loudly, signaling the start of today's main event. As a small figure appeared from behind the majestic stone gates, the announcer asked a challenging question. "Can he stop the killing spree of this monster? Rookie?" The crowd roared, calling out the name of Jamsil's beloved star and promising gladiator. Doha asked in confusion, as his opponent gradually revealed himself. It was Sim Ji-hoon, a tiny boy with spiky hair and tearful eyes, standing tremblingly in the middle of the arena. This is a plot twist that makes the entire arena freeze for 3 seconds. Doha gasped in shock. "What? You're making me fight this kid?" He stood stunned, looking down at the poor child who barely reached his chest, unable to believe the cruelty of the organizers. However, the crowd around them had completely lost their humanity. They cheered frantically, "Crush him, rookie monster!" Screams demanding blood echoed across the stands. A man with a face distorted by excitement shouted loudly, "Beat that kid to death!" Standing amidst the bloodthirsty screams, Doha suddenly felt a chilling aura envelop him. He realized he had just stepped into a place insane beyond imagination, where a child's life is merely entertainment for these demons, carrying the name of humans. Doha looked at the crowd with unbelievable disgust. How could they be so cruel as to demand a child's life, just to satisfy their primal instincts? He wondered how they could cheer with such excitement at this absurd sight. Had this child committed some great sin? Or was he actually a highly skilled gladiator in hiding? While Doha was lost in thought, Ji-hoon suddenly lunged forward, landing consecutive punches on him. Despite possessing a superior physique of 189 cm compared to the boy's height of 128 cm, and a weight of a mere 25 kg, Doha stood still, taking the blows to observe his opponent. A spine-chilling thought flashed through Doha's mind as he looked into the eyes of those in the stands. Or don't tell me this is all just for entertainment, he bitterly realized. All those people screaming out there were humans, but they had completely lost their humanity. This life-and-death battle took place under the gaze of the giant Friday statue, the one worshipped as a supreme god in this doomed world. Heavy footsteps echoed, mingling with the bloodthirsty screams of thousands of spectators. Doha coldly demanded, "Shut your mouths." Despite his heart being full of remorse, "I'm sorry, but I have no other choice." He still decided to deliver a brutal finishing blow. Ji-hun was sent flying and collapsed onto the dusty arena floor. Witnessing that scene, the crowd, instead of showing mercy, shouted in outrage. "Is Ji-hun done already? You bastard!" They frantically egged Doha on. "Hit the kid harder! Do it like the last match!" The cruelty of the stands escalated as they threatened. "If you stop the match, you're dead for sure." Noticing Ji-hun was beyond exhausted, Doha turned to demand the referee. He doesn't have the strength to fight. Bring out the next opponent. However, the referee, with a sinister smile, immediately dismissed him. The referee will be the one to decide when to stop the match. Please continue the match. The laws here sound more like a curse than rules. Despite his injuries, Ji-hun struggled to crawl back up, making a man in the stands cheer. "Oh, I knew Papa could count on you. The kid is even better than the adults." Doha stood stunned, watching the child trying to stand firm, and wondered, what is he doing all this for? The scream of the terrible biological father rang out again. "Go, my son! My son Ji-hun is the best. Just hold on for 5 more minutes and you'll get a can of ham." A price so cheap it made everything gruesome. Doha was speechless before the bitter truth. Just for a can of ham? Why would a father make you do that? Suddenly, a rough hand was placed on his shoulder, along with a powerful voice echoing from behind. "You know it too, don't you? My word is law." Painful memories flooded back into Doha's mind. As a child, he had early on realized a bitter truth from his very own father. Standing before his small, trembling child, the bearded man growled, "Mother, I told you not to contact her." "What? Planning to run away again?" He nonchalantly blamed the poor child. "It's all because you treat me poorly." "It's okay, a beating will snap you out of it." A dry slap rang out amidst the stormy night, drowning out the thunder and lightning outside. Inside the dark room, the child lay curled up on the floor, while the father slept peacefully. After venting his rage, his threat still echoed in the boy's ears, like a curse. "If you call her one more time, I will kill you. Give birth to a useless child like you. Just wait until I get home." To Doha back then, his father's word was the law, an absolute law he could not resist. Back to the reality of the arena. The screams of the terrible father continued incessantly. "Go for it! Go for it!" The father of 3 approached closely, brutally squeezing Doha's face and whispering like a demon. "So go on, hit that kid hard. You have a goal, too." In a moment of desperation, Doha saw hallucinations of his family, with haunting, glowing red eyes. "Jun-sik, Yongji," and Sole called out in unison. "Don't you want to see us? I miss you so much. Please come back soon." Even his sister choked out, "I miss Doha so much." Hana silently observed from above. She knew that to become a hero, Doha was forced to meet Go-Eun-Soo's cruel standards. The hunter's heart pounded rhythmically in his chest. Doha's eyes flared with a deadly red light. He had completely lost his reason and was submerged. In violent instinct, his sturdy hand gripped Sim Ji-hoon's small, wound-covered body, coldly dragging him through the rubble. The crowd in the stands exploded in wild fervor as screams echoed throughout the arena. "That's right, exactly like that! Seriously, so cool! As expected of the rookie monster!" They chanted his name in unison, "Bake Doha! Bake Doha!" cheering for the brutal violence unfolding in the ring. From high above, Go-Eun-Soo wore a sinister smile, nonchalantly uttering sarcastically, "An adult beating up a child! Ha ha!" Witnessing Doha's brutality, Hana appeared extremely satisfied. She silently remarked, "As expected, he never disappoints." Under the stands, faces distorted by bloodlust, continued to cheer without stopping. An old man, laughed hysterically with satisfaction at the tragic scene. Amidst the rubble, Doha told himself with an iron will, I am different from you. I am different. I will protect my family. Doha's face at this moment became terrifyingly scary. With a twisted smile and bloodshot eyes full of killing intent, he roared in his mind, I am different from you. Right then, a bell rang out, signaling the time for prayer. An authoritative voice echoed throughout the stadium. Let us pray to Lord Friday, who has granted us this precious moment. The entire audience simultaneously bowed their heads in reverence before the giant screens, displaying Friday's image, and shouted it in unison. I love you, Lord Friday. Even Sim Ji-hoon, despite being in so much pain that he had no strength left, tremblingly gasped out unconsciously. Thank you, Lord Friday. Doha stood still in the middle of the ring, his breath coming in gasps, full of exhaustion after the horrific battle. The chants of thank you, Lord Friday, continued to echo through the air, like a fanatical cult. Night fell. The light from a single room in the high-rise building still flickered amidst the falling snow. Inside, the sound of the shower water rang out coldly. Under the spray, Doha stood silently, letting the water pour down on his sturdy yet weary body. His gaze was distant, immersed in memories of a small, peaceful house amidst lush green trees. That was where everything began, when an old instant camera was unexpectedly found. An instant camera? Doha asked in surprise, seeing his sister excitedly holding it in her hands, feeling like discovering an antique in an errand, where nothing is antique anymore. She smiled radiantly, replying she just found it in a drawer, then hurriedly called the children over to take a photo, together for the whole family. The camera clicked, but the film came out blank, leaving Doha bewildered. The children crowded around. Yongji was disappointed seeing nothing, while the sister worried, fearing the camera had been broken for a long time. But she quickly told the children to look closely. Just a gentle shake and the image would gradually appear. Junseok and Soa were excited, cheering as if seeing magic when the faces were gradually revealed clearly on the film. She called out, Doha, look at this! Then burst out laughing, teasing him about his somewhat funny expression in the photo. Doha stepped closer, looked at the photo glowing under the sunlight and smiled. The photo turned out pretty well, didn't it? That was their first family photo, a testament to the happiest days they ever had. Back to reality. Doha silently looked at the old photo in the dark room, where memories were the only thing warming his heart right now. He sat with his head bowed in loneliness amidst the silence, immersed in a deep yearning for his lost loved ones. Suddenly, Hannah walked in and handed him a can of beer. Here, take one. She looked at him and nonchalantly added, Don't tell me you don't drink beer. That would be very boring. Doha took the can from Hannah's hand and softly replied, Thanks, I'll drink it all. His eyes were still heavy, with thoughts about his only goal. He looked at her and asked Hannah directly, So when can I become a hero? Hannah took a sip of beer, and nonchalantly remarked that his match today was also in zero, and even fought very well. She affirmed that Doha just needs to keep showing them matches like today's, especially the main match where you faced that kid Ji-hun earlier. Hannah breathed a small sigh of relief, admitting she was glad Doha maintained his composure. She mentioned many people had given up halfway, constantly complaining and sinking into guilt, after acting brutally in the ring. In response to that concern, Doha showed clear coldness and determination. You don't have to worry. I can be even more cruel than this match, as long as I can see my family. Seeing the hunter's ruthless determination, Hannah decided to tell him an interesting story about the reason why Friday has ignored humanity all this time. The story took Doha back to a completely different perspective on the entity Friday. In his world, Friday was like a soccer player wearing the number 7 on his back, always taking free kicks. At the most decisive moments, Friday unleashed a powerful kick, turning the ball into a streak of blue energy, tearing through the sky and all, piercing through the city's high-rise buildings. That divine kick created a world-shaking explosion, burning a vast area in a sea of blazing fire. Its horrific, destructive power left the entire city submerged in destruction. In just an instant, amidst that brutal and fiery scene, Friday performed an excited celebratory jump and let out a resounding roar. Seoul. A horrific incident named Friday had entered its 8th day. Amidst the desolate and fiery ruins, the evil god lay nonchalantly on the ground. The truth is that Friday was feeling extremely sulky and bored with the repetitive, fearful reactions of mankind, even looking more like a villain waiting for a new script than someone causing chaos. Truly, what he craved right now was a fresh stimulus. Meanwhile, the wave of protests against the World Alliance was growing every day, spreading everywhere. Public opinion is extremely dissatisfied at the response of the utterly incompetent World Alliance regarding the destruction by Friday. Amidst the sky glowing red with sunset, a fleet of helicopters from all 6 continents is flocking to the temporary headquarters of the World Alliance, with the participation of all leaders from 228 countries. The Summit of Heads of State is officially open to find a way for humanity to survive. A wave of fury erupted strongly as crowds of protesters surrounded the area, screaming, "Dissolve the incompetent World Alliance!" The protests grew increasingly violent when news leaked that the venue for the upcoming conference was a super-luxurious resort. Amidst the shouts of "Dissolve! Dissolve!" the media also swarmed in, making the situation even more chaotic. Leaders worriedly discussed ways to appease the public. Someone proposed, "How should we appease them this time? Just release a few of the most positive announcements possible, and it'll be fine, right?" Despite being besieged by reporters with barrage of questions about the current stance, the Russian president only coldly looked at the crowd and uttered with contempt, "Idiots." The sounds of row, insulting this madman and words, judging the incompetent man, rang out incessantly from the people. Suddenly, the Russian president raised a gun and roared powerfully, "Silence!" The crowd stood stunned, watching the leader's back. He coldly declared, "There is no time." He asserted that it would not be strange if Friday appeared right this moment, and that would be the stupidest death. However, if that entity truly comes to slaughter, then this is a golden opportunity. Sounds like being both scared and wanting to call a boss fight immediately. The president declared, "The World Alliance will concentrate all existing global weapon systems right at this location, ready to turn this place into a dead zone to destroy." Friday, bombers began to cover the sky before the shocked eyes of the protesters. I know full well those words are just lies. The president declared loudly before the seething crowd. He bluntly exposed the blatant lies of the politicians, leaving the protesters stunned into silence. The atmosphere did a 180-degree turn, as fast as flipping a rice paper on a hot pan. Instead of hiding safely in nuclear bunkers, he asserted that all the high-ranking officials present here volunteered to turn themselves into bait to lure Friday. With a steady gaze, he pleaded, "Please cherish your own lives. The World Alliance will never abandon its citizens." That steely declaration immediately extinguished the fury, replacing it with fear and an awakening within the hearts of every citizen. The protesters began to disperse in silence. They told themselves it was time to go home to see their parents and cherish the final moments with their families. Watching the crowd trudge away, the Japanese official could only observe pensively, to quell an angry mob. It turns out 1 minute is more than enough. Night fell at the brilliantly lit World Alliance headquarters. An emergency meeting of vital importance officially began. Tension filled the hall, as a total of 3 countries were absent, and South Korea reported they would be arriving late. Not wanting to waste another second, the chairman decided to begin discussions immediately regarding countermeasures against the entity Friday. As the investigation report was being presented, the Russian president suddenly interrupted, demanding that first they must elect a single leader to guide this alliance. Before many skeptical eyes, he argued that nothing is more important than time right now. Instead of wasting all day listening to reports from over 200 nations, humanity needs someone capable of quickly coordinating opinions and making the final decision. After hearing that, it feels like choosing a controller for a global survival mode in 5 seconds. This proposal quickly gained support. Hands were raised in unison, high, indicating absolute approval. Then let us begin by nominating candidates. The chairman had barely finished his sentence when Russian President Maxim Rishenko coldly interrupted. It has already been decided. It is us, the Russians. A conclusion before the meeting even started. This speed is faster than electronic voting. This arrogant declaration left the leaders of France and Singapore in complete shock. Another head of state quickly spoke up to intervene. Calm down, President Rishenko. We need a leader who is elected fairly. Rishenko nonchalantly explained that since ancient times, his homeland had always been surrounded by hostile nations. Therefore, Russia has secretly hidden strategic assets across the country, helping them minimize the damage from Friday's destruction far more effectively than other nations. Images of powerful military convoys, carrying giant missile warheads, traversing the snowy forests, served as a testament to their formidable military strength. Maxim Rishenko emphasized that the success or failure of this meeting depends entirely on Russia's participation, and his assumption of leadership is the obvious price the world must pay. He pointed threateningly at the table flag, causing Japanese Prime Minister Sakamoto Jun to shout angrily, "Are you trying to divide us from the very start? A price, you say?" Rishenko did not flinch. He stared intensely at his opponent and issued a heavy warning. "Prime Minister Sakamoto, do you think you can handle the consequences after the Friday incident ends? This is not a question, but a warning." The pressure from Rishenko made Prime Minister Sakamoto turn pale. Sweat trickled down in the silence. Another representative wearing glasses spoke up in protest. "President Rishenko, if you continue being this extreme, we cannot cooperate. We demand a sincere apology for your recent statement." The atmosphere was so tense that an apology sounded like an impossible demand during the Cold War. Rishenko smirked with contempt. How shameless! How can someone who couldn't even protect their own president speak? Wasn't it your country that live-streamed the scene of the president being killed for the whole world to see? He delivered another fatal blow to the pride of the allied nations. Everyone knows your responsibility in pushing this crisis to its current state is not small at all. Am I wrong? Rishenko's steely words plunged the entire hall into a humiliating silence. The result. The vote was quickly displayed on the large screen. Maxim Rishenko officially became the chairman of the World Alliance with 205 votes in favor, standing overwhelmingly before the alliance's symbol. Maxim Rishenko declared, "You will not regret this choice." The statement sounded like a pledge or a warning, depending on how one interpreted it. In his capacity as the first chairman, he began to reveal shocking information. Before this meeting, our motherland conducted an experiment, while the heads of state were still bewildered, wondering about the purpose of that experiment. Rashenko established a direct communication link with the military. From the other end, a report rang out. "Mr. President, this is the commander of the 3rd Artillery Corps, continuing the ambitious plan." Rashenko immediately spoke to the other end. "You've arrived at the right time. Are the preparations for the experiment finished?" Responding to the new chairman, the commander of the 3rd Artillery Corps spoke clearly, confirming that preparations were complete, and they had gathered all subjects according to instructions. Down in the dark valley, hundreds of innocent civilians were huddling together, completely unaware that death was closing in. With a cold gaze, the commander ordered, "Beginning!" Immediately, his finger pressed firmly down on the activation button. 2 giant fiery missiles soared into the night sky. A child cheered excitedly. "Mom, look!" Pointing toward the deadly mass of metal, plummeting straight down from the clouds. A flock of black crows flew scattered in panic, as they felt the horrific wave of heat closing in eye. The scenery was beautiful in a way that gets more unsettling the longer you look. In just an instant, a giant white halo of light erupted, swallowing the entire area and incinerating everything in a world-shaking explosion. Witnessing the horrific scene of the fire from afar, the soldiers could only observe in silence. The sea of fire was billowing high through the surveillance monitor. A chilling image appeared amidst the ashes and withered skeletons. Friday has arrived. He stood tall amidst the ruins, raising his fist and laughing out loud with excitement. "The World Alliance is the best." Receiving the report over the radio that Friday had revealed himself, Rashenko broke into a satisfied smile and asserted that it was good news, leaving the assistant beside him in complete shock, questioning the true purpose of this brutal experiment. Rashenko coldly affirmed that when the leader vanishes, the entire group collapses. He believed that survival is the prerequisite for preparing countermeasures, and those present here bear responsibility. That is incredibly heavy. After dozens of brutal experiments, Rashenko announced they had found a way to lure Friday out. It is to sacrifice 1 million lives. The entire hall was stunned. Heads of state from the U.S. to Italy fell silent before this horrific cruelty, but Rashenko nonchalantly called this not just a Russian achievement, but the first achievement of the World Alliance. No one could refute his words. They even felt a sense of relief, as the heavy pressure of responsibility and the fear of dying at the hands of hands. Friday now had someone to shoulder it all. It feels like just escaping a deadline, only to walk straight into an even bigger one. Amidst the night, a helicopter glided over the sea surface, silent under the full moon. The pilot worriedly asked the regional commander about the rumors. The Russian president sacrificed 1 million citizens as bait. He tremblingly asked if this was actually true, and whether Friday had truly appeared. Yeah. The answer received was cold. He has appeared already. The man sitting in the helicopter smirked slightly, remarking that the evil god actually has some competence. He told his subordinate not to overthink it, revealing a face full of scars and sharp, dangerous eyes. That was Choi Bi-hung, the representative of South Korea. He advised his subordinate not to think too complexly. But Bi-hung himself was currently in an extremely ironic situation. Well, Bi-hung's face suddenly became distorted. Sweat poured down like rain, not out of fear of the enemy, but because he urgently needed to use the restroom to the point he couldn't stand it anymore. He naively suggested taking care of business right in the middle of the sea, and told everyone to just turn their heads away. The pilot frantically stopped him, silently marveling that this tough-looking national representative turned out to be an incredibly simple person, even naive to an unbelievable degree. The stomach pain left B hung, so exhausted that he wished the world would just collapse already, so he wouldn't have to suffer anymore, making the pilot plead with him to stay conscious. Meanwhile, in Seoul, the sky glowed, red with the sunset, signaling an ill omen. IB's television continuously broadcasted breaking news about the national state of emergency as chaos began to envelop the capital. The news that President Logan was assassinated by Friday was officially announced, pushing society into extreme panic. Citizens could no longer remain calm. They frantically scrambled for every last package of necessities and supplies. In the middle of the streets, violent scuffles broke out over just a bag of snacks. The situation became even more tragic when a giant truck lost control, speeding at a terrifying pace and crushing a line of cars stuck on the bridge. The truck driver screamed frantically into the phone. "I told you to get out quietly. There's no more room. Do you think I wanted this to happen?" He drove the truck forward regardless of everything. While up ahead, a little girl was anxiously crossing the street with a single thought. "I have to get home quickly." In that life-or-death moment, a young boy rushed in like a flash of lightning, using all his might to push the girl out of the deadly path of the giant truck. Right before the collision occurred, the young Doha held the little girl tightly in his arms, stunned, as he watched the silhouette of the vehicle that almost took both of their lives. "Is that guy crazy?" The girl's eyes began to blur with tears, before she burst into a piercing scream. Standing in the middle of that haunting scene, the boy could only tremble with the thought, "What do I do now?" That was also the moment society officially fell into the deep abyss of chaos. Immediately after the Friday incident, the dry sound of gunshots began to ring out through the streets. That chaos ignited a chain of unpredictable serial terror attacks, taking advantage of the world's attention being fixed on the evil god Friday. North Korea officially launched an invasion, targeting South Korea. Emergency disaster warning bulletins were continuously sent to citizens' phones, announcing that enemy forces were attacking, and requesting everyone to quickly evacuate according to military instructions. Smoke and fire loomed as North Korean tanks surged to invade South Korea, plunging the country into a tragic civil war. One thing after another kept crashing down, making the situation even more deadlocked. It feels like the world just turned on hard mode, continuously cranking up the difficulty, with no off button. During an emergency government meeting, an official proposed, to protect Seoul, we must abandon the area south of the Han River. Immediately, the opposition roared in protest. Absolutely not. The debate descended into chaos as they began to insult each other. "You're only saying that to protect your house in Gangnam, aren't you? Everyone knows all your land is located in Jongno." A pair of military boots stepped powerfully into the meeting room. The newcomer nonchalantly questioned the politicians, asking why they had to think so complexly, when everything in the end only revolves around the cause. Justice and responsibility. Aren't we all heading toward a single solution? Anyway, with an arrogant smile on his scarred face, he introduced himself as Choi Bi-hung, from the Special Warfare Command. He declared that he held a simple and clear solution, leaving the officials only able to ask in bewilderment. The solution? Under the fluttering national flag. Choi Bi-hung strode into the main hall and greeted them with a mocking tone. "Gentlemen, Major Choi is here." He nonchalantly explained that because this item was too heavy, he arrived a bit late. An official's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain from sheer terror. He stammered breathlessly as he realized the horrific truth unfolding before his eyes. The sack fell to the floor with a heavy thud. Bi-hung smirked, saying that everyone knew exactly what was inside. It turned out he had taken the head of the North Korean commander. Shocked by this insane act, a representative screamed, questioning how he could consider bringing such a disgusting thing. Here is a solution, and frantically demanded to know who had assigned this task to this monster. Right at that moment, an emergency call was connected to the acting commander-in-chief, announcing shocking news. The People's Army has officially expressed its intention to surrender. The official was stunned, his mouth agape, unable to believe his ears. So, unification is achieved? Their attitude immediately flipped 180 degrees. From disgust to praise, demanding an immediate grand reward for Major Shuai. The government quickly recognized Choi Bi-hung's merit in resolving internal issues, most notably the miracle of North-South unification. Amidst the brilliantly lit night of Seoul, he was officially appointed as the representative of South Korea on the international stage. A promotion that, at a glance, looks like history being rewritten in a single report. However, behind that glitzy official declaration lies a bitter truth. Those in power actually just needed a sacrificial pawn, someone with a title of hero, but in reality, someone to heap all the guilt and brutal actions upon. Entering the World Alliance whole, Choi Bi-hung stood tall before the heads of state, flashing a defiant smile and loudly declaring, "Sorry for being late. I am the representative of South Korea." Choi Bi-hung's appearance immediately caused an uproar in the hall. One head of state slammed the table in anger. He could not accept that. While the country was in such a dire situation, South Korea sent a mere soldier instead of a high-ranking general to the meeting. He snapped. Does South Korea have no self-respect? Tell them to send someone of equal rank here. Get out of this meeting room right now. Responding immediately to those insults, Bi-hung only smirked. What a bunch of nonsense. He nonchalantly removed his translation headset and declared he didn't need it anymore, because everyone here was actually speaking the same thing. The language of power and selfishness. The entire room exploded in rage. Someone screamed, "Are you crazy? Do you know where you're being so insolent?" The atmosphere was as tight as a bowstring. One wrong move and peace would snap instantly. They threatened to teach this disrespectful soldier a lesson, and place South Korea on the international sanctions list. Immediately, facing the threats, Bi-hung only sighed quietly that he was sick and tired of working under others. He stared intently at the heads of state and remarked sarcastically, "Even a place like this, you people still try your best to climb over one another. One guy, the representative of Taiwan, Jiawei, slammed the table and shouted, "You can't even handle the responsibility of your position. Yet you dare play these petty games?" Jiawei scolded them all as fool, and asserted that he came here because this seat comes with responsibility. Without flinching, Bi-hung roared powerfully, "If you want to be respected by others, first, at least know how to respect them." His sturdy physique stood tall in the middle of the hall, like a challenge. Right then, an elderly representative spoke up coldly. "Hey, soldier boy, even if you're uneducated, show some sense. Do you think every representative is the same?" He pointed out that all nations possessing nuclear weapons had gathered in full here. This representative threatened that wiping South Korea off the world map is only a matter of a snap of the fingers. He even revealed a cruel piece of information he just heard. Just sacrifice 1 million people, and Friday will appear. With a sinister smile, he proposed, "Why don't we test that new weapon as well?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire meeting room went silent as if someone had muted it. Instead of being afraid, Bi-hung broke into a wild smile, making everyone shudder. All the heads of state are gathered here, under a pretext as clear as day, The atmosphere in the hall was extremely tense as the leaders simultaneously roared, demanding the expulsion of South Korea from the conference. Immediately, amidst the harsh criticism, Choi Bi-hung maintained a nonchalant, defiant face, and asked back, "Am I a criminal or something?" Right at that moment, Maxim Rishenko spoke up, interrupting everyone with a powerful command. "Enough!" He coldly announced the end of today's session, to give everyone time to rest, and scheduled to meet again at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Though Prime Minister Sakamoto tried to protest, believing that the alliance's discipline must be strictly kept, Rishenko turned back with threatening, glowing red eyes. The terrifying pressure from the chairman silenced Sakamoto. Sweat poured down like rain from fear. Rishenko turned and affirmed that tomorrow, Bi-hung would still participate as the representative of South Korea, and received a confident smile along with a confirmation. "I'll be there." Night fell. Bake Doha lay tossing and turning in the dark room, thinking to himself about the chaos of the so-called World Alliance, and the danger of that Choi Bi-hung guy. But then he suddenly realized an even more ironic situation right in his own room. "But why are you lying next to me like this?" The question sounded very serious, but the situation absolutely did not allow for seriousness. Responding to Doha's bewilderment, Anna nonchalantly explained that it was because this entire room only has one single bed. Not wanting to linger, Doha intended to sleep on the floor, but was immediately grabbed by the shirt and held back by Hana. The pull was so decisive that his plan to sleep on the floor for peace was wiped out instantly. She looked at him with somber but incredibly serious eyes, earnestly requesting, "Please, let me finish speaking first." Meanwhile, at a majestic skyscraper, Chairman Maxim Rishenko stood quietly by the window, looking down at the panoramic view of the brilliantly lit city. He smirked slightly, uttering a mysterious sentence, as if he had arranged everything in advance. "I have been waiting for you." He looked at the Alliance chairman with amusement and mocked. "Waiting for me? It's as if you knew exactly that I would come. How interesting, isn't it?" Showing no signs of flinching before the presence of the evil god, Rishenko coldly affirmed that everything was already part of his plan. He presented a shocking figure. There are still 2.5 billion people in the world surviving. Rishenko confidently declared he had found what Friday truly loves, and asserted that the Alliance has countless ways to entertain him. The sharp gaze, he proactively reached out his hand in invitation. "We can become great partners. It sounds like signing a business contract, but the content is something no one would dare call normal." Meanwhile, in the restroom area of the hall, Minister Sakamoto Jun was irritably washing his hands and constantly grumbling about the appearance of the South Korean soldier, Choi Bi-hung. He believed the guy had completely ruined the solemn atmosphere of the meeting. While adjusting his clothes, Sakamoto determined that after settling the Friday affair, he would definitely teach that soldier a lesson he'd never forget. Choi Bi-hung stepped out of the restroom, sighing in relief after shedding his burden. That was a close one. Whenever I'm stressed, my stomach just knots up." A very ordinary complaint, in a completely extraordinary context, witnessing Prime Minister Sakamoto Jun's disgruntled face. The South Korean soldier asked coldly, "Let me ask you one thing. What is your plan to destroy Friday?" Seeing his opponent remain silent, Bi-hung continued to mock, saying that without a translator, Sakamoto probably couldn't even speak English. Responding to the provocation, the Prime Minister uttered only one word: "Sex." The answer left Bi-hung bewildered, asking, "Huh?" Sakamoto nonchalantly explained that in any adversity, from wartime to colonial times, humans have always had that need. He asserted that if someone doesn't do it, they must be either paralyzed or an alien. Utterly fed up, Bi-hung interrupted. "Enough! Stop talking nonsense. You call that a solution?" This kill Sakamoto stood firm on the idea of using a honey trap to lure Friday because, according to him, against an enemy with no organization and no clear purpose like him, conventional logic will never work. Bi-hung burst out laughing in mockery. Who knows? Maybe he's interested in old men like you? Looks like you're about to get the chance to save humanity just as you've always desired. Aye. The jab sounded subtle, but the damage was at a catastrophic level. Rage erupted. Sakamoto roared, "You madman!" and slapped Bi-hung hard across the face. He insulted him, saying that without this crisis, Bi-hung would be nothing but a low-class hireling, while warning that his patience had limits. Bi-hung gently touched the wound on his face and nonchalantly repeated that it was Sakamoto who insulted him first. He admitted he was good at wordplay, but also extremely fair when it came to settling debts. He declared, "Since I received it, I must pay it back. That is my principle." Then, using his massive hands, he squeezed the Prime Minister's face tightly. The sound of slaps echoed repeatedly in the restroom, making the atmosphere extremely tense. Sakamoto, with a face full of red welts, screamed frantically in humiliation. "What the hell is going on? Security! Where is security?" He pointed wildly at Choi Bi-hung, roaring accusations to the security forces. "That had just rushed in. That soldier just assaulted me. He attacked me, a national leader, before everyone's eyes." Bi-hung only smirked defiantly and asked back curtly, "Huh?" Immediately, another official rushed over to testify, with a very serious expression. "I saw it with my own eyes. That soldier hit him for no reason at all." Amidst the crowd, a mysterious man in a black suit with glowing red eyes stepped closer, coldly ordering Bi-hung, "Please come with us." Without flinching, the South Korean soldier nonchalantly questioned him back. "And what if I refuse?" The other man did not hesitate to issue a threat. "You might get hurt," while clenching his tattooed hands filled with murderous intent. Bi-hung smirked, realizing the situation was going too far. "But I am also a representative of a nation, aren't I? This is starting to get ridiculous." The tattooed bodyguard's past flashed back. Initially, all his efforts were just to become stronger. Just like that, I won again and again, after countless brutal victories. The outcome gradually became too obvious and easy for him, winning so much that if there were a scoreboard, you'd have to scroll down to see it all. Finally, this strongest man bitterly realized that being strong meant a very boring life, because there were no worthy opponents left. But reality threw a bucket of cold water on that arrogance. In just an instant, Bi-hung knocked out the undefeated bodyguard and nonchalantly stepped on his head. In the middle of the restroom floor, the undefeated title faded away faster than it was introduced. Bi-hung looked at the man lying flat under his boot heel and wondered sarcastically, "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" He looked at the security personnel standing frozen in terror and spoke up. "Don't you see how unfair this is? You're just following orders. Why should you have to bear more responsibility?" With a cryptic smile, Bi-hung asserted, "They are the ones who gave ambiguous orders. Do you?" He strode across the room, looking at the guard lying on the floor, and said nonchalantly, "What can we do? No matter how unfair it feels, we are still the ones who have to step up and take responsibility." That terrifying sound immediately evoked a horrific memory that the guard tried to forget. It was the deafening roar of military drones circling the night sky that he once heard during his military years. Since that fateful day, he became terrified of that sound to the core. Bi-hung looked deep into his opponent's trembling eyes and whispered, "Have you ever heard the sound at the boundary? Between life and death?" The psychological shock was so great The guard screamed in horror and collapsed to the floor, losing consciousness due to extreme fear. Witnessing that scene, Bi-hung burst into hearty laughter. Feet! He nonchalantly wiped his face and gloated. I didn't expect that trick to actually work. Yeah, he looks tough but is surprisingly naive. Behind him, Prime Minister Sakamoto stood frozen, sweat pouring down like rain from witnessing the South Korean soldier's madness. Sakamoto looked tremblingly at Bi-hung's back, a sense of ultimate dread rising within his heart. He muttered to himself in shock. That guy is the craziest madman I've ever met. Stepping into the elevator with the pale-faced Prime Minister, Bi-hung suddenly changed his attitude again, smiling radiantly as if nothing had ever happened. He excitedly said to Sakamoto, "It's great that you apologized. I'm simple like that. I accept apologies very easily." His expression changed so fast that people didn't know whether to be afraid or to breathe a sigh of relief. Inside the elevator, Choi Bi-hung nonchalantly put his arm around Prime Minister Sakamoto and said with a laugh, "Let's do better tomorrow." Sakamoto, at this point, could only tremble and respond awkwardly, "Yes, ha." However, Bi-hung's smile suddenly vanished as he sensed something unusual. As soon as the doors opened, a horrific scene appeared. A body lay slumped on the floor. Sakamoto screamed in horror, "Mr. President!" He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, and wondered what on earth was going on. Bi-hung's gaze turned sharp and cold as he looked into the darkness of the hallway. At the end of the path, glowing with blue light, the silhouette of Friday was strolling along. A spine-chilling aura of murderous intent filled the space, accompanied by a powerful threat. I'm getting really annoyed now. The evil god's face appeared full of madness, with eyes glowing red like a demon's. Sakamoto tremblingly uttered the fateful name, Friday, facing that horrific pressure. Bi-hung could only remain silent, watching the enemy's silhouette with suspicion. Only one thought crossed his mind. I must have forgotten to check my horoscope today. Witnessing the appearance of the evil god, those in power now could only cling to the South Korean soldier like a lifebuoy. Please, soldier, please protect us. Just a moment ago they wanted to punish him. Now they flipped so fast there wasn't even time for a proper apology. Bi-hung looked into the void, silently questioning the desperate plea. How can anyone defeat that thing? Immediately he reached out and pulled out an F1 frag grenade. To the shock of everyone around him, Sakamoto was terrified, his eyes bulging when he saw the deadly weapon present right before his face. Bi-hung reassured them with a cryptic smile. "No, I never said we should all die together." He decisively pulled the grenade pin and declared, "I hope this choice will be for all of us." A grenade pin fell to the floor. A world-shaking explosion erupted. Fierce flames swallowed everything. The blast pressure rushed through every floor, from the 198th down to the 14th floor in devastating destruction. A high-speed floor descent for a brother with a high pain tolerance. Meanwhile, on a windswept rooftop, looking down at the panoramic view of the brilliantly lit city, Chairman Maxim Rishenko faced Friday. He proactively reached out his hand in invitation. "We can be good partners." Friday only observed in silence, with a sinister smile permanently on his lips. Noticing his opponent's silence, Rishenko continued to persuade, "You look confused. Let me say more." Two powerful entities stood tall amidst the night, beginning a dark agreement that could completely alter the fate of humanity. Maxim Rishenko asserted firmly that from convening the conference to the brutal missile test, it was all just a stage set specifically for Friday. He knew full well that what this evil god truly enjoyed was the death of humanity. With a complacent smile, Rychenko promised to let Friday witness all the deaths he had ever desired, because he was the chairman of the World Alliance. However, Rychenko's smile suddenly vanished when Friday unexpectedly struck with cruelty. He coldly throttled the chairman, causing blood to pour from the corners of his mouth. With a frenzied face, Friday mocked, "All of this is not human nature, but just a play staged only for me." Friday looked at the corpse in his hand with utter contempt. He wondered why an ant would have to pretend to be human. The story shifts back toward Earth, where countless creatures live together. Among them, ants are seen as a colony, the most successful group in the animal kingdom. But for the tiny ants, the world always holds a massive threat, and that is humans. A young boy with a curious gaze sits observing an anthill. He nonchalantly picks up a large stone and places it right over the entrance. When their home is blocked by a human, the colony has various reactions. Some run around in a panic. Some try to find a way to move the stone. And some even recklessly attack the human. To that boy with the twisted smile, it might just be a harmless prank. But to the ants, it is a matter of survival. The chaos causes the ants to begin slaughtering one another. Amidst that scene, a special ant appears, standing tall, facing the giant silhouette of the human. Friday continues the story of the reckless ant that dared to lay the corpses of its kind before the human. To someone standing at the peak like him, that action was both interesting and utterly ridiculous. When the tiny ant perched on his finger and uttered a proposal for cooperation, that child could not hide his rage. Classic sorry but you're overconfident vibes. A creature that is mere prey dares to demand equality with a human? In an instant, he coldly crushed the poor ant, ending that hollow delusion, asserting to the inferior ants that the only one with the right to cause everything can only be him. Meanwhile, inside the shaking skyscraper, Choi Bi-hung and the Prime Minister are frantically fleeing. Bi-hung laughs heartily at his luck, even though he knows full well their current situation is like a fish on a chopping block. The Prime Minister urged that as long as they get that bag, everyone will be saved by an advanced weapon. He asserted that the Chief of Staff is definitely holding this important item. The two rushed toward the Cosmos Hall, where the Chief of Staff was waiting. As soon as he saw his subordinate silhouetted, the Prime Minister roared, demanding the bag immediately. The black briefcase was held high amidst the chaos, accompanied by a thunderous shout, ordering everyone to gather around. Choi Bi-hung declared solemnly, "From now on, I am the new chairman." But the head in his hand left the assistant terrified, exclaiming, "What is that head? Don't tell me it's the chairman." He covered it up by claiming this was proof of the yagya, close bond between himself and Rychenko. But immediately, the guard officer drew his gun and roared in fury, "How dare you harm our president? Execute him on the spot!" The order to kill rang out amid screams, telling everyone to calm down. The room quickly transformed into a battlefield, as security forces and officials began firing wildly at one another. Insults of "you trash" mingled with the piercing sound of gunshots. Everyone frantically slaughtered each other without even knowing why. Once placed within a collective, human emotions suddenly become simpler and more extreme than ever. The moment they start to lose control, they will rush down a path of no return and completely forget the nature of the problem. During the chaos, everything unfolded exactly like a domino effect, turning those who were once powerful into bloodthirsty and crazed creatures. Amidst the stray bullets, Choi Bi-hung quickly pulled the assistant into a safe hiding spot. The girl tremblingly pleaded for help through tears, but he signaled her to stay silent. "Shh! They're in frenzy, and will shoot at anything that makes a sound." Bi-hung smirked slightly with a mysterious smile. Amidst the tragic scene with bodies scattered everywhere, an ant silently crawled across the lifeless face of an official. He coldly remarked that humans, in the end, only care about the result. Then he reassured the dying man. "See, I told you so. But don't worry, I've got the bag." The official mustered his last bit of strength to praise him. "Good job. No, you did very well." Bi-hung opened the black briefcase to reveal a device inside, and skeptically asked, "This is the advanced weapon to save humanity?" Looking at that red button, it seems like saving them a bit too much. Receiving the confirmation, yes. That's right. He stared intently at the glowing red button bearing the words "nuclear warning." The official urged with great urgency, "The target coordinates have already been designated. You just need to press the fire button." However, Bi-hung appeared extremely disappointed. "Nuclear bombs won't have any effect on him. I thought it was some kind of new weapon." He argued that sacrificing 1 million people now is necessary to attract Friday's attention. With a twisted smile, he declared, "We must live, so that the people still have hope, right?" Seeing Bi-hung still frozen, he pressed further. "What are you still hesitating for? Don't just look at the number, look at the percentage." He continued to provide cold figures to justify the crime. 1 million people is only 0.004% of the current world population. That's all. When Bi-hung wondered whether arbitrarily deciding the lives of 1 million people like that was wrong. The official's face hardened as he asserted, "Because those are my people. I have the right to decide the most optimal location." With bulging, agitated eyes, he screamed, "Press it, you bastard!" Listening to that, it feels like even Excel would cry because its data is being misused. Understanding there was no way back, Bi-hung's finger pressed firmly down on the red activation button. But instead of the expected nuclear explosion, only a dry, metallic clinking sound rang out. He was stunned, his face distorted with amazement. "I definitely pressed it. Why didn't it work? Don't tell me it's broken. Why won't it activate?" His eyes widened in disbelief. The ultimate weapon had turned out to be a pile of useless scrap metal. At the decisive moment, "You lunatic!" A cold growl echoed from behind. Friday's glowing red eyes stared deep into the mind of the one who dared to deceive him. Despite the presence of the god of death, Bi-hung smirked slightly, revealing his true nature. "See? My specialty has always been pissing people off." Friday stood tall like a pitch-black mountain, emitting a soul-crushing pressure from behind that made the surrounding space warp. He coldly realized it was all just a play staged for his amusement, and roared powerfully, "There is no way I'll be fooled by an ant." A blinding light from the heavens began to pour down, incinerating everything it touched. A horrific beam of energy with destructive power rushed straight down, piercing through the city's iconic tower, and creating a world-shaking explosion. From outer space, a brilliant streak of light stretched across the Earth's surface, marking the complete and irreversible collapse of all humanity. The destruction of the strike was so horrific that the beam of light could be seen clearly from a distance of 4 km away. In far-off lands, people could only look up in shock at the burning sky, unable to believe their eyes at all. The scale of the unfolding disaster, seeing it this clearly from afar, full HD without needing Wi-Fi, amidst the desolate ruins, Choi Bi Hung lay slumped with a body full of horrific wounds, pierced by bricks, stones, and iron bars all over. "This hurts like hell." Seeing Friday still striding closer, Bi-hung mustered his last bit of strength, threw a small object toward him, and exclaimed, "Hey, hero, here's my gift." About to die, but still trying to give a gift for the sake of formality, Friday looked bewilderedly at the flying object and wondered, The gift was just a small can of soda, but as soon as it hit him, the evil god's expression suddenly changed. He began to feel uncomfortable, only managed to utter before suddenly letting out a massive sneeze. Witnessing the scene, the evil god was also struggling because of his tiny toy. Choi Bi-hung's arrogant laughter rang out amidst the ruins. Ha ha ha! Bi-hung was still clutching his stomach, laughing hysterically. Oh my God! My stomach! I can't laugh anymore! Friday coldly looked down at the dying man and demanded, "What is there to laugh about?" The sharp gaze. Bi-hung nonchalantly declared, "It's just that I realize. It turns out you're not made of iron and steel after all." These words seemed to strike at the evil god's ego. Friday moved close to his face, emitting a chilling, murderous intent. "You people should drop that act. What a disappointment. In the midst of life and death." Bi-hung suddenly made a strange request. "Can I make a phone call?" Friday smirked in contempt. He assumed this was just a sentimental and predictable act of a dying man, wanting to call his family. However, Bi-hung pulled out a radio and reported clearly, "Commander Yakin, this is Major Choi Bi-hung speaking." Friday furrowed his brows in doubt. "What is this nonsense?" Immediately, Bi-hung revealed a shocking piece of information over the radio waves. "I just discovered an extremely interesting fact. Even Friday knows how to cough." Bi-hung's face lit up with a cryptic smile, as he entrusted the rest to the commander. From the other end of the line, Commander Jackie coldly confirmed, "Message received. Over." The call ended at 7:12 a.m. on October 29, 2024. Witnessing the courage of the South Korean soldier, Friday nonchalantly remarked, "I like your straightforward nature." He stood silently among the rubble, admitting that what just happened was a bit strange. But it only went that far. Friday looked down at Bu, hung and wondered what that special case he mentioned was. He began to list the mundane activities of humanity, from leaving work to eat grilled pork belly with colleagues, to drinking a few beers after exercising at home, to going to the theater to watch superhero movies and hearing kids cheer. "Good luck, Mr. Hero." To Friday, none of those things were special. Just a tasteless, ordinary life. His gaze turned sharp and cold as he looked at the wounded body of Bi-hung. Friday bitterly realized that even the life that he never valued had become special from the very moment this man appeared. Friday looked down at Choi Bi-hung's shattered body and nonchalantly asked, "Do you understand that feeling?" "No, but don't worry. Everything will come to an end soon. I guess you've run out of tricks to entertain me." He flashed a radiant smile under the sunset, but his eyes quickly turned sharp and cold. "I absolutely loathe this saying, but people often say, the end of the world is also the beginning of a new one. So don't be disappointed yet, because the future still has many fun games to be revealed." Sounds like a trailer for a sequel that the viewers have no right to turn off. In the end, living, while constantly trying to find meaning in everything, is exhausting. Choi Bi-hung officially breathed his last breath. His body lay motionless on the sun, rubble amidst the tragic sunset. Friday stood silently, his opponent's final words still lingering in his mind. "There will be many fun games." He looked up at the sky, where a brilliant aura enveloped the sun. As it gradually set, night fell in the quiet apartment. Doha fell into a deep sleep after exhausting battles. Anna sat quietly beside him, her deep blue eyes observing him. With a mysterious, somber look, she stepped out onto the balcony, standing still, looking up at the brilliant Milky Way and the vast night sky. Anna held a lighter in her hand, her eyes filled with sadness and fatigue, as if carrying thoughts that could not be put into words. She let out a lingering, heavy sigh. few. Hana stared at an old photo of soldiers from their military years, where the figure of Choi Bi-han was smiling radiantly. Doha was drenched in sweat after a harsh training session under the sun. He looked up at the sky with a thoughtful expression. She approached and called him, "Doha, let's go." Accepting her invitation, he stood up to change clothes so they could go for a walk together. The world has changed at a dizzying pace. Since the horrific events of Friday, warning signs of danger are now covered in moss and vines. Among the crumbling ruins, the seasons passed by quickly. Nature gradually reclaimed the old capital of Seoul, as deer nonchalantly wandered and grazed. Amidst abandoned buildings overgrown with trees, Doha and Hana strolled together through deserted construction sites, with cranes standing tall against the blue sky. Still maintaining his vigilance, Doha asked coldly, "Why did you suddenly ask me out instead of having a match? If you're just acting concerned, there's no need." Hana calmly explained that the arena has one day off every month for maintenance, and besides, learning more about this Jamsil area is also a good thing. Looking ahead, Doha couldn't help but be amazed by the bustling scene appearing before his eyes. The anxiety and fear were gone, replaced instead by the voices of children, pestering, "Mom, buy me some more snacks," mingled with the sounds of ordering at the stalls. "2 servings of sunny and a bottle of soju, please." Hana quietly remarked that the atmosphere here is completely different from the ruined world. Outside, she believed everything had become ingrained in their way of life, just like the time when humanity lived a normal life before. Doha silently observed the people passing by. He understood that, of course, not every area was as orderly as Jamsil, because each cult carried a completely different atmosphere. While he was lost in thought, Hana suddenly called out to Doha. Hana held up a blue bear-shaped cotton candy and asked, "Do you like cotton candy?" Doha scratched his head and admitted, "I don't have much of a sweet tooth. I'm a grown man, not a kid to be given candy." Hana nonchalantly replied, "Is that so?" Then she explained the way of trade here. "Here, we use food and necessities for exchange, instead of cash. Cigarettes are even more precious. Each stick is worth as much as a king's sejong bill." Seeing that he didn't like it, she decided, "Whatever, I'll handle this one then." Doha could only give a forced laugh. "Right, haha." While walking, Doha's gaze suddenly halted when he saw a boy standing vacantly by a vending machine, with bandages on his face. He wondered to himself, and what about that kid? Doha immediately changed his mind. He took the cotton candy from Hana's hand and said, "I'll take this cotton candy." Hana protested in confusion, "But I wanted 2. Ignoring Hana's whining to get the candy back, he stepped toward the child. Doha held out the candy and asked in a friendly tone, "Do you want some cotton candy?" The boy coldly ignored him and started to walk away, leaving Doha bewildered. He quickly gave chase, holding the boy's shoulder firmly, and declared, "I won't let go until you agree to eat it." The group stopped at an old waiting station in the woods. The boy silently held the candy, brought it to his nose to sniff, then decided to take a bite. The boy's eyes widened in surprise at the sweet taste. Doha sat beside him, quietly observing the child's expression with a gentle gaze. The boy delightedly held the cotton candy and nibbled on it, enjoying its sweet flavor. "Do you like amusement parks? Let's go together." The boy with the wound on his nose looked up curiously and repeated, "An amusement park?" Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, the official spoke sarcastically, "Kayeom-su, you're working hard even on your day off. Welcome, hero. We have prepared everything as you requested." Kayeom-su smirked mysteriously. "So these are the distinguished guests. Don't waste any more time. Let's get started right now." A new match at the Jamsil Arena officially kicked off. The speakers blared, "Contestants, let the match begin!" A giant with muscles like a monster roared and charged into battle with terrifying strength. In contrast to that aggression, his opponent was a man wearing a blue martial arts uniform. With an incredibly calm demeanor, a thunderous stomp descended from above, making the ground shake violently, creating a world-shaking explosion right in the middle of the ring. As the smoke and dust cleared, the man in the martial arts uniform stood tall in the middle of a deep crater, with the symbol of two glowing red feet on his chest. Kai Aom-su nonchalantly revealed. Every one of his opponents died from crushed internal organs. So, what is his story? That is what I'm most curious about. Terrifying strikes aimed entirely at vital points. The opponent would hardly survive even after losing. It turns out this brutal man was once a scholar specializing in animal research. He used to constantly speak of peace, and believed that all living things could coexist harmoniously through love, and he even went to Africa to prove that ideal. But then he suddenly disappeared, without a trace, rumors said. He had been eaten by wild beasts in the vast grasslands. Many years after his disappearance, a hunter made contact. After discovering something unusual and firing a finishing shot, a mammologist who was swamped with work was summoned to the scene. "Initially," he grumbled, thinking that animals behaving like humans was nothing strange. But then he stood stunned, seeing clearly the one in the net. Professor Equia Kim, a man who had mysteriously disappeared in Africa. Before him was a tightly bound creature, screaming frantically with a tattered appearance. At that time, he could hardly be considered human anymore, as he walked on all fours and had completely forgotten how to speak. The hunter could only report that it was a beast with a human face. Kai Aom-su looked into the arena and remarked on the importance of the living environment. He believed humanity had been stagnating for too long, and creatures only truly evolve when they feel danger approaching. The image of a man with rippling muscles confronting a fierce beast appeared as proof of that brutal evolution. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, making Kai Aom-su stop in suspicion. A giant hand smashed the cliffside, creating deep cracks on the wall. This is what people usually call internal strength, isn't it? From within the smoke and dust, the man in the martial arts uniform stepped out with glowing eyes, full of murderous intent and red footprints on his chest. Immediately, a monstrous entity manifested behind him and roared the name CNX menacingly. Without giving the opponent time to react, the man in the blue martial arts uniform immediately executed a powerful shoulder throw. The throw with incredible strength sent the giant slamming straight down onto the arena floor, creating a terrifying shockwave and a cloud of dust. Another one defeated miserably by that man in blue. Witnessing this frightening outburst of power, Kai Aom-su smirked slightly, flashing a sinister and amused smile. He wondered to himself if after so many disasters, humanity has finally begun to change and evolve to a new level. In the middle of the deep crater he created in the ring, that man stood tall, as proof of the awakening of primal instinct. As the scene shifts to a desolate amusement park, Doha excitedly invited Ji-hun to join the roller coaster ride in a large slide tube. He excitedly urged the boy to hold on tight for departure. Then both of them zoomed down the slope. Doha laughed heartily, enjoying a rare moment of entertainment in a ruined world. He played happily just like the children here, just like his own childhood. While Doha kept cheering because he was so happy, Ji-hun appeared extremely fed up, with a completely expressionless face. It didn't stop there. Doha continued to drag the boy to the pirate ship ride. On an old swing, he pushed forward, frantically, likening the high swings, the giant waves constantly crashing in, and then, in an overpushed swing, Ji-hun was flung into the air and tumbled onto the grass. Hello! Doha excitedly introduced everything from bumper cars to the haunted house. But young Ji only responded with a look of extreme annoyance, with leaves scattered all over his head. Witnessing Doha's clumsiness, Hana sarcastically asked, "Are you a demon, after doing all those things?" The boy wasn't interested in any of the games. Doha complained helplessly, not knowing how to make the kid smile, leaving Hana to do nothing but sigh, advising him that it was best to just take him back. Suddenly, Ji-hun's gaze was caught by a cool combat robot model, named Black, one being on display. Recognizing the boy's rare interest, Doha immediately turned to Hana and requested, "Hana, give me a cigarette." The statement made her exclaim in shock, "You've finally gone truly crazy." At a nearby game stall, the old owner eagerly introduced the rules of the game. Simply throw the tennis ball and knock down the stack of wood. The old man promised that if successful, the player could choose any prize they liked, and even get an extra turn if they knocked them all down. All for an entry fee of just one cigarette. Doha borrowed a cigarette from Hana and entered the game, without knowing that the old man was chuckling because he had attached super strong magnets to the wooden blocks. To cheat? Typical dishonest merchant, right? But, contrary to the old man's calculations, Doha's throw was so powerful it blew away the entire stack of wood in an instant, leaving the old man gaping in shock. Doha coldly repeated the rules to demand another throw, leaving the owner with nothing to do but cry and plead in helplessness. Wait a second! As the group left, with a pile of prizes, the old man collapsed on the ground wailing. That's what you get for cheating. Now that karma has arrived, you try to lead with tears. Doha gently asked Ji-hun if he knew what the most important thing at a park was, then handed the Black One robot directly to the boy, as a souvenir to remember this day. Looking at the gift in his hands, Ji-hun's eyes widened, stunned by the sincere concern of the burly man. Night fell amidst the stillness of the desolate park. Doha and Ji-hun sat up high, watching the starry sky. The boy silently fiddled with his new toy, seemingly finding a bit of peace again after the stormy days. Looking at Ji-hun, Doha's mind suddenly flashed with images of Junsik, Yongji, and Sela, the children he dearly loved. He nudged him gently. "It's dark now. Let's go home, Ji-hun." "Let me take you home. Where do you live?" But, in response to that offer, was only a somber silence on the young boy's small face. Perhaps home is something very heavy for this boy. Without a word of reply, Ji-hun suddenly jumped down and disappeared into the darkness, leaving Doha standing still in the night, watching the small figure's back. Doha mused to himself, he's still just a child, even after being beaten so cruelly. Just because of a single toy, he was able to be happy again. This will surely be etched deep into the boy's memory. Doha looked down at Hana standing below and admitted, "I only did that to make myself feel better." Quite selfish, isn't it? Hana didn't answer. She only coldly demanded, "Give me back my cigarette, Doha." He nonchalantly replied that he never smoked anyway. Under the starry night sky, the ruins of the old world still stood there silently, as witnesses to a turbulent era called Black Friday. Returning to the dark house, Ji-hun had to face a true nightmare. The voice of his biological father rang out menacingly. "I told you not to come home late. I was so worried. Do you know that?" He frantically asked about the canned meat, the can that the boy was supposed to bring back to serve his needs. Seeing that Ji-hun only brought back a toy instead of food, he flew into a rage and roared. "Wait a minute. You really didn't bring it back?" So in your eyes, my words are just a joke. His face appeared full of madness, with bulging eyes and missing teeth, ready to vent his fury upon his poor, trembling child. The wounds on his body had not even healed yet, and now they were about to be layered with more. Doha looked at the canned meat in his hand and mused, wondering to himself where Ji-hun got this canned meat from. He smirked slightly, giving himself a bitter answer. Probably from betting on the cultists' matches, even though today is a maintenance day for the arena. In reality, Jamsil is more vibrant than on weekdays. But in this chaotic world, everything can be bartered, from bodies and sex to food and medicine. All become equivalent goods for exchange. Doha bitterly realized a harsh truth. The arena might be the most violent place, but it is these debt settlement holidays, like today when the most blood is shed. Ironically, it is thanks to these dark and brutal aspects that the Jamsil machinery operates more and more stably and orderly. They find every way to profit off the blood and bones of others. Without the slightest bit of pity, Doha and Hana walked silently through the dark, deserted alley, watching Ji-hun's small back as he led the way. Doha wondered, why is he so determined to go back? Hana, walking beside him, glanced at her companion and remarked, "You look so different now." She admitted she truly couldn't understand why someone as cold as Doha would be willing to go that far for a strange child. Hana advised him, "Focus on the goal of finding your family. That would be better for you." They stopped in front of a dark, old house covered in trees. Hana pointed and confirmed, "It's here, Sim Ji-hun's house." Doha approached, knocking gently with the initial intention of just returning the item the boy had left behind. However, a sharp, crashing sound suddenly echoed from inside, shattering the quiet atmosphere. The frantic screams of the father. The biological father's voice leaked out, sounding disgusting. "Useless. Let's die together, you and I." He continued to torture the boy both physically and mentally. Without a second of hesitation, Doha kicked the door open and burst in. Before his eyes was a scene that made his blood boil. The wretched father was grabbing the hair and hoisting up the small, wounded body of Ji-hun into the air. Seeing a stranger intrude, the drunkard roared aggressively, "Who the hell are you? How dare you barge into someone else's house?" Doha stood silently in the trash-filled room. His hand went to his head, as he tried to suppress his extreme rage erupting at the cruelty of the man before him. But everything the terrible father did to his child kept flashing before his eyes, nothing but cruel scenes. Doha's gaze hardened with murderous intent as he muttered, "Just as I thought." Sensing the danger radiating from her companion, Hana rushed forward, grabbing his arm to stop him. "Don't! Doha, you can't use violence outside the arena." She feared he would violate the cult's ironclad rules and bring trouble upon himself. However, Doha completely ignored the warning. He decisively stepped into the trash-strewn room. Hana could only stand and watch with a face full of worry and unease. The terrible father who was grabbing Ji-hun's hair turned around with a start and roared aggressively, "Who is this guy? Get out of my house right now!" He squinted to get a good look at the stranger, then suddenly froze in astonishment. Are you the fighter Bake, Doha?" The drunkard's face instantly transformed. He flashed a hideous, gummy smile of excitement. "Whoa, for real? Am I dreaming?" He looked at Doha as if meeting a real-life idol. Doha looked at the man approaching him, with nothing but disgust. In his mind, he could only smell the stench of cheap alcohol. The crazed father cheered, claiming to have become a hardcore fan of Doha right after his first match. He excitedly recounted how he was always in the stands to cheer, his heart out for the hunter. He bragged that he had bet all his resources on Doha's match, and won big. He gleefully explained, "Thanks to that, I got the canned meat. But my son is so stupid that he lost it. As he spoke, he shrugged nonchalantly. While Ji-hun was still lying gasping on the floor, he justified his brutal actions with a hypocritical tone. As a father, I have to discipline him a bit. Suddenly remembering something, he eagerly grabbed Doha's hand to thank him for taking care of his son in the arena. He laughed hysterically, mocking his own rambling mouth, then dropped a proposal that made Doha's way blood boil. Next time, please take care of him again. Unable to suppress his rage any longer. The more he listened, the more he wanted him to pay the price for how he treated the weak, especially his own son. Before the man could finish his sentence, Doha unleashed a thunderous punch straight into his face. The father clutched his pain-stricken face in shock, howling in resentment. Why did you punch me, you bastard? He frantically backed away, trying to use the cult's rules to threaten him. Violence outside the arena is taboo. I'm going to tell Guillaume-su. Doha coldly stepped closer, roughly grabbing his collar and lifting him into the air. His eyes flashed with a deadly red light as he stared intensely into the mind of the coward. Doha growled, "You're a father, aren't you?" He coldly declared, "A father shouldn't do that," then continued to punish him with a brutal attack. This kind truly deserves a beating with no mercy. While the wretched father knelt on the floor, trembling and wailing in extreme pain. "It hurts so much. I surrender. I surrender. I really give up. I was wrong." Faced with the cowardice of the man, Doha maintained a cold expression and gave a firm order. "Apologize to Ji-hun first." The drunkard hurriedly nodded repeatedly like a loyal dog. Okay, I'll apologize." However, the moment Doha loosened his guard, his thuggish nature resurfaced. He suddenly used a broken bottle piece to stab Doha hard and roared frantically, "Apologize my ass! Where the hell did a brat like you come from to lecture me? Is that how your parents raised you?" Caught off guard by the sneak attack, he couldn't react in time. Doha was seriously injured. "Did you think I was someone easy to bully too?" Holding the broken glass, he loomed forward, intending to finish off the hunter, who was lying motionless. "A brat like you should just die." But he was wrong. Doha's combat instincts would not allow him to fall that easily. The moment the opponent closed in, Doha launched a lightning-fast counterattack from the ground, using his legs to trap and slam the large man onto the floor. To his utter astonishment, an ordinary person daring to go toe-to-toe with an A-rank fighter is truly inviting disaster upon themselves. Doha brutally snapped his opponent's legs, making the drunkard father scream in agonizing pain. "Damn it, my leg! Let me go!" Doha's eyes glowed with a deadly red light. He leaned in and coldly repeated the man's earlier threat. "You're going to tell Guillaume-su, but you broke the rules, too." The dry sound of bones snapping rang out. Even while being punished, he still frantically vented his cowardice onto his son. "You only bring me bad luck. Do you enjoy watching your father get beaten? You ungrateful brat." Ji-hun stood frozen amidst the filth, his eyes wide with horror at the terrifying scene unfolding before him. A voice rang out urgently, "Don't just watch. Fight back, you idiot. What scum, getting beaten and he still wants his son to suffer. He's egging on a mere child to fight a martial artist. If the kid faced someone as cruel as him, would he even survive?" Doha was completely consumed by rage. He grabbed the man's head and slammed it hard onto the floor. Repeatedly, the sharp sounds of impact echoed throughout the dark. "I'll make sure you never open your mouth again." He continuously rained brutal blows down on the coward, leaving him with no ability to resist. Amidst the frenzy, a sobbing cry rang out, cutting through everything. "Don't hit my dad!" Ji-hun rushed forward and clung to Doha, using his small wounded body to plead, begging him to stop. No matter what, a child's instinct is still to protect their parents. regardless of how they are treated. Right at this moment, a voice, full of authority, rang out from the doorway. What is this situation? 3 people breaking the rules. Kai Aom-su and his subordinates appeared coldly. Kai Aom-su flashed a sinister smile, repeating the cult's ironclad rules in a sarcastic tone. I said violence outside the arena is taboo. Doha's face hardened. He looked straight at the cult leader and asked suspiciously, How did you get here? Suspecting a betrayal, he turned to question Hannah. Did you tell him? Unfortunately not. Kai Aom-su looked out into the night, where countless eyes were lurking from dilapidated windows, and asserted, As you can see, Jamsil has many eyes and ears. Doha, since you broke the rule, does that mean you don't want to see your family anymore? Kai Aom-su coldly issued a threat, striking directly at the hunter's only purpose for living. Under the suffocating pressure, Doha could only bow his head, bloodstains still lingering on his resigned face. About that, I apologize. It was my fault. Your weakness is your family, the people you are looking for. Kai Aom-su smiled slightly, satisfied with this submission. Good. If you do wrong, you must be punished, right? He looked at an old family photo of his own as a cruel reminder of the unbreakable rules in this place. The punishment was executed immediately afterward. Doha was thrown into a dark, cold cell, where only a haunting, dim red light flickered from above. Behind the solid iron door, the figure of Kai Aom-su stood silently observing the imprisoned sinner. Doha sat huddled in a corner of the filthy room, his eyes glowing with a vengeful red light in the dark night. Seemingly nursing an unquenchable rage, Hana appeared outside the cell door. She looked at Doha with eyes full of disappointment and questioned him. Are you satisfied now? I told you that you should only focus on the goal, she coldly pointed out. That because of his impulsive action now, Doha, the terrible father, and even the little boy Jay, all had to suffer the same fate of punishment. Hana looked at the man sitting motionless on the floor and spoke bitterly. I thought you were a rational person, but looking at what you did earlier, you're no different from the people here. But if he just kept quiet and endured, how much longer would the child be tortured? Perhaps he was also wrong in this case. Finding another way to solve it, or punish him, would have been better. The punishment will begin soon, Hana announced as the loudspeaker's voice echoed throughout the corridor, ordering the contestants to step out into the arena. Faced with her criticism, Doha only smirked slightly with determination. Sorry for disappointing you, but I don't regret it at all. He silently walked toward the call of death, while Hana revealed a chilling truth. That what the priests here truly crave is not just dramatic matches. Friday was the only one who sparked the disaster. On the day that Superman appeared in the sky, humanity was once united as one, under the name of the World Allied Forces. However, that synergy did not bring any meaningful results. Faith collapsed. People began to stubbornly hold on to their own viewpoints. Protests broke out in the streets, day after day, making social conflicts increasingly deep, as if they had forgotten the obvious cause of all the woes. Humans began to see each other as enemies. Missile warheads were activated, plunging the world into a sea of blood from horrific nuclear explosions. The enemy of humanity was now not just Friday, but also themselves. They take torturing one another as a pastime, as a pleasure. 3 months after the world fell into chaos, the Jamsil refugee camp sprang up among the crumbling ruins in the world destroyed by the Friday event. The biggest problem was that humans began to gradually lose their humanity. A man in a suit ferociously pinned an old man to the ground and shouted, "Old man, why did you steal my bread? Give it back right now." Despite the threats, the old man frantically stuffed the piece of bread into his mouth like a starving beast. Seeing the bread had been swallowed, the man growled, "Don't tell me you ate it already." The only response was a defiant burp from the old man. Infuriated, the man roared, "You bastard!" Then rained brutal blows down upon the frail old man. This became the fuse, triggering a chain reaction of brutality. Those around them just watched with indifference. Someone's fighting again? I don't know how many times it's been now. Whatever. Be careful not to get involved with the man who is hitting and cursing. You're old anyway. Just die already, and get it over with, eh? Right then, Kai Yom-su appeared and coldly intervened. You cannot do that here. Kai Yom-su flashed a sinister smile and asserted, "Violence is very precious. It should not be wasted." After that, he led them to use fighting as a game according to their regulations. At the refugee camp amidst towering construction cranes, he began to establish a new order, with extremely simple rules. Accordingly, disputes were only allowed using bare hands, and they must fight until one person accepts defeat. Kai Yom-su emphasized the most important final rule. Fighting outside the arena is taboo. He coldly warned that if anyone dared to break the law, a severe punishment would be applied immediately. The fierce man showed him no respect, grumbling and shouting, "Do you think we came here to play games?" The old man also showed his dissatisfaction, scornfully asking back, "By what authority does Kai Yom-su claim to issue punishments?" Facing that resistance, Kai Yom-su observed silently, thinking to himself that humans are inherently governed by fear. He stood tall amidst the crowd. With his hands tucked in his coat pockets, he repeated his tenet. Violence is a resource too precious to waste. The rule of using only bare hands, and fighting until surrender was once again affirmed like a steel-clad reminder. The rule forbidding fighting outside the arena was established to maintain the fragile stability of the refugee camp. It was because of this simplicity that they proved effective, in a miraculous way, for the people who were in a state of panic, when the populace didn't know what to cling to maintain order in their lives. The philosophy of the Jamsul cult was not to stop everyone from fighting, but rather, if you fight, fight in the arena. This was seen as the most practical and peaceful declaration in the chaotic context of that time. However, the man with the blood-red eyes still refused to back down. He approached the old man and growled, "We still have to settle this debt, don't we?" Witnessing the bloodshed, Kai Yom-su smirked with calculation. For that was exactly when his plan began. From then on, whenever there were people brawling over trivial reasons, such as an unpleasant face, Kai Yom-su was always the one to appear and enforce the rules. Among a crowd, constantly living in terror, Kai Yom-su's actions in stepping up to resolve conflicts gradually won the people's unanimous support. They regarded him as a deity who intervened to protect weaklings like them. In this way, that saying became an unwritten rule, causing the crowds to flock to the Jamsul arena. Regardless of the wind or rain, it was this ordered violence that created a strange attraction, causing both those who once supported him and those who once vehemently opposed him to be swept into its frantic whirlwind. And so, a facade of peace arrived in Jamsul. Kai Yom-su was naturally regarded as a supreme leader, prompting people from neighboring areas to flock there and stand in long lines, beg for admission into his territory. However, in a place ruled by strength, the position of leader is always decided by violence. A bald man with intricate tattoos covering his entire body appeared, hurling insults. "Kai Yom-su, are there no matches today? What an ugly face you have!" He glared at the young leader and declared arrogantly, "From this day forward, I will be the leader, you bastard." He came to fight over territory with Kai Yom-su, wanting to steal for nothing. the title of leader that Kai Eom-su had created for himself. The surrounding crowd immediately cheered in excitement. Whoa, fight! Faced with the challenge, Kai Eom-su maintained his nonchalant expression, ordered his subordinates to bring barriers, to set up an arena. Right on the spot, whispers and rumors spread about the identity of the provocateur, saying he was a former VKP FC fighter, expelled after a move that was too brutal. Many began to doubt and believe that Eom-su would be deposed in this very first match, as they hadn't liked him from the start. Thanks. Kai Eom-su flashed a sinister smile and said, "Thanks to you, I can do this sooner." The battle ended in the horror of everyone who witnessed it. Everyone, isn't violence something very sacred? It always brings humanity valuable lessons. He loudly declared that Friday was the true God who had given humanity such lessons. Kai Eom-su began to openly show his absolute faith in Friday. Just like that, he brainwashed those people with the morals and life ideals he had created. The Jamsil branch of the Hero Church was officially established, with a giant statue of God, Friday, standing tall as a new symbol of faith. Although some chose to leave Jamsil in protest, Kai Eom-su didn't care or try to stop them. This was because the number of new followers flocking here had surged 100-fold compared to before. Here, a system of rules, even clearer and more brutal, was established, while some spectators began to feel that this brutality had gone too far. The majority of the crowd was drowned in bloodlust. They screamed insults at the defeated. Trash like that kid deserves to die. Die, you ugly pig! The crowd roared with resentment, aimed at the winner. That ungrateful, disobedient son! Oh, even father and son are brought to the ring to entertain through extreme, perverted excitement, right? Immediately after the victory, Kai Eom-su personally came to offer his praise. Congratulations on your victory. That was a good match. He generously offered a privilege. You are the winner, so I will grant you one wish. The man wearing glasses awkwardly made a request. Would a beautiful girl be okay? Kai Eom-su flashed a sinister smile and replied, I see. Lavish rewards were always prepared to stimulate the instincts of the contestants. The winner excitedly stepped into a magnificent room and exclaimed, This is great! Kai Eom-su coldly ordered Hana schedule another match for him in a week, and received absolute confirmation from her. Returning to the fiery arena, the crowd began to scream frantically for blood again. Kill that disobedient bastard. Kill that ungrateful pig. The man with glasses trembled, sweating profusely as he faced a new opponent with a hideously deformed face. That freak, while drooling, issued a haunting invitation. Hey, mister, play a game with me. A game in the ring? The game the freak mentioned instantly turned into a scene of brutal torture. The joy of victory or the pain of defeat is separated by a very short distance of time. Witnessing that horrific sight, the crowd in the stands felt no fear. On the contrary, they screamed in absolute excitement. To them, this violence and brutality was the medicine to release the bottled-up resentment in their souls. However, the spiral of violence didn't just stop at the ring. Right behind the stands, a scuffle. Another scuffle broke out when a man spoke up. To stop the fighting, don't hit him anymore, you bastard. The aggressor immediately turned around aggressively. He pinned the opponent to the ground and roared. What? Are you my father or something? Say that again. Just as a fist was about to swing, Kai Eom-su appeared from behind and coldly reminded him. I said fighting outside is taboo. With his usual sinister smile, he gently ordered the rule breaker. Please follow me. Su led him into a dark room, where the most horrific punishments awaited. Screams of pain echoed through the corridor, as metal pliers began to carry out their brutal task. The rule-breaker trembled in pain, unable to believe that the rules here were so extremely strict. Standing behind the torture chair, Su, in a cold black robe, declared, "Should we cut it even shorter? He sets the rules and carries out those disgusting laws with his own hands." The sinner sobbed and pleaded in ultimate despair. "No, I'm sorry. Please, forgive me, Father Priest." Su gave a fake smile and comforted him, saying he wouldn't kill him, because they would meet again in 3 months. Hearing that, the man breathed a sigh of relief and whispered a thank you. However, that relief quickly vanished when he questioned the time frame. 3 months is, of course, the time it takes for fingernails to grow back. The answer made the rule-breaker freeze in horror, realizing this cycle of torture would never end. At Jamsil, the rules are absolute and incredibly severe. One violation might cost a lifetime of torment. A place where violence is used to suppress violence. Faces distorted by fanaticism continue to cheer, enjoying the facade of peace that Su established, standing tall in the middle of the brightly lit arena. Su received absolute worship from thousands of followers. This is exactly how he, a self-proclaimed hero, is protecting humanity in the craziest way possible. Looking toward the giant statue of the evil god, Su smirked with a look of reverence and exclaimed, "Friday is truly wonderful." Doha stood silently before the wretched father behind the fence. Su waved Jihan over and pointed out a spot for the boy. "Sitting there, you can watch the matches." Hana stood beside Jihan, while the boy looked ahead with an anxious gaze. The drunken father continued to insult his son through the iron fence. "Useless brat!" He frantically threatened Jihan. "Just wait until we get home, you're dead." Faced with such cruelty, Jihan's eyes suddenly glowed with a somber red light. At the same time, Su used a red rod to draw a circle around Doha and ordered, "For contestant Bake Doha, you absolutely must not step out of the line." He brought 2 people who had once fought each other into the ring to entertain the crowd. Su approached the father and reminded him, "This is the 9th time already. You know that." He sarcastically remarked that it seems the man loves being punished. The father trembled and excused himself. "Listen, I already said. I was the one who got hit. This time I'm truly innocent." He shamelessly regarded beating his son as an excellent teaching method. Su laughed sinisterly and nonchalantly declared, "I am here to punish you for what you are truly wrong about." Su gripped his weapon firmly and asserted, "And Doha has agreed to that." Thinking Doha was about to be punished in his place, the father cheered excitedly, "Great! Please deal with that bastard as harshly as possible." "Serves you right." Su smirked slightly. "Then let justice be served." Doha stood tall within the circle, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent, ready for a brutal execution of justice. Su vented his fury upon the wretched father. He roared in rage. "Did you think I didn't see you stab Bake Doha? The rules aren't that hard. Why do you keep violating them?" Witnessing this brutal punishment, both Doha and Hana were stunned with tense faces. This isn't just punishment, but rather a massacre of torture. From behind the fence, Jihan sobbed, pleading in extreme despair. "Stop it! Please, don't hit my dad." The boy cried, taking all the blame upon himself. "I'm sorry, hero, I'll fight better." Su paused. He looked at the trembling child and asked sarcastically, "Sorry for what?" "Jihan, you were also disciplined by your father, weren't you?" He nonchalantly sowed distorted thoughts into the child's head. "Being hit is how you grow wiser. So, try to understand." Immediately, Eom-su dealt another fatal blow down upon the man lying flat on the floor, making Jae-han scream in agony. "Dad!" Unable to restrain himself any longer, Doha roared in question, "What are you doing?" But the only response was Eom-su's cold reminder. "Contestant Bake Doha, do not step out of the line. No matter what, that man is a human being and needs to live. No one can arbitrarily take another's life like this." Doha stood rooted inside the red circle. "Do you know why people follow the rules? Because it's the right thing to do? No, because ethics and morality are just words that sound fancy. The only reason is that they are afraid of punishment," Eom-su coldly asserted. "Rules only truly exist when punishment is enforced." He warned Doha, "Absolutely do not step out of that tiny circle. Because if you do, you will forever never know the whereabouts of your family." While Ji-hun sobbed uncontrollably, pleading, in despair, "Hero, please hit me instead. If this continues, my dad will die." The boy screamed piteously, "Dad, don't die! Please forgive my dad." Doha stood paralyzed. Sweat poured down as he saw his foot had touched the very edge of the red line. His eyes glowed with it, a haunting red light, pulling his memories back to those nights of torrential rain years ago. In a dark house, young Doha back then had also knelt down, pleading for someone else. But the only response was the cruelty of a man. "If you cry out once more, I'll slit your mouth." Am I speaking in riddles? The boy standing there crying is no different from a copy of Doha in the past. The burly man, gulping down alcohol, roared, "Bring that thing you call a mother back here." To Doha. His father was a wretched alcoholic. He threw bottle shells and screamed at the small child, cowering amidst the garbage. "I told you to buy alcohol. You useless thing." Every day for him was filled with violence and harsh words. Even when the boy was starving, the man would not let him be. "You still dare to put food in your mouth, you maggot," Doha told himself. It was a miracle he even survived those hellish days. The boy back then always tried not to anger his father, trudging along with bottles of alcohol through the crowds, under the sunset. Sometimes he had to comfort himself with the thought, perhaps he loves me in some way, since he hasn't beaten me to death yet. But day after day, the wounds only grew heavier. Amidst a rainy storm, choked sobs rang out again. "I'm sorry, Dad. You piece of trash." Back then, the poor child only prayed for one day of peace. Perhaps the heavens heard Doha's wish. His terrible father finally passed away. Standing before the grave, young Doha silently felt a true sense of peace, appearing for the first time in a house that only knew the lash. He lay stretched out in the middle of the living room, enjoying a freedom he never dared to dream of before. He longed for moments of peace, but he was too small to take care of himself. And how could he live to find peace? However, in that quiet space, an extreme sense of loneliness surrounded him. It wasn't a longing for the man who tortured him, but an emptiness, more painful than any physical wound. The memory flickered out when a heart-wrenching scream from Ji-hun pulled Doha back to reality. "Please spare my dad." The child clung tightly to the fence, tears streaming down his face, begging for the life of his father, who was gasping for air. The boy screamed in despair. "Dad!" Hana stood behind him, only able to silently observe the scene. The massacre was unfolding. Eom-su turned to look at Doha with a cold gaze and asked, "Do you know what you are doing?" "Bake Doha," Doha coldly asserted. "No parent deserves to die." He could no longer restrain himself as his power erupted. Suddenly, Doha spat a mouthful of blood straight into his opponent's face, leaving Eom-su stunned, only able to let out a gasp. "What the hell are you doing?" Immediately, Doha used all his strength to hoist Kai Eom-su up then delivered a powerful slam down onto the ground. A loud thud echoed as Eom-su was slammed hard against the floor. Without giving his opponent a moment to catch his breath, Doha rushed in with eyes glowing red with murderous intent, continuously raining thunderous punches down on the villain's head. He seemed to have inexhaustible strength. Having been beaten to a pulp, Eom-su struggled to crawl back up, nonchalantly wiping away the blood and declaring that he understood Doha had officially refused to follow the rules. He looked toward the automobile, father lying unconscious, and coldly asserted, "However, his punishment is not over yet. I'm a bit hurt, you know." He smugly considered himself the only one helping Doha find his family. Overcome with rage, Doha roared, "Shut up!" then charged straight at his opponent. But Eom-su was faster. He delivered a powerful kick directly into Doha, leaving him unable to react. Doha gasped out, "I'm doing this because you messed with someone else's family." Both collapsed, sitting on the floor covered in numerous wounds. Kai Eom-su looked at the blood running down his hand and smirked sinisterly. "Aha, see? The wound from Sim Ji-hoon's father's stabbing has opened up," he muttered, wondering why Doha had to go this far to destroy someone else's family, when he knew from the start that he would never follow the rules. Kai Eom-su looked at Doha with eyes full of madness, and asserted that people like you are monsters who never submit, then nonchalantly declared, "Taming that kind is where the real fun is." He made excuses that he couldn't stand by and watch humanity destroy itself, but then admitted that was just a pretext to satisfy his brutal nature. Staring intensely into Doha's glowing red eyes, Kai Eom-su dropped a harsh insult. "Looking at your obsession with family, I guess your parents were also trash, right?" Severely insulted regarding his past and his family, he could no longer endure it. Kai Eom-su maintained his cold, mysterious expression. He nonchalantly delivered a deadly sentence. "And now, you won't get to see your family either," asserting that all hope of finding his relatives had been completely extinguished. From this moment on, Kai Eom-su continued to mock him in a contemptuous tone. "You keep touching things that shouldn't be touched," constantly being mocked and subjected to his psychological warfare. With those threatening words, Doha did not tremble in fear. "No matter the cost, I will kill Friday, the god you all worship." This blasphemous declaration didn't anger Kai Eom-su. Interesting. Immediately, Kai Eom-su unleashed a powerful kick that Doha couldn't block. The strike was so strong it sent the hunter flying, causing him to fall freely from a great height into the deep blue water below. Doha gradually sank into the cold water. In complete helplessness, standing tall on the bridge, Kai Eom-su looked down at the disappearing figure and left a haunting message. "I'm really looking forward to that." A foot in a green cast appeared, evidence of the brutal beatings the Jamsil cult had carried out. A blood-covered man was frantically fleeing through a dark tunnel, his mouth never stopping the curses. That bastard Kai Eom-su. He kept hitting the exact same spot. I almost died back there. In a fit of desperation and resentment, he screamed, demanding a certain entity to appear quickly. In response to the plea, a figure in glowing red armor suddenly revealed itself, along with a powerful declaration, the Sword of Destruction. The man looked at the stranger in the strange outfit in shock before him and shouted, "Who the hell are you? What kind of outfit is that?" He frantically chased him away. "Get lost! Get out of my sight!" Then, despite his injuries, he charged straight at the person blocking his way. However, the one in red armor was one step faster. He swung his sword, executing the first strike of justice technique, leaving the opponent unable to react. Screams of pain echoed throughout the underground tunnel. "Ah! My leg!" lying motionless in a pool of blood. The man could only roar in resentment and despair. Why won't you people just leave me alone? The stranger didn't care at all. He nonchalantly flicked a lighter to ignite a giant explosive. Right in the middle of the tunnel. The flame flared up brilliantly, burning away the darkness and illuminating the bright red armor. An arrogant affirmation rang out. Red Ranger is here. He stood tall amidst the sea of fire, ready for a new crazy journey amidst the fading world. My debut is crazy, so damn cool, Red Ranger proudly declared after taking down his opponent. The man lying on the ground cursed in resentment. Damn it! I've never met you. What kind of hero does such trivial things like you? Ignoring the sarcasm, Red Ranger gave a confident thumbs up and replied, Whatever, I won. Justice always prevails. This idealistic statement only made the sinner even more irritated. He grumpily snapped back. Where did that stupid logic come from? Right then, from behind, Kai. Aom-su and Hana suddenly appeared in the dark tunnel. Seeing the familiar figure in the burning armor, Kai Aom-su asked in surprise, Red Ranger, what are you doing here? As soon as he saw Kai Aom-su, Red Ranger cheered joyfully. Yellow Ranger! While the other party was bewildered. He rushed over to hug Kai Aom-su and asked, I missed you so much. Are you hurt anywhere? So, the Ranger brothers are real? Truly a question mark, Kai Aom-su thought to himself. This excessive enthusiasm is exactly what a protagonist's demeanor should be. He took the opportunity to ask if he had agreed to his proposal yet, since the costume was already prepared. However, I refuse. Aom-su turned to tell Hana that the other heroes must be here as well, and she confirmed everyone was waiting in the meeting room. He requested that she go with Red Ranger. In despair from being rejected, Red Ranger turned to plead with Hana. Could you be Pink Ranger? Without a second thought, Hana delivered a cold refusal. Sorry, I snubbed repeatedly. Red Ranger screamed in frustration. Why is everyone rejecting me? Being rejected. Like this, he has to go look for his brothers again. Deep within the dark and damp sewers, giant pipes ran along the cold rock walls. Under the dim orange lights, sewage flowed rapidly through the tunnels, then poured out from the mouth of the drain, forming a waterfall, crashing onto the rocks amidst the torrential rain. At the very end of this filth, amidst the stinking piles of garbage, one of them shouted excitedly, It's mealtime! Aye! Frantically scavenged through the waste and cheered triumphantly when he found a strange object. La la la! Found it! Food! Seeing his comrade pick something up, a man standing nearby clicked his tongue. Those two are spoiled. You idiot! But the one holding the decomposed food laughed sinisterly, nonchalantly justifying it. You know nothing. Cheese is made like this, too. He held it to his nose, sniffing enjoyably, and asserted, The scent and this level of fermentation are perfect. Hearing that, the other immediately changed his tune. Hey, you're right. Give me a bite. But only received a firm refusal. No. Other grotesque creatures also began to emerge from the shadows, eyes wide with hunger looking at the bait. Look, fresh meat. One of them muttered crazily, claiming to be a woodpecker. They huddled in a circle amidst the ruins, reassuring each other that this place was completely safe, and that no one was watching. These outcasts of society roared with resentment. We are not losers. Standing under the pouring waterfall, they simultaneously raised their hands in ultimate despair. Oh God, please grant us food. Please, do not let us starve to death today. Under the pouring waterfall in the sewers, pale creatures were still frantically praying for raw meat and protein. Suddenly a loud noise rang out as a heavy object from above fell down. Look at this! They cheered in amazement when they saw a body drifting in the water. Seeing baked Doha unconscious, the monsters screamed in absolute excitement. "Me! God heard us! Today we're having a barbecue feast." Another one got what they wished for. Prayers seemed to be very effective here. Hee. They were frantically excited, intending to start a barbecue feast immediately to eat their fill, after long days of hunger. But immediately a deep, raspy voice rang out to stop them. "Stop it, you idiots!" A large, fat figure appeared, warning the henchmen that the man before them was incredibly strong. He even exclaimed with adoration, "He's very strong. I want to be crushed to death by him." In the eyes of the pale monsters, this fat man was the god of abundance, the only one possessing a plump body in this dark place. He sighed wearily and said to himself, "Those idiots are starting trouble again. This bunch is truly a mess, yet they exude a very naive vibe." The fat man squinted to observe baked Doha closely, silently lamenting as he saw his body was completely broken. After the horrific battles, the image of the hunter lying motionless in the filthy water closed a painful old chapter. The story suddenly shifts to a meeting room, luxurious at an octagonal, majestic table with the glowing symbol of evolution. Here, the heads of the most powerful factions are gathering to decide the new fate of the world. Opening the meeting, Kai Aum-su, representing the violence faction, clasped his hands authoritatively and made a demand. "State your ideas for the evolution of humanity." Immediately after, the CEO, a beautiful girl with glowing red eyes from the pleasure faction, sipped her wine, asserting that true freedom must stem from choices, without oppression. The atmosphere heated up as Red of the Art faction gripped his flaming sword and roared a steely declaration. "Justice is above all." Team leader Shui, representing the principal faction, sat back with great authority and affirmed, "The top priority is to create a perfect system. Each life, ideal, creates a very special faction name." Immediately, CEO Rexon from the survival faction countered with a weathered look. He believes that the true value of life only reveals itself in harsh environments. Amidst conflicting views, the CEO from the pleasure faction spoke up, arguing that humans only develop best when living in peace and happiness. CEO Rexon replied contemptuously, "Keep dreaming. You're just a brat living in luxury." The CEO was unfazed. She casually swirled the wine glass in her hand and sarcastically remarked that with this, she could also grow up in luxury. The CEO held the glass toward CEO Rexon, inviting, "Have a sip," but only received a cold rejection. The atmosphere suddenly became chaotic when Red Ranger vented his rage, swinging his sword to smash the banquet table and roaring, "Destroy everything. Heroes are born from the battlefield after all." Team leader Choi maintained a terrifying calmness. He asserted that he had developed a detailed plan, with a perfect stage, at the same time requiring the opponent to exercise self-restraint, as emotions only increase the number of variables. Team leader Choi adjusted his glasses coldly, emphasizing that rules are of paramount importance, and warning that if the limit is exceeded once more, Red Ranger will no longer have the chance to play hero. Suddenly, Choi drew a gun, pointing it straight at the opponent's head to prove that a bookworm cannot fight without a weapon. Red Ranger growled in response, "I'll show you that this is not a game." Amidst the tense confrontation, Kai Aum-su still sat there casually observing, and revealed his true ambition. "That is what I think. I want to turn the Korean peninsula into a giant evolution site. He wants the factions to fight each other, so he can fish in troubled waters, while the powerful are competing for influence down in the sewers." The torrential rain is still enveloping the pale bodies. The fat man, dubbed the god of abundance, ordered his subordinates to gather around. The sallow monsters gasped in worship. "Oh, our god is so muscular, so high class." The fat man pointed toward Doha, lying motionless in the water, and assessed. "You see? If we leave him like this, he will surely die." A henchman cheered eagerly, "Barbecue feast," but was immediately snapped at by the fat man. "Shut up! Even if a god dies, they'd still take him to the grill. To make roasted god, he. Amidst the pungent stench of the sewers, the fat man, dubbed the god of abundance, looked at his pale subordinates and asked urgently, "Is anyone in here a doctor? Save him!" Immediately, a skeletal guy with bulging eyes behind thick glasses raised his hand and spoke up. "Were you looking for me?" He proposed a bizarre condition. That made the fat man shudder. "If you let me touch your belly fat, I will save him." The fat man shouted in disgust. "What kind of doctor talks like that?" To prove his ability, the freak confidently claimed he had saved thousands of lives. But then he pulled out a cockroach struggling in his hand. Witnessing this madness, the fat man could only exclaim, "But that's a roach, only to be met with a twisted philosophy. Roaches are people too. Oh, I almost choked on my food, everyone." Witnessing this disgusting scene, the fat man screamed in horror, "You lunatic!" Right then, another guy with spiky hair appeared, holding a bottle of murky yellow liquid, and asked cryptically, "Do you know that 60% of the human body is water?" He held up the strange liquid and remarked, "The color is beautiful today." The fat man turned pale, frantically pushing them away. "So gross! Stay away from me!" The freak was shoved away, but still tried to scream in his defense. "I showered today." Doha remained motionless in the filthy water, while the fat man could only sigh in helplessness. "Ah, no one here is normal. I guess you're the only one who's somewhat normal." Looking at the gasping hunter, the fat man decided to use the last resort. He took out a talisman labeled Health Talisman and stuck it right on Doha's forehead. "If I stick this on him, well, I guess I have to try." With blind faith that hitting things would solve everything, he ordered his subordinates, "Brothers, move out of the way." Amidst the darkness of the sewer, Doha sank deep into a peaceful dream, where cherry blossom petals were falling brilliantly under the sunlight. Through the camera lens, he softly asked, "Is it recording yet?" The image of his kind older sister appeared amidst the blossoms. Doha gently called, "Sister, look over here." She smiled radiantly, looked into the lens, and praised, "Doha, you're so handsome." Perhaps that was the most beautiful time of his life, so he didn't want to wake up. But memory took Doha to a strange place, where a giant structure was floating in the middle of the sky. Bright blue. Unbelievably, this giant thing could fly. The young boy turned to ask Doha with a curious gaze, "Have you ever been on a plane?" Doha's voice echoed sadly amidst the mystical space. "Never. I've never been." In the middle of the mystical dream, Yonji excitedly suggested, "Let me fly it. Shall we fly over to America?" But immediately the boy was doused with cold water. "You idiot. You aren't allowed to drive anymore. I won't let you drive either." The image of the adorable cat Jeon appeared, making Sela couldn't help but be delighted. "Pleading, it's so cute, isn't it? Can we raise more cats?" The little girl hugged the small cat tightly, her eyes radiant with joy. "Its name is Jeon. It's very lovely. We'll raise one later," Sela mischievously reminded. "You promised, okay?" After a day of playing together as night fell, the whole family sat together under the brilliant night sky. Shooting stars streaked across. The children believed that if they prayed when a shooting star flew by, their wishes would come true. Junsik cheered excitedly. Then I'll wish for many things. Amidst the quiet space, the sister gently turned to ask Doha, "Do you have a wish?" Looking at the beloved faces beside him, Doha smiled softly and replied, "I don't." To him at that time, nothing was more important than the present, because his wish had already come true. Just like that, his dream and his past gradually faded away, replaced by the image of Doha, sitting solitary under the meteor shower, like a painful low note for the happiness that had vanished. The brutal reality struck as Doha was sinking beneath the cold water. He cried out instinctively in shock, "I miss you, sister." Above ground, the fat man stood under the torrential rain, berating himself. "I'm truly an idiot for believing those lunatics." He looked down at the motionless body of the hunter and sighed. "Looks like your fate ends here." But immediately after, an unexpected variable occurred, making the fat man stop in absolute shock. He was stunned, exclaimed upon witnessing an unimaginable event unfolding before his eyes. What the hell is going on? Doha's glowing red eyes suddenly snapped open amidst the cold water. He rose up toweringly, revealing a burly physique, soaked in water, much to the astonishment of the grotesque crowd. Witnessing this scene, the henchmen cheered in excitement. He revived him. "I knew he could do it!" They frantically hailed, "Long live the god of abundance! Long, long live!" Then they hoisted the fat man into the air to celebrate, before letting him free fall to the ground with a painful thud. "Oh my God!" He only had time to let out a cry of "ah" before his flesh hit the ground. Lying flat on the ground, the fat man sighed wearily. "You lunatics!" One henchman pinned underneath seemed to enjoy it immensely. "To be crushed by your fresh meat, I am so happy." "Thank the gods!" Doha stood silently amidst the rain, his glowing red eyes looking around suspiciously. "Where is this place?" He sat in deep thought, looking toward the waterfall, pouring from the giant drain, beginning a new journey titled The Beginning of Evolution, under the filthy stream. Swamped with garbage and drifting instant noodle cups, the pale creatures were hard at work cleaning up. They muttered with an air of worship, "Today's is cleaning day for the upper class. Clean up all the trash. Recycling will save the earth. And we are the heroes." One of them excitedly grabbed a dirty leftover drink container and gulped it down with complete satisfaction. "Hit the jackpot again." Another cheered upon finding a roll of old toilet paper. "Ruined, but there's still 20% of the toilet paper left." Immediately a comrade rushed over pleading, "Let me use it once." It was flatly refused. "No, you'll get sick." Sitting on a rotting tree trunk, Doha coldly observed everything and thought to himself, "What kind of hellhole is this? Those idiots seem to be getting dumber by the day." He wondered if he was watching a comedy, or what planet he was on. He looked toward the fat man approaching and wondered. The fat man stood tall before him and twisted his body. "Is that how you address the benefactor who saved your life?" The fat man, with a smug face, demanded Doha. "Call him master from now on." Doha looked silently into the rain and softly offered his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." The fat man nonchalantly replied that since he was a generous person, he would accept that thank you. But Doha had no intention of staying long. He said decisively, "I'm going back to the arena." Looking up at the towering drain mouth where the waterfall was pouring down relentlessly, Doha sighed softly in frustration. How stupid. Seeing him observing the only exit, the fat man asked suspiciously, "Are you planning to climb up there or something?" The fat man pointed toward the dry skeletons lying, exposed under the cold water, and warned, "See those skeletons over there? That's the end for those who tried to climb up by it. So these foolish people have no hope of climbing back to the world above, which is why they live in deprivation and let themselves go, to the point of being simple-minded. He asserted that up until now, no one has ever been able to climb up there. So he advised Doha that it was best to give up, because there's no shame in that. The pale people around also rushed over in a panic to stop him. "Sir, don't go. Don't go. You'll die." They trembled and further warned that at the end of that river, there was a terrifying monster lurking. He coldly replied, "It's okay, because I am a god." The pale subordinates were moved to the point of tears. They were stunned to realize, all this time, what was inside this man's belly wasn't fat, but actual courage. The demeanor of a deity is truly different. When the scene shifts to a lush green field under a clear blue sky, Doha and the fat man stood silently looking toward the ruined structures in the distance. The fat man casually remarked, "You see, there's nothing dangerous about this place." Doha asked wonderingly, "Then why do they live in a place like that?" The fat man explained pensively that those people had actually been broken for a long time. They couldn't adapt to the dizzying speed of the world's changes, just because they fear the rumors. They try to accept reality in a certain way, to kill their own will, to escape and find relief when gathering with people like themselves. That is exactly what made them accept a life hiding in that filthy corner. The fat man looked into the distance, admitting that when he heard them call him a god, he thought maybe they really needed someone to lean on. Doha turned to look at the man beside him and asked directly, "Master, why did you help me?" The response was only a cold assertion. "Don't misunderstand, I'm only using you." The fat man pensively continued his story. Quite a few of his disciples had been taken by Kai Iom-su, while he fell down here in helplessness. As a teacher, felt he had no face left to encounter his disciples, while also admitting he was wrong. To use family against Doha. He curiously asked what Doha planned to do if he returned, because even if he met Friday, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Doha coldly asserted, "I will kill Friday for my family." The answer left the fat man stunned in surprise. What? He couldn't believe his ears and pressed further. How could Doha possibly kill such a transcendent entity? Then he advised him to say something more reasonable. Doha's face remained stern and determined. The fat man looked at him and clicked his tongue. 0.001. A possibility is still a possibility. Doha's confidence had given him faith in the boy. He ordered, "Follow me," then led Doha, walking slowly across the windswept grass field, standing before the drain mouth where the waterfall poured down relentlessly. The fat man pointed and said, "Climb up." He revealed that there was actually an easier way, and asserted that Kai Iom-su was actually just testing Doha. But, according to him, that man doesn't kill people, he only discards them, because he believes that living in misery is even more horrific than dying. The fat man encouraged him. If Doha can prove he can climb up, he will become completely different from the others. That alone will attract Iom-su's attention, more than anything else. As for killing Friday, though he initially thought it was impossible, for a split moment, the fat man believed there might actually be a chance. Under the torrential rain, the fat man suddenly requested, "Give me your hand." Doha asked back in confusion, "For what?" Immediately, he snapped his finger, making Doha roar in pain. "What the hell are you doing?" The fat man nonchalantly told him to look closely at his hand, and Doha was stunned to realize the wound had already healed itself. He reminded him that when Doha first fell down here, his body was nothing more than a mangled mess. But, unexpectedly, he possessed a trait different from humans, which is self-regeneration. Doha was shocked to realize his body was undergoing extraordinary changes, but right then, I witnessed an unbelievable recovery power. I had only heard stories before. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. That is the berserk power rising up strongly within every fiber of his flesh. Meanwhile, at the meeting of those calling themselves heroes, Red Ranger exclaimed in horror, "Ah, that's terrible. What is that?" Team leader Choi slightly adjusted his glasses, dropping a sarcastic remark about mental deficiency, making Red roar in a rage. "What did you say?" "You bastard!" Ignoring the anger, Choi began to cite evidence regarding phenomena beyond logic. The story of a hiker in Australia. He was climbing a mountain alone when he unfortunately had an accident, causing his arm to be crushed by a rock weighing over 200 kg. This man fought to survive, and ultimately, he threw the rock away with just one hand. Another example took place in the U.S., where, to save a child trapped under a car, there was an incident where a middle-aged woman lifted an entire vehicle up. Team leader Choi introduced the examples one by one, then nonchalantly explained. Simply put, berserk power is the kind of strength that exceeds inherent physical limits. It is related to the evolution of humanity, or, in other words, the new humanity. Kaeon-su flashed a sinister smile, firmly asserting that we will all go through it. The evolutionary process of humanity is beginning. Right now, under the pouring rain, Doha's arm suddenly transforms abnormally, muscles rippling with immense power, as he rises from the sewer water. Kaeon-su looked directly at the heads of the factions, and solemnly declared, "New humanity. That is the evolution we will experience thanks to Friday." The female CEO suspiciously asked back, "What do you mean by thanks to Friday?" Kaeon-su only gave a worshipful smile. "Friday is wonderful." Even CEO Rexon couldn't help but wonder, what does that have to do with human evolution? Kaeon-su began his lecture, preaching about history and instilling devotion to Friday into the logic of the other factions. From Australopithecus to Homo sapiens, there is only one reason why humans evolved, and that is to survive. He recounted the process from the first human species, like Australopithecus to Homo erectus, reminisced about a harsh era filled with cold, wild beasts, and surrounding hunger. It was an era where if you couldn't survive, you would perish instantly. Under those dire conditions, when humans were backed into a corner and severely injured by the claws of wild beasts, they were desperate to stay alive and change rapidly. Eventually, they evolved into modern humans, Homo sapiens. During this period, humans began to create giant societies. They established systems, enacted laws, and protected one another to maintain life. But Kaeon-su did not want to exist by those rules. He pointed out a brutal paradox. The problem is, because of this, human evolution has stopped. In his view, the protection of society, money, and the scales of justice have inadvertently stifled instinct, the natural evolution of humanity. Humans of the past had to survive, while modern humans worry about how to live. Even though both seem like survival, they are completely different concepts. Even in those times, there were still moments of subtle change. When diseases spread, immunity was developed. When wars broke out, technology advanced by leaps and bounds. Even architecture. The computers we use today were created by von Neumann during World War II, and geniuses and heroes always rise from within the chaos. In other words, the evolution of humanity always occurs during crises. And currently, humanity is facing an unprecedented crisis. He also hopes this crisis will change human nature to bring about evolution. The flow that had stopped has finally started moving, because Friday has brought us an opportunity. Deep in the dark underground tunnel, Doha strains against the torrential water. His arm transforms abnormally, bulging with solid muscles as he reaches up, trying to grip the slippery rock face to find an escape route. Doha's fingers tighten, exerting all his strength, causing the rock to shatter into pieces under the terrifying pressure. However, the weight of the waterfall pulled him back. Doha looked up at the distant drain mouth, then fell freely into the water, creating a loud sound that echoed throughout the dark space. He lay motionless, letting his body drift aimlessly amidst the rushing water in the underground tunnel, trying to escape this dark place. But he had failed miserably. Amidst the cold water and pouring rain, Doha's body lay still like a man completely defeated. He tried to raise a trembling hand high, as if wanting to touch the sky, but then helplessly let it fall back into the murky water. Witnessing that scene, the pale creature sitting on the rotting tree trunk began to hurl taunts. He said he would climb up there. In the end, he's just a loser living among us. The monsters in the sewers continued to mock him, saying that anyone who sets foot in this place shares the same fate. Pathetic. They screamed in despair. That cliff isn't meant for people like us. Looking at that scene, it was as if they saw their former selves, also, possessing the will to rise and refusing to submit to fate. But life is not like a dream. Eventually, they all gave up. However, ignoring all the chatter, Doha's eyes suddenly flared with a determined red light. He rose slowly amidst the rushing water, looking up at the towering drain mouth pouring down. A torrential waterfall with iron will. Doha once again gripped the slippery cliff, exerting every ounce of his strength to attempt the life-or-death climb in the rainy night. But his physical strength seemed still insufficient to overcome the harshness of nature. Doha once again lost his footing and fell freely into the water. Witnessing the painful fall, the pale henchman burst into mocking laughter. "Keep trying, you'll only end up in failure." Their faces distorted with excitement at seeing the hunter struggling. They frantically insulted him. "This guy is a total idiot." The sound of mockery echoed throughout the dark tunnel. "Stop it! Don't make a fool of yourself anymore." The monsters began to feel bored, having to witness Doha's hopeless efforts. Time after time, they no longer cared to wait for the end, because they were certain Doha would just fall again. Doha stood silently under the waterfall, his breathing heavy and exhausted, but his glowing red eyes never left the peak ahead. He braced himself, continuing to reach out with his burly arm, intending to grip the slippery cliff once more. Right then, the fat man suddenly appeared from behind, placing a large hand on Doha's shoulder. "To stop this reckless action. At this rate, your mind will break first. Get some rest." Both sat silently under a wooden eaves, amidst the torrential rain of the sewers. A skinny henchman with a mohawk stood nearby and remarked, "Oh my God, the water is actually clean." When the fat man firmly refused a certain request, the kid could only grumble, "Everyone is so mean. The way they talk to others. These freaks have no will to fight, but only express resentment." The fat man pensively observed Doha, then remarked, "So the injured parts regenerate, but the pain remains the same." He shuddered thinking about the body recovering, while the sensation of pain stays intact. That is truly a hell. Pain is not an easy thing to deal with it. Doha remained determined and softly replied, "As long as I can see my family, I'm fine." Hearing that, the fat man sighed. "Kids need to learn this. By the way, is it true that you killed someone?" "Back then, my disciples were seriously injured, but no one died." Doha looked at him with glowing red eyes and remarked, "You don't look like that kind of person. You don't want to talk about fighting here." Seeing the atmosphere turn tense, the fat man clicked his tongue. "I guess I asked a pointless question." He switched to talking about rumors. "All right, I heard there are more people like you. Even when body parts are severed, they still regenerate. Of course, it's just a rumor. But looking at you, it seems quite believable." Doha sat silently in the rain, revealing a burly physique with rippling muscles. The story suddenly took a bizarre turn. When someone said that, the butt ghost actually exists. The old man explained that this entity doesn't care about gender, and always takes the butt it has chosen, believing there are ghosts in this world, and a perverted ghost that specifically targets butts at that. The skinny henchman chimed in to confirm. Everyone at the Japanese detention center knows about it. The fat man wondered, how can a detention center be operating in these times? Then he received the answer. About the Japanese artisan spirit. They maintain their family business until the very end, regardless of whether the world collapses or not. The fat man was still unconvinced. What does that have to do with a detention center? Seeing the fat man brush it off, the henchman snapped. Stop spreading rumors like that. I'm serious. I actually heard that story. He grabbed the fat man's face and revealed a shocking piece of information. That Kyeom-su guy is bringing the butt ghost here for imprisonment. Super Doha quietly observed the argument. It seemed like there was nothing better to do. Listening to ghost stories was at least less boring. While the sign for the Hachijojima Detention Center appeared gloomily under the rain, with a line written about the law of cause and effect. The setting shifts to the remote island of Hachijojima. Amidst a fierce sea storm, lightning bolts tore through the sky, illuminating the solitary lighthouse struggling against the violent waves. Deep inside the dungeon, under the faint light shining through the iron bars, a terrifying entity with spiky white hair was surrounded by chains all over his body. That was Osiris Oni, the one known by the name Butt Ghost. Inside the control room, an officer was tiredly on night watch when a knock-knock sounded at the door. A young soldier rushed in with a bag of drinks and pleaded, "Senior, please tell me the story of the Butt Ghost." The officer only replied sluggishly, "I'm very tired." Seeing this, the young soldier prepared to leave. In that case, "Please get some good rest, Senior." But as soon as he saw the bag of cold drinks, he woke up completely, forgetting all his fatigue. The officer hurriedly called him back. "Wait." Both sat down to sip their drinks. Amidst the sound of the storm raging outside the window, the young soldier exclaimed, "Ah, this is great. If we had some grilled meat too, it would be perfect." He didn't forget to bring up the old topic, Senior, about that butt ghost story. Taking a sip, the officer smirked slightly. "All right, let me satisfy your curiosity about the butt ghost." The image of an old man with spiky white hair, his body bound by chains, and strange tattoos appeared hauntingly under that faint light. That is the one known as the butt ghost, currently imprisoned deep underground at the Hachijojima Detention Center, a place completely isolated, amidst the open sea and endless thunderstorms. The thrilling story was passed from one person to another, becoming more exaggerated with each telling. This is the only detention center in the entire world still operating after the disaster, housing all sorts of dangerous criminals. Among those prisoners, the most famous is the one nicknamed the Butt Ghost, an old man over 70 years old, who was given that ridiculous name simply because of his bizarre obsession. At first, everyone thought it was just a name for mockery and laughter. But when looking into his cold, sharp eyes and majestic aura, no one could underestimate him. The entity sitting in meditation among the other prisoners. A new prisoner had just been transferred in. The story begins with a troublesome foreigner who once came to Japan as an ice hockey player to attend the Olympics. But instead of glory, he had to receive a 26-year prison sentence for beating 5 people to death in a bar. A serial killer like this is truly too dangerous. It should be noted that ice hockey is inherently a sport of the roughest physical contact. With brutal shoulder checks and savage defense, players easily lose their cool. To vent, the league even allows one-on-one brawls. And in North America there is a specialized position for this, called the enforcer. Welcome to hell. The rookie Jack Luck flashed a haughty smile. He was a notorious enforcer in the North American Hockey League years ago. The prison guard warned coldly. Don't start any fights. Try to blend in, especially with that butt ghost. Jack Luck frowned in confusion. Ghost what? He stood towering in the middle of the cell, making the other prisoners cower in fear, sitting flat on the floor. Before the terrifying pressure from the newcomer, Jack Luck burst into a refreshing laugh, revealing a burly physique with rippling muscles and tattoos covering his arms. True American style indeed. This is what a prison should be like. Even though it's all men here, what needs to be done must be done. He stood towering, casually in the middle of the cell, and curiously asked, One more question, by the way. How's the doctor here? You Asians can't handle my heat. The appearance of a perfect predator made the other prisoners start to feel a headache. The space truly felt frozen under terrifying pressure, forcing them to instinctively hold their breath. Their patience was solely for survival, against those stronger than them. Humanity originally used laws to control everything, but that is actually just an outer shell. Ultimately, all living creatures are dominated by raw power. With a bicep circumference of 24 inches, Jack Luck almost held absolute control over this place. He's a simple type of person, with a strong willie, and always acts on instinct without prejudice. At this moment, Jack Luck was craving a living body to release. Immediately, he flashed a sinister smile and revealed, Just so you know, I haven't showered for an entire week. A man full of primal charisma, one who is always the apex predator. Wherever he sets foot, his eyes flared with excitement. It's been a long time since I felt this thrilled. In a single day. He looked at the old man with lust and remarked, Turns out this old man is even more vigorous than the rumors. Jack casually asserted a shocking truth. Just so you know, too. He has still managed to keep his purity. He is a sick pervert. Even an old man won't be spared by him. Jack Luck's face turned red with excitement. He gave a twisted smile and ordered ruthlessly, So, take off your pants now. And that night, Jack Luck officially lost his purity. For the first time in his life. That's a pretty famous story among the prisoners. An officer spoke up while on night duty. His colleague smirked with a look of contempt. How childish. A rumor should at least sound somewhat reasonable. This sounds too dramatic and boring. The other officer replied nonchalantly. Gundam Nano said the exact same thing as you. Who could believe an old man could take away something precious from a giant? His gaze became distant, at least until I witnessed that scene with my own eyes. Jack Luck's story quickly spread throughout the prison like a wildfire, and the name Butt Ghost, once a joke, suddenly became a true nightmare. That's what they call the old man's play for real game. Since then, neither prisoners nor guards dared to strike up a conversation, or even look directly at that old man anymore, simply because they all wanted to protect themselves. In the dark hallway, a prisoner named Gundam Nano, with cobra tattoos on his head, was being escorted out. He exclaimed, I can't even remember how long it's been since I last smelled the world outside. You guys are truly unbelievable. Arresting people in a world like this is quite impressive, but human curiosity is something that cannot be suppressed. Gundam Nano stopped in front of Osiris Oni's cell. He leaned close to the bars and issued a challenge. Hey, Butt Ghost, I'm about to be released. In this lifetime, you'll never have the chance to see or touch my body. A real pity, isn't it? Ha ha! Though taunted, the old man remained expressionless. He added another sarcastic remark, full of smoothness about his own freedom, in front of the old man sitting motionless. The other prisoners standing nearby could only break into a cold sweat out of fear. A prison guard intervened in a panic. Are you crazy? That's the Butt Ghost you're teasing. The tattooed guy just smiled sinisterly, walking nonchalantly as urged by the guard. All right, old man, let's go. For someone serving a life sentence like the butt ghost, escape was inherently unthinkable. Everyone thought that tattooed guy was just trying to cause trouble pointlessly. But perhaps he was too arrogant, thinking he would never see the old man again. However, immediately after, a shocking event occurred. The butt ghost had completely vanished. The solid iron bars were easily destroyed, leaving behind a cold, empty room. Under the spotlights, scanning across the night sky amidst the violent waves, the manhunt began once the most dangerous man had broken out. Security forces immediately launched an intense search. From the restrooms to the darkest basements. Not a single corner was missed in the large-scale search. They had always been proud and held absolute belief that this prison was an impregnable fortress. So even if he escaped his cell, he could only be hiding somewhere nearby. However, after many days of continuous searching, from inside mechanical pipes to the dense forests, in the dead of night, they still found absolutely no trace of the old man. He seemed to have evaporated from the prison, without leaving behind a single clue. Amidst the crimson sunset over the sea, an officer stood in shock, frozen as he spotted a figure standing tall by the shoreline. Because they believed so much in the prison's security, they never suspected the possibility that he could actually leave the island. A blood-curdling scream rang out in terror. The butt ghost is there. The soldiers trembled, unable to believe their eyes, seeing the only prisoner who had ever escaped now slowly, returning from the open sea, crossing 32 km of sea with violent waves 10 meters high. That old man had freely traversed those hellish waters in an extraordinary way. He stepped onto the shore with a physique, sturdy and covered in vibrant rose tattoos. Where he went and what he did outside, no one knew. But with that piece of skin in his hand, he had done something truly terrible. The officer wearing glasses turned pale as he realized. The old man turned himself in just to prove to them that this so-called impregnable prison was actually nothing to him. The young officer trembled, wondering if he was simply a man-crazed, maniac or not. But the senior, sitting on the sofa, immediately denied it and revealed a shocking file. That old man has actually been married 8 times and has over 32 children. A steel-hard warning was given to anyone intending to confront him. Absolutely never start a pointless fight with the butt ghost. Standing before the dark prison cell, the young officer silently observed the terrifying entity, surrounded by chains inside. His eyes did not leave the old man, Osiris Oni, who was meditating mysteriously. Amidst the cold space, sweating profusely, the officer gathered all his courage to face the butt ghost. If we can't even restrain the curiosity of a child, then how can we restrain the curiosity of an adult? He believed that humanity exists thanks to love, and did not hesitate to insult the old man. What you are doing is nothing more than animalistic behavior, chasing after pleasure. I will never become prey for someone like you. Yet another person came before him to challenge his limits. I wonder if anything happened to him. That was the moment when the guards war. Baseless confidence rose up, stronger than ever before. He smugly asserted he would never believe in rumors, until he witnessed the truth with his own eyes. However, the price to pay for that arrogance was days spent bedridden, in extreme anxiety and regret. As his condition showed no signs of improvement, he finally decided to quit his job as a guard. Standing on the deck of the ship, leaving the island amidst a sea storm, he whispered a final goodbye. Watching the ship glide through the violent waves, he sighed with regret. At least here they provided food, clothes, and shelter. Where will I live and eat now? While preoccupied with worrying about his bleak future. He had no idea. A horrific danger was rising from the bottom of the ocean. Amidst the violent waves, the young officer desperately struggled as he realized his fatal mistake. I forgot the most important thing. These waters are extremely dangerous. Surviving here is absolutely impossible. He regretted quitting and cursed the senior for being a liar, just as his hand was slowly sinking deep into the cold water. Suddenly, a bony hand, yet full of strength, reached down from above, gripping his hand tightly and pulling him hard out of the rushing current. Looking up at his savior in shock, the officer gasped. "Ah? The butt ghost?" The face of the old man, Osiris, Oni, appeared fierce and authoritative under the dim moonlight. The officer didn't expect that just as he escaped death's door, he would fall right into his hands. The old man began to speak, philosophically, in a haunting tone. Who can say what is right or wrong when loving someone? Love is such a pure word, but immediately after, his eyes flared with a deadly red light, along with a twisted smile. But, young man, I am not looking for love. What I want is dominance. Using one hand, he hoisted the officer up like a toy, and asserted, "If you were born a man, you must have the desire to dominate both men and women." The officer was never seen again after that. The storm passed, giving way to a clear, blue, sunny sky. Osiris Oni stood on the coast of South Korea, right next to a giant shipwreck. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, as the sound of the waves drowned out his voice. Damn, the waves are drowning out the sound again. That's why I prefer the mountains. Suddenly, a mysterious person appeared, announcing that Kai Iom-su was summoning him. The old man smirked with excitement. South Koreans? Turns out I've accidentally made it all the way to South Korea. If Kai Iom-su is calling, of course I must go. The old man's face showed clear madness with glowing red eyes. He roared haughtily. I'm so excited I could pierce through the very sky. The butt ghost officially begins his journey toward Jamsil. In a dark room filled with surveillance equipment, a mysterious woman silently observed Big Doha through a screen. Seeing that he was still standing after the incident, she whispered, "He's still alive." It seems the new humanity really is different. That's the reason Kai Iom-su is keeping him. She noted that the new humanity is nothing like Friday. They cannot fly or shoot lasers from their palms. Their power is simply the capabilities of the human body pushed to the absolute limit, much like the self-healing mechanism of a lizard's tail. Even though Friday remains an entity with completely overwhelming power, she understands that the organization needs Doha's special abilities. Even if Doha escapes that dark sewer now, will he just fall under their control? Looking at the screen, displaying the cold face of the hunter, the woman told herself, if both are pursuing the same goal, then things will be very promising. Meanwhile, in the dark underground tunnel, a surprise party was held around a campfire. Excited cheers rang out amidst crates of cup noodles, and supplies laid out and ready. Doha looked at the pile of food and wondered. I thought you guys only ate trash. Their lives truly are pathetic, suffering to the extreme, so hungry they'd even fight over trash. The old man explained this was a party to welcome a new member, so the whole group brought out their best treats to serve. He handed a cup of noodles to Doha and said, "It'll be ready to eat in 3 minutes." Doha silently bowed his head, looking at the noodles, lost in his own thoughts, amidst the bustling atmosphere of the party. Under the flickering firelight of the cup noodle feast, the cockroach doctor suddenly made a bizarre proposal. Do you want to become our king? An immortal being like you is the most perfect cockroach king. Doha nonchalantly replied that they already had a god, so having a king as well sounded quite strange. But the doctor immediately countered, stating that the status of a king and a god are completely different. A throne can be seized, but a god remains forever. Look at these marks on your body. Divine blood is flowing through you like a bolt of lightning. Hearing those praises makes one crave it. Seeing this, the doctor cried out in regret. Because pale people like them will never possess that power. Hey, cockroach doctor, shut your rotten mouth. Doha looked around at the refugees and asked in a low voice, "Why did all of you end up falling into this place?" The atmosphere suddenly became somber. Pale faces looked down in melancholy. Doha's eyes flared with a red light as he listened to the tragic story from the man, with bandages wrapped around his head. The old man choked up as he told how his son had volunteered to join the arena because he suffered from diabetes. That boy hoped to earn medicine to cure his father, and was incredibly confident in his own strength. He believed that his efforts would be worthily rewarded. But what father could be heartless enough to stand by and watch his child plunge into that hell? So he sought out and begged Eom-su to stop sending his son into battle. However, instead of showing mercy, Eom-su forced the boy to fight even more against increasingly brutal opponents, until the most painful ending occurred. His neck was snapped, and he lost his life right on the arena floor. Once you join the fight, there is no withdrawal. You win this match, but the next is never certain. The father stood up against Kai Eom-su, and was eventually thrown down into this underground vault. Behind Doha, a burly man wearing an eye patch silently appeared. He admitted he was once a real gladiator, and had naturally loved fighting. The one-eyed man pensively spoke of the past, saying he originally viewed fighting as just a sport, and never wanted to take anyone's life. However, Eom-su was cruel, and demanded that he finish off his opponents. He chose to quit, because, to him, such a match was enough. But in that hell, the battle only ends when one side no longer has the ability to resist. Returning to the campfire, the one-eyed man sighed. Friday may have brought danger to the world, but to me, humans are the real danger. The fat man burst into a hearty laugh, declaring Doha the true winner, and the best among them. Excitedly, he raised his water bottle and shouted, "Let's toast with water!" Watching these people still trying to find a way to survive after all the incidents, Doha smiled slightly in reflection. The fat man suddenly turned and asked, "Hey, Baked Doha, now, tell us your story. You look like a professional fighter. Where did you learn martial arts?" Doha casually replied that he only imitated his father through videos of his matches. A real genius, isn't he? Learning only through videos, yet becoming a fighter. The fat man asked in surprise, "Your father was also a fighter? A martial artist like me? What is his name?" The moment Doha uttered the name, Big P, the fat man's face suddenly turned grave. He stammered to confirm the birth date as October 28, 1978, and the hometown as Taipei, Gangwon Province, even knowing clearly that his father was once a Korean wrestling champion. Doha looked at the fat man in shock and asked, "You know my grandfather too? He comes from a family of fighters, yet had to teach himself?" The fat man's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "You are the son of Bake by Hat?" Immediately, the cockroach doctor also cried out in a panic, "Red alert!" Red alert, to everyone's astonishment. Doha, with glowing red eyes, calmly asked back, "Yes, is something wrong?" The fat man broke into a cold sweat, muttering about an unbelievably strange coincidence. Memories took them back to the golden era of J777, the largest mixed martial arts organization in the world at that time. That place once bore the mark of a legend named Bake Fach, a giant standing 198 centimeters tall, weighing 115 kg. He dominated the open weight class with terrifying power. After only 5 matches in J777, he quickly earned a shot at the championship belt. The power of Bake Fach's punch was immeasurable. It completely overwhelmed every opponent in his way. Even two formidable opponents were forced into retirement immediately due to serious injuries. After encountering him, the news bulletins constantly reported on the horrific sweep of this man in the ring, reading your grandfather's feats. It is truly a record for the history books, not just physically. Some even had to give up their careers due to the massive psychological shock after facing this monster. And then the most anticipated openweight championship title fight in history was officially set between Alexander and Baekfa. Standing before the media cameras, the champion Alexander confidently declared, "My family is coming to cheer for me. I will definitely defend my title in front of them." In contrast to that glitz, when asked if he had any words to say, Baekfa maintained a terrifying silence. Under his own shadow, the match, expected to be a fierce confrontation, ultimately ended in a one-sided, overwhelming victory for Big Fa, leaving the scene in chaos with frantic screams. "Call an ambulance, quickly!" The doctor frantically announced that his condition was extremely critical. In the middle of the stands, Alexander's wife called out to him in shock through tears. Baekfa stood silently in the cage, looking toward the woman, who had indeed come to cheer for the defeated man. With a cold gaze, unexpectedly, the man Doha calls his grandfather was also a cold-blooded, heartless man. Baekfa looked toward the opponent's wife with a smile, twisted and defiant. "Then watch your husband very closely." Immediately following was a horrific scene in the ring, as this giant completely lost control, despite the referee screaming in despair, "Stop it, athlete Baekfa!" and frantically ordering for more security forces. Fa continued to brutally torment his opponent. The champion's final moments. "Hingin kachang, gang MMC, shikoda, doansi, team se tren kachtrang." His loss of control was inexplicable. No one understood why he was so ruthless. This shocking event created a wave of terrible IHMT, leading to the J777 organization being forced to merge into the VFC. Back to the present in the underground vault. The fat man still hasn't recovered from the shock. He admitted he lost sleep for many days. After watching that live broadcast, he stared at Doha and thought to himself in terror. But he is the son of that man. The fat man's expression suddenly changed. He wore a calculating smile, and told himself he had worried in vain. Looking at Doha, he thought, he surely isn't like his predecessor. He approached Doha with an excited face, firmly asserting, "Everything will be settled very easily. Doha, my boy." Meanwhile, at a high-tech base, a hand was placed on a glowing globe model, showing energy points. Assistant Zhu Zhanggan stood before the surveillance screen system, displaying images of Doha and Iome Siu, reporting, "Negotiations at the Jamsil branch of the Church of Heroes have begun." The mysterious doctor looked at the world map and coldly affirmed that the New Humanity Project has officially launched. He declared, "This is also the time their organization must start taking action." A strategic diagram lit up brilliantly, named a Project Spear, announcing that it is the plan to forge the ultimate spear, with a single objective: to destroy the entity Friday. How long have humans been tormented by this entity, living as if in a living hell, under the torrential waterfall pouring from the drain mouth? Doha stood silently looking up at the lofty peak. The fat man standing beside him gave a simple piece of advice: "Just keep trying." Doha wondered if there was any special training, but the old man replied nonchalantly, "No, there is nothing like that." The fat man explained that falling down won't kill you. It's just the next solution alongside the pain. He used to think climbing up was the major problem, but now he was no longer worried because he believed in your father. The statement made Doha freeze in shock, asking, "My father?" The fat man continued. Even though he knew a son doesn't automatically inherit his father's talent. As a sports spectator, he always held a romantic expectation. He believed that Doha would inherit the strength from his father, and he would get to witness a son surpassing his own father. Though Doha muttered to himself that he never wanted to be like that terrible man, the fat man asserted he had seen it very clearly. Within him, memories of Baek-Fak's brutal battles returned hauntingly, making the fat man exclaim, "He is exactly like Baek-Fak." Doha's eyes flared with a determined red light amidst the rain. The fat man roared the final command. "Now, climb to that peak!" Under the witness of the pale crowd, Doha marched toweringly toward the waterfall, starting the great conquest to escape the underground vault. He did not give up, determined to find a way out despite countless failures. In the surveillance room, Hana silently observed Doha through the computer screen. She softly exclaimed, "Impressive! He chose the harder path." Kai Iom-su stood behind, curiously asking what she thought of Doha. He admitted, "Even Hana must see that he is an amazing man." And Kai Iom-su hoped that one day Friday would like him too. Hana believed that Doha will be the first person to escape this underground tunnel. Iom-su expressed admiration for her ability to read people. But then he revealed the true reason he was there. Because he thought he would arrive today, Iom-su wore a sinister smile, revealing that the underground vault is actually an altar created by his own hands. And Doha is the scapegoat that Friday will particularly love. He wanted to offer Doha's valiant strength to Friday. Iom-su thought to himself that he could keep his promise to Doha, while the glowing image of Friday appeared with great authority. Under the underground vault, Doha fell into the water once again, creating a massive column of water. The fat man scolded, "You idiot! You have to learn how to use your senses." He believed that using muscle power alone will never work. The pale subordinate sitting on the tree trunks had also stopped counting Doha's falls after the 104th time. The fat man remarked that Doha seemed tireless. Truly, the demeanor of a god. He pointed out that the cliff face broke so easily because Doha climbed. Without thinking at all, he looked at Doha and asked, "Do you know what the biggest difference between an athlete and an ordinary person is?" Doha's eyes flared with a red light amidst the rain as he listened to the instruction. The answer is keen intuition, acquired from extensive real combat experience. Each time you climb up and fall, you must gain experience. Why did you fall? Where did you go wrong? Think about a sports match. The ability to hit a small ball rushing at 160 km/h, or throwing a ball accurately from a distance of 100 m, or like diving from a height equivalent to a 30-story building. For an ordinary person, that speed and height could be fatal or cause lifelong disability. The fat man looked at Doha and asked, "Does physical training alone help athletes achieve that?" Of course, that is one part, but the biggest reason is intuition, distilled from countless experiences. The body is merely a tool to apply that intuition more flexibly. Science cannot fully explain intuition, so use all your senses to feel every single moment. Doha stood silently in the curtain of rain. He understood what the fat man wanted to teach him. Looking up at the cliff, he told himself, "Intuition, huh?" He realized, if he put all his strength into one single point, the cliff face would crumble very easily. Doha gently placed his hand on the slippery rock surface to feel it. He began to distribute his body weight onto each fingertip and toe, to minimize the risk of the cliff collapsing. Small opportunities gradually accumulated, increasing the chances of success. Amidst the dark night and torrential rain, Doha steadily climbed the steep cliff toward the sewer opening. The pale subordinates in the vault shouted with excitement as they saw Doha get very close to the peak. He's almost reached it. Just a little more, Cockroach King. Witnessing that extraordinary effort, the fat man couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Unbelievable he did it so quickly. Could this be natural talent? It truly makes one jealous. Someone who became a fighter just by watching videos. And now with direct guidance, his innate instinct for learning will surely lead to success. Doha's fingers gripped the final rock ledge tightly. He summoned all his strength to pull his burly body out of the sewer mouth. Doha breathed a sigh of relief after the life-or-death climb. Down in the underground vault, the henchmen cheered frantically, because their king had achieved the unthinkable. Amazing! He did it! He truly is our king. Avenge us! Amidst the resounding cheers, a strange voice suddenly rang out from above, full of admiration. How wonderful! Doha was shocked to see an old man with spiky white hair and rose tattoos covering his entire body, sitting and waiting at the top. The old man smirked at the hunter. No wonder, Kai. Iomensu chose you. I bet you can meet my expectations. Before Doha could regain his senses to ask his identity, the old man suddenly lunged forward, embracing him tightly and uttering bizarrely, "Give me a hug." Before he could process what was happening, in a split second, the old man had flung him backward into a free fall, down into the deep waters. Far below, in the surveillance room, Iomensu stood up excitedly as he saw the main event officially begin. Ah, it has finally started. Hana smoked, while pensively asking why he chose that old man and what the altar actually signified. With calculating eyes, Iomensu explained that they needed to prove the evolution of humanity if they wanted to survive. He looked at the screen showing Doha struggling underwater, and asserted that the old man was an extremely special variable. Iomensu nonchalantly revealed that old man is also a new human, exactly like Doha, and it is this very confrontation that makes everything dramatic and interesting. The old man bared his sharp teeth, his eyes glowing with frenzied bloodlust, aiming straight at his prey. A haunting declaration of bon appetit rang out the moment the old man lunged to attack Doha. Amidst the rushing current, he triumphantly declared, "A full belly truly makes my recovery speed much faster." Beneath the water, the fat man wailed in panic. "Hey, Bake Doha! Are you okay? Wake up, my brother! Wake up quickly!" Seeing Doha lying motionless with a severe wound to his neck, the fat man trembled in despair. Don't tell me he has actually lost his life. This incident ignited the fury of the entire underground sewer population. The pale crowd stood up in unison amidst the rain, surrounding the old man and roaring in rage. "Do you want to die, old man? What have you done to our king?" Even though they were weaker. But when Doha was injured, they were no longer indifferent as before. Facing the seething crowd, Osiris Oni only gave a slight, contemptuous smirk. People say cockroaches usually live in swarms. Turns out it's true. Cockroaches that can speak human language? Truly hair-raising. You people are truly a bunch of vermin that need to be completely wiped out. The one-eyed gladiator stepped toweringly out of the rain, coldly firing back. "I think you are mistaken. We might be losers, but most of us were once true gladiators." Behind him, the others also began to take fighting stances, ready for a bloody battle. Faced with that resistance, the old man remained as nonchalant as ever. Cockroaches are still just vermin. So what? He challenged everyone there, making them lose their composure. And what was meant to happen, happened. The battle erupted in the torrential rain under the sewer. A burly, long-haired man lunged forward, frantically raining. Thunderous punches down on the old man Osiris. Cruel strikes landed one after another. The man screamed manically, demanding the freakish old man's life. He pinned the opponent's head down into the filthy water, smug in the belief that he had won. However, reality was far more brutal. In the blink of an eye, the situation completely reversed. The old man Osiris Oni casually sat perched on a high wooden beam, coldly using his foot to stomp on the head of the gladiator lying gasping in the cold water. Witnessing the opponent's overwhelming power, the one-eyed man was shell-shocked, realizing he was facing an entity far beyond imagination. In his heart, he trembled and told himself, "My intuition is telling me he is the strongest in Jamsul. This battle is no longer about winning or losing. He is the predator holding the power of life and death in his hands. There is no way back." The one-eyed man fell to his knees, pleading in humiliation. "We have always been losers to begin with, so please, spare our lives, knowing you can't win, and retreating like this isn't shameful." The old man Osiris Oni gave a slight, contemptuous smirk. "Always losers, you say? How pathetic." He looked at the one-eyed man with a mocking gaze, then suddenly made a bizarre proposal. "In that case, let's play rock, paper, scissors." The one-eyed man wondered in confusion if the old man truly wanted to play that childish game. But then he had to accept. Fine. The two of them began to prepare their moves. The one-eyed man shouted, "All right, rock, paper, scissors." The result of the round left the one-eyed man stunned. He threw rock, while the old man Osiris threw scissors. Admitting defeat, the old man calmly said, "I lost, so I must accept the punishment." But instead of a normal penalty, the old man stabbed his own finger into his eye. He nonchalantly suggested, "All right." The opponent trembled in terror, realizing this crazy old man had absolutely no intention of stopping this deadly game. He was just like that guy Kai. Su, just as perverted, never giving others a way out. Realizing he would play until he lost his life, the one-eyed man swam frantically to escape. He told himself, in despair, "I can't die here." However, in the blink of an eye, the old man had outswum him and appeared right in front of him. Amidst the rushing current, the old man smiled and asked, "Young man, what are you doing?" The one-eyed man was shell-shocked, unable to believe the old man could swim fast enough to catch him in a split second. The old man coldly reminded him, "Running away in the middle is very impolite." "Is this why you're running away? I gave you the right to decide the outcomes. Yet you still gave up and fled. Are you truly such a loser?" He looked at him with eyes full of contempt, making a comparison that even animals can be used for food or clothing, but cowards are no different from cockroaches. He coldly concluded, "But anyway, you should be grateful because of me," coldly declaring that at least he had value as food. Witnessing this disgusting scene through the monitor, Hana couldn't help but shudder and wonder, why can he behave so brutally toward his own kind like that? She didn't think that no matter how much humans evolve to survive in this world, they could ever eat their own kind alive like he does. Su nonchalantly explained that it was a bizarre way for him to show respect, treating the opponent as valuable prey, instead of a useless killing, even while admitting those were the nonsensical arguments of a madman. Su asserted that this very madness is what made him a perfect piece for his altar, because when extremists stand next to each other, it creates a magnificent combination. In the dark space of the underground vault, a familiar silhouette suddenly appeared at the end of the N. Tunnel.I. Friday wore a sinister, satisfied smile, telling himself that sparing that person's life was indeed an extremely right decision. "Save us! I don't want to die. I want to live." Those were the desperate cries for help, ringing out in the dark underground. With blood-red eyes and a face splattered with gore, The old man Osiris Oni towered like a true monster, spreading terror among the weaklings trembling at his feet. He spared no one he laid eyes on, even though they begged and had no strength left to resist. The old man clicked his tongue in boredom, looking at the pale crowd. There's no end to killing these vermin. Amidst that tragic scene, a fat man was frantically running away. In extreme panic, he gasped for air, trying to escape this nightmare. But in his heart he never stopped berating himself. Running away again? You idiot! Are you going to abandon the people who followed you? He bitterly realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything, because in reality, he had absolutely no talent for fighting. I am a useless person, he told himself in helplessness. It all started a long time ago, when he happened to watch a martial arts match. Fighting on TV, the image of fighters using their bare hands to determine who was superior truly fascinated him. That short but dramatic battle ignited a dream. In the heart of a child, the boy back then watched intently and exclaimed with admiration, "That man's punch is so strong," but ironically, he had absolutely no athletic talent, always the one lagging behind on the track. Despite his efforts practicing at the martial arts gym, he soon realized a bitter truth, that professional athletes are born with 90% natural talent, while he was just the one who always took the hits during sparring sessions. Passionate about martial arts, but always a punching bag for others, to practice and improve their skills, with only a meager 10% effort. Harsh reality dealt a painful blow. No matter how hard a talentless person tries, they can never defeat someone who has even just a bit of natural gift. Fortunately, the fat man back then was very honest with himself. Sitting dejectedly in the middle of the gym, he bitterly admitted his own weakness, as he witnessed true talents shining in the ring. In a friendly match of the boxing club, at the high school, the referee's voice rang out clearly. "All right, both fighters step into the ring." The atmosphere at Squid Gym heated up by the minute, as the two opponents were ready in position to face off. The battle erupted with decisive strikes. Witnessing his student land a precise punch, the fat man couldn't hide his joy and shouted, "Great left hook!" Even though he himself had no natural talent, he still held an intense love for combat sports. He knew the moves well, but was poor at applying them. Therefore, he decided to become a teacher to pass on skills. A sense of pride welled up every time he saw a student proficiently apply the techniques that he had painstakingly taught. With a radiant smile, he constantly shouted instructions closely from outside the barrier. "Don't let him breathe. Keep pressing him." However, the results didn't always go as planned. Watching his student lose, he painfully questioned himself. Is the real problem actually my coaching style? He thought that if he were a professional, experienced coach, perhaps the result would have been different, and his student wouldn't have had to suffer such bitterness. Then both walked gloomily into the locker room. He bowed his head apologetically. "I'm sorry. I should have prepared you better." "Wani?" Learning without practicing is truly difficult, having no combat experience to pass on. Was a miserable failure. To him, the response to the apology was bitterness from the student. "To be honest, I hate combat sports, because the feeling of defeat is truly terrible." "The boy gloomily revealed he joined the boxing team only because he heard athletes get time off school, not because he actually knew what boxing was. To him, it was just hellish training sessions, annoying nagging and endless regret. The fat man stood stunned and silently replied, "I understand. Perhaps because I've been hit too much. Is there something wrong with my head? But for some reason, I feel so relieved." In that locker room years ago, the student, Kim Sang-woo, flashed a bright smile. even though his face was covered in bandages. Thanks to your coaching, I realized boxing is actually fun. Looking at that smile, Park Kwang-deok suddenly felt envious. Or rather, ashamed. He had lied about understanding. But in reality, he understood nothing at all. While the student was determined to win next time, Kwang-deok realized he was the one always desperate, trying to run away. He always used the word reality to decide his failure. Before even starting, a pathetic cowardice. He was the insecure, timid type who didn't dare face himself. Returning to the brutal reality in the vault, the poor man was kneeling and begging the old man. Osiris Oni, in despair, he cried out, "Please, spare my life. Grandpa, I don't want to die." He even tried to find common ground to plead for mercy. Even our hairstyles are a bit similar. But then, a sudden punch sent the old man flying in the cold water. Park Kwang-deok was no longer standing by in fear. He stood up tall amidst the rain, taking a decisive boxing stance. Witnessing this scene, the one gasping for air shouted in shock, "The god of abundance!" The people he used to despise, yet who always worshipped him as the god of abundance, were now dying but still worried about him. Kwang-deok was no longer a coward at this moment. He stood towering, with eyes shining with determination. He let out a thunderous roar, putting all his will into his declaration. "I, Park Kwang-deok, will not run away any more." His eyes flared with a red light, despite the blood and rainwater streaming down his face. Even though he was beaten to the point of severe injury with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, Kwang-deok did not back down. Witnessing that resilience that far surpassed his weak physique, the old man Osiris only crouched down and burst into a hearty laugh. "You are the weakest I've ever seen. But you are wonderful. At least you didn't run away. To show my respect, I will speak Korean with you." Kwang-deok suppressed the pain and pleaded earnestly. "Then please, spare them," the old man asked in a low growl. "Why does a human try to save these vermin?" Fat Man could only reply with all his sincerity. "I don't understand, but you have made a worthless person, like me, become valuable, at least for once." Now, Kwang-deok was no longer afraid. He was determined to protect those weaklings. Only then would his life feel meaningful. However, the old man coldly brushed it off. "You're wrong. It's only meaningful if valuable people remember you. All these vermin remember is losing their dignity. In that case, do you want to grant my wish? Kill me. I don't want to die just from old age." Kwang-deok looked at the madman in front of him in stunned silence. That's why seeing these useless vermin makes me even more irritated. If you were born human, you must do something, right? Unexpectedly, a towering dark shadow appeared right behind him. Osiris turned around in shock. Doha had regained consciousness some time ago. With eyes glowing red like a demon, the old man exclaimed in excitement. "Doha, you're awake? I have been waiting." The two faced each other in defiance. But Osiris Oni was overjoyed, believing he had found the one who could end his life. "You could be the one to kill." Before he could finish his sentence, Doha moved with lightning speed, brutally grabbing the old man's face. Then he tore the old man's body apart with his bare hands. Kwang-deok looked at his comrade who just returned from the dead in shock. That guy is still alive? But something feels different about him. Doha found himself lost in a mystical space, where a golden ancient tree stood tall. Amidst a sea of pure white clouds, a surge of regret welled up inside him. "I wish I could have gone with my brother." But then his gaze froze in astonishment. "Ah, my family." Under that tree, the silhouettes of his sister and the children appeared, strangely peaceful. As usual, Doha burst into tears of happiness. He smiled while choking up a "So everyone is still alive." He rushed frantically toward them, shouting loudly, Sister! Everyone! I'm back. I missed you all so much. However, contrary to his expectation, his sister stepped back warily and asked, "Who are you?" Doha was stunned. He tried to explain in a panic. "It's me, Bake Doha. I'm your family." His face distorted with anxiety, but the only response was cold estrangement. "What do you mean, family? Why are you doing this? You're really scaring us." Doha's eyes suddenly flashed with a haunting red light. He asked desperately, "Why are you treating me like this? Did you all forget me?" His sister's scream rang out, tearing through his heart. "Get away, you monster!" Every time he falls into a coma, he falls into a nightmare. Doha fell freely, sinking deep into the cold water with a sorrowful gaze. Doha woke up in the middle of the pouring rain, exhausted as he sat in the middle of the sewer water. He clutched his head, trying to dispel the recent nightmare. Suddenly, he looked down at the water and froze in doubt. The reflection of a terrifying monster appeared clearly in the murky water, making him shudder. Doha squatted down, covering his gradually transforming face with both hands. He painfully asked himself, "Have I truly become a monster? Then who am I?" Perhaps the fear of losing the family he needs to see again has urged him to live, and that extraordinary vitality has turned him into a monster. The worry for his family's safety once again surrounded his mind. If my sister and the children saw me, would they be afraid? Doha bitterly realized the harsh truth. No, as a monster, I might end up hurting my family. He clenched his hands, his glowing red eyes showing through the gaps of his fingers, with a desperate realization. Does that mean I will never see my family again for the rest of my life? Doha roared in his mind. I don't want that to happen. In the middle of the cold water, he painfully covered his gradually deforming face. The old man Osiris Oni made another bizarre proposal. In that case, do you want to grant my wish? He looked straight into Doha's glowing red eyes and uttered a crazy plea. "Kill me. I don't want to die just of old age. One who wants to die meets one who wants to live to find his family." Two completely opposite extremes. Doha walked slowly through the water, telling himself, "That's right. It was that bastard who turned me into this." The old man kept rambling about death. He believed Friday would be the one to end his life and asked Doha if he thought so too. Suddenly he froze as he noticed the terrifying, killing intent behind him. "Doha, you're awake? I've been waiting. You could be the one to kill." Before the old man could finish, Doha struck with lightning speed. He brutally grabbed the old man's face, completely cutting off the words he was about to say. A wild laugh echoed through the dark space. Despite the severe injuries, the old man and Osiris Oni still glared at Doha, crazily, and screamed, "Old soldiers never die." Doha's eyes flared with a mysterious red light, staring straight at his opponent with an incredibly cold expression. Doha did not hesitate for a second. He channeled all his strength into his legs and delivered a thunderous kick aimed straight at the old man. The massive impact made the cliff walls shudder violently and shatter into pieces. Under the terrifying pressure, Doha lunged forward with lightning speed. He brutally grabbed both of Osiris Oni's legs and hoisted him into the air. The old man's face distorted in pain as he was slammed hard against the cold ground. He held the old man's body, no differently than a toy in his hands. Hunter's rage had completely erupted. Doha frantically swung the old man's body and landed fatal slams against the vertical cliff wall. He was guided entirely by killer instinct, venting all his resentment on the opponent. Repeated impacts resounded throughout the underground vault, as Doha continuously slammed the old man's body onto the ground. The power of the strikes created explosions of thick dust that swallowed them both in the darkness, ending the brutal torture. Doha stood silently in the pouring rain by the raging waves, witnessing the brutal confrontation. The fat man Kwang Deok asked himself in shock, "Am I really watching a human being fight?" Witnessing Doha's power far beyond limit. He trembled, not understanding what was happening. This feeling he hadn't tasted since the time of the legend. Amidst the rubble, Doha stood tall with a burly physique, his glowing red eyes emitting overwhelming, killing intent. Below the water, the old man Osiris Oni, though heavily injured, still wore a bizarre smile. His body continuously emitted strange surges of energy. As he attempted to recover, he is just like Doha, possessing an extraordinary ability to regenerate his body. The old man floated in the murky water, casually philosophizing. If I feel pain, it means I'm still alive. Right? He admitted. This pain was even more terrible than the time he was hit by a Shinkansen bullet train. Suddenly, he realized he was soaked and held up an object in his hand. It was Doha's family photo. The old man curiously asked, "Is this your wife?" Seeing his most precious keepsake in the hands of the enemy, Doha hadn't expected that during the fight. His family photo had been taken by him. Faced with Doha's violent reaction, Osiris Oni laughed with delight. "Looking at that reaction, I guess I was right. Of course I should give it to you." But instead of returning it, the old man began to slowly and sinisterly crumple the photo into a ball. "Now, let's pack it up neatly." Doha stood stunned as he witnessed the old man turn the family photo into a small ball in the palm of his hand. With a face full of enjoyment, he nonchalantly put the crumpled photo into his mouth and swallowed it. The old man looked at Doha and uttered haunting words. "Doha, let me in." Osiris Oni laughed pervertedly, declaring a horrific truth. "Now your family and I are one body." He looked at Doha with glowing red eyes and mocked that this feeling was like meeting his own grandson. "Don't worry, once it's in my stomach. It takes at least 3 hours to fully digest." He could endure being insulted, but family was his limit. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Doha stepped close to his opponent's face, gritting his teeth and declaring a solemn oath, "I will cut open your stomach and take it out right now." While the life and death struggle underground was reaching its climax, at a state-of-the-art military base, Zhou Songhan was closely monitoring all developments via the surveillance system. He coldly reported, "The target is at the Jamsil branch of the Church of Heroes. A large-scale operation has been officially activated. With a steel-cold command, you will bring the Mammon and bake Doha, or in other words, the new humans. Back here, the Special Task Force, Spear, equipped with modern gear, begins to deploy into the war zone. Although Friday is predicted to be present in the operational area, superior officers still ordered that in case of emergency, you are authorized to use the Rod of God for revenge for the heroes who have fallen. Because of this monster, so many soldiers and innocent people have lost their lives at his hands. The elite warriors steadily march into the darkness, ready to sweep away all obstacles to retrieve the targets." The video ends here. Brothers, please hit like so Bear can release more great series. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.